Hey everybody! Oh my god. Wait, yeah, I am. Hey everybody, we are gonna talk today about the word cracker. And not the saltine kind either, okay? So the context of this is that two of Hassan's mods were banned for using this word in chat on Twitch by Twitch mods. The reason? Twitch seems to think it's a slur. Destiny agrees. I'm gonna argue that it's more complicated than that. The word has a deep history that goes back to pre-Civil War times, and we're gonna get into that, and we're gonna understand intersectionality and power dynamics and how they play into this idea, and why I think cracker is not a slur. Alright, that worked okay. That worked okay. Yeah, that's our new intro, everybody. The new intro screen. It's a little bit. I gotta work out some of the rough edges there, but did okay. Yeah, we just want to make sure that the people coming into the video can figure out like what it's about and you know, why they might want to watch it. So thank you everybody for being here. It's good to see you. Sorry for the late start and everything. I just didn't realize what was how late it had gotten. So yeah, we're talking about Hassan and Destiny drama ostensibly, but here's something I want to let you know, like let you in on a little secret, okay? Everybody says I'm obsessed with drama streamer, drama personality, I don't know, right? In reality, I like to use drama. Because drama gets eyeballs, but the eyeballs don't need to see the drama. The eyeballs need to see what's behind the drama, right? The real issues. And we got a real issue here today when we're talking about slurs, when we're talking about power dynamics, and we're talking about the history of, you know, slavery in the United States, right? So this is an issue where we can take the issue and put it in front of the drama. And that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. But yeah, we'll cover the drama too, right? Because that's interesting for everybody. I just want to, like, that's just what I do. I mix in, you know, I give you macaroni and cheese, but I mix in a little bit of broccoli because broccoli's good for you, okay? And I hope you don't mind. It's just a little bit of broccoli, okay? To just make that to make that mac and cheese a little bit healthier. So yeah. It's not I'm not the one who likes the drama. It's you. No. Oh my God, chat! I forgot my necklace. What am I even doing? So yeah, this is, yes, Hassan got two mods banned. They used the word cracker, right? Which is a word that really, the way it's used, can only describe a white person. So in Destiny's mind, okay, well, you use a word that can only describe a black person, that's negative, that's a slur. Why isn't it a slur when I do it to white people? We're going to talk about that, and the reason is power dynamics, all right? Because the word came out of slavery. Yeah, it's not about it's not about comparing white people to saltine crackers or anything. Although sometimes white people are a little bit fragile. Sometimes white people can be a little bit salty, and we can be a little crumbly too, right? And we're good in soup. No, wait, we're not good in soup. Okay, I got that. I got us mixed up with actual saltine crackers on that last one. But yeah, why am I not able to hear myself? This is annoying. I don't know. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Anyway, I'll worry about that later. So let's get into it. Okay, let's get into this right away. And this is the discourse. Like, this is apparently what people are talking about. So I like it when drama has an angle to it that's actually educational, because then I get to get views on a video that actually teaches people something and actually maybe helps people understand. If anybody can let me know how my audio is, I literally cannot hear myself, so it could be crackly for all I know. Oh my God, we haven't watched Destiny in a little while, have we?
She would say a lot like, you can't be racist towards my people.
Audio's fine, but Chat on screen. Thank you. Thank you. You are so helpful, Umar. Wait, who said that? No, Sabrina. Umar's not even here. How did I think Umar was here? Anyway, there's the chat. Wait, no. Yeah, that's the chat. That is correctly the chat. Okay, so yeah, this is so as you know, Hassan and Destiny, there's no love lost between the two of these. Hassan doesn't really talk about Destiny anymore, but Destiny still talks about Hassan a lot, right? Hassan actually, to be fair, Hassan doesn't really go after drama. Hassan's not trying to start fights with anybody. Hassan doesn't need to create conflict in order to get views, because people like watching Hassan, and more people like watching Hassan than like Destiny. And since Destiny started, he was like one of the very first streamers. It probably hurts. It probably hurts. And so yeah, that's what the Destiny Hassan dynamic really is. I don't think that Hassan really talks about Destiny. At least you know, I haven't Hassan has been trending for 3 days. Over this or over something else? The whole topic, just put the song "Follow Me" by Uncle Kracker into my head and swim through your veins like fish to the sea. Himbo Hassan. Yeah, we get to look at you know, Hassan. So that's always fun. I always enjoy that. Oh, speaking of which, Hassan's gonna be on Log Off already tomorrow on Twitch. So make sure to catch that, right? It's a big guest for Cole and the gang and Nia and everybody, and it should be fun to watch.
She would say a lot like,
Oh my God, our volume is way too low though.
sexist towards men. They're like privileged, I guess.
Yeah, but the problem is that like an individual doesn't perceive things as an entire class. White people have an advantage over black people in the U.S.
Wait, what did she ask him?
She would say a lot like, you can't be racist towards white people, and you can't be sexist towards men. They're like privileged, I guess.
Yeah, but the problem is that like an individual doesn't perceive things as an entire class. White people.
She would say a lot like, you can't be racist towards white people, and you can't be sexist towards men. They're like privileged.
You can't be racist towards white people, and you can't be sexist towards men. Now, this is something that gets misunderstood a lot, right? You can probably be bigoted, biased towards white people, and maybe in some cases it's understandable, right? If you associate white people with trauma in your life, if that's been your experience, that might cause a bias. That might cause a fear. And that in some cases is a rational fear, right? Maybe in some cases it's not, I don't know, right? But that's a little different than racism, right? Because we're talking about racism, we're talking about something that's structural, that's systemic, that's empowered, right? That's got an establishment behind it. And sometimes even unconsciously, right? Because when we're talking about systemic racism, we're not talking about any individual actor that's so-and-so is a super meanie butt and was like, oh, I hate black people, let me be super... No, it's not that. It's the whole structure and the way it's designed and the history of it and how and how it kind of ends up like hiding itself, right? Like there's some people that would tell you, yeah, sure, racism is terrible, right? We had a whole history with slavery. We had a whole history with Jim Crow, but guess what? We solved those problems because we're America and now everything's peachy keen and everybody's equal. No, no, no. So yeah, the power dynamics, right? This is what we're dealing with, right? He broke his poor little heart. Well, I mean, like, Destiny is a Weasley little liar, right? So, systemic meanings, prejudice is a thing, yeah. But I don't understand, like, in fact, I really wonder, to what extent does Destiny really not understand this stuff? And to what extent is it in Destiny's interest to pretend that he doesn't understand this stuff because of the nature of his audience? I believe that his audience doesn't understand this stuff because he doesn't do shit to teach them. He doesn't ever give them the kind of analysis that they would need. But I kind of think Destiny does. I don't think Destiny's a dumb guy. Destiny is still stuck in his hyper-individualism mental prism. Racism and sexism don't exist as individual interpersonal actions. If it isn't systemic, then it's not an ism. Yep.
Yeah, but the problem is that like an individual doesn't perceive things as an entire class. White people have an advantage over black people.
Have you noticed the change in the meta of these Debate Bros intros? Cause I have, right? You see what they're doing with the squares and stuff? There's got to be some like psychological study, or so, there's got to have been some like sort of, hey TNT, what's up? What has Destiny done? Well, Destiny, it's more like what has wait, who did something? Twitch mods did something. They banned Hassan. They banned 2 of Hassan's mods, Hassan's stream mods on Twitch, and it was for using the word cracker. And what Destiny did was say, wait a minute, that's a slur. Why? They should be banned, right? And so, you know, anytime that Destiny can get in drama with Hassan, it's a good day for Destiny, apparently.
Yeah.
In the U.S. That's just objectively true.
Yep.
But if you're a poor white person, you don't feel that. That's not your lived experience. If you're a trailer park living like white kid, or you live like in a meth lab or some shit in the Midwest, you don't feel like you have a ton of like racial privilege. Or if you're in an area where there aren't any black people, and in a lot of rural areas there aren't. You don't have any black people. Where's your privilege? You don't feel that.
A lot of white folks, particularly guys, want to distance themselves from privilege.
When left-leaning people talk to marginalized groups, they treat them like retarded children. Missing half the brain. Like, oh, like you're
I don't even know where to start with that.
so stupid. You don't. I know. Like we're gonna be so nice to you. Like you can't control your emotions. You can't help how you interpret anything. Like everything is offensive to you. Everything's about the. But then when they look at,
I mean, there is some like what would you call it? Like infantilization. There's definitely some infantilization of POC by even like, you know, white people that call themselves allies. Yeah, right away. No, dude, there's so much wrong with what Destiny's saying that I don't even know where to start. But yeah, he's playing to an audience, and there it is.
white people are like, oh, we should be able to call you cracker, motherfucker. You should understand that these things, because you have all the class privilege and because of all the institutionalized privilege and the intersectional privilege, you should understand. It's like, well, wait, why would you expect like a white person to have like 50 million years of sociological knowledge imbued in their mind, and then treat every single like marginalized person as like a 4-year-old child that needs you to hold their hand through all of life? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, either everybody's pretty dumb, which is true, or everybody's like a academic sociologist that has like a thorough understanding of like intersectionality and how it impacts every area of your life, you know? I'm not offended by cracker, but that's because I'm rich. But what you have to realize is that when you're talking to conservatives that already feel alienated across all of mainstream society, and then you're going online and you're saying, like, yeah, we could be using racial slurs towards you, it's fine. All you're doing is alienating people. Do you understand?
Wait, what? Fizz got suspended too? What is going on? Wait, is there... Bro, what is happening right now? Is there like a crazy fucking Twitch mod or right now that just like is banning every single one of my mods right now? Deactivating their accounts?
Cracker is not a slur. 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 Sussy.
Is it? Is it not?
It's not.
It's not?
No, of course not. Cracker is...
The way you said it so loud.
Cracker is has, even in its etymology, it's something I've talked about so many times too, because it's like white boys love fucking saying like cracker is the same as the N-word, cracker is the same as the N-word, right? It's really stupid. It's not like the etymology of the word is different. Like cracker means literally whip cracker. It comes from whip.
Yeah. So that's the key there. So we are talking about like two different levels of marginalization there, right? You know, you had, you know, the plantation owner, and the plantation owner owned slaves, and the shit that they were forced to do required someone to beat them, and they would hire poor, you know, white people for that job, right? So the word came about as a description of the individual associated with physical trauma and, you know, coercive violence. And so I think that's pretty understandable. I think that's pretty defensible, right? And it doesn't really survive today as a loaded term. Like, you don't hear a lot of people saying that word in that sense. What it is it's a word that, you know, is thought to just apply to white people. And if you use dumbass Destiny logic, then you say, well, yeah, that's a, you know, negative words that apply to black people, those are slurs, right? So negative words that apply to white people, they must be slurs too. And I swear to God, it's like intentional, you know, he's being intentionally obtuse. Should be translated as class traitor. That's a good, yeah, there you go. So, yeah, it's not really being, you know, I don't know. Class reduction was literally created to infantilize white people. Literally the first you've heard of Destiny. Oh no! Oh wow, this is a great introduction. These right-leaning individuals always want police to marginalize people, want to police what marginalized people do in response to racism without even taking a second to correct their internalized racism or police their people.
Cracker. So the power still is in the hands of the white person in that situation, whereas the N-word is dehumanizing.
Demons, no purpose, flour, cornstarch, crusaders, salt shakers, expired cheese, marshmallow minions, unwhipped cream, garlic, goblins.
Why it's not the same in the video that you refused to watch and just wrote that argument against? Who are you arguing against? Who asked? Who said this? Did I say, oh my God, saltine cracker, like people are just bitter because it's saltine cracker? That's not what I said, you dumb cracker bit. What do you think about the word cracker?
The what?
The word cracker.
What do I think about the word cracker?
2 of my mods got banned for saying cracker yesterday.
That's interesting though, that Twitch bans the mods, right? Twitch bans the mods, but they won't ban the streamer because the streamer's making them money. I don't know. Acting like cracker is a slur is infantilizing whites.
In a sequence of like 3 minutes.
Oh, you can't teach history of racism because feelings may be hurt. The whole CRT. Yeah, that's what the CRT drama is, right? So CRT actually is a specific field of law. Yeah? Or I don't know, I guess you'd call it like a set of ideas within law, right? What they are calling CRT, though, when they're banning CRT in schools, is anything that acknowledges historical racism, even, you know, systemic racism, you know, anything that might teach kids about, you know, to have some sort of, you know, minimal intersectional analysis to look at the world. Like, it just all gets lumped into CRT. So unironically, these rightoids are doing cancel culture. They're being PC. This is political correctness. This is political correctness. You're not allowed to talk about this stuff because it hurts some people's feelings, right? I think it's interesting that they want cracker to be used and taken like the N-word. Yeah, I know, right? But the same people who think that wouldn't stand behind the B-word, oh, being a slur for women. Yeah, they want to use that casually. Wait, why are we looking at Hassan's crotch? What? What?
I'd rather describe people with things that aren't just broad stroke derogatory terms based off the color of their skin.
Okay.
Opinion on the C word is like.
Okay.
This is a weird video because I guess Destiny was streaming from. It looks like a car trip.
What?
5 years ago.
Oh yeah, dumb is ableist in association with people who are unable to speak, being intelligent. So much language is around diminished intelligence too. That's true, and that's one of the prejudices that are still, you know, kind of don't get criticized, don't get brought up, don't get called out, right? And you know, I think that we should eliminate these words from our language. This is going to sound super PC. I'm going to have to put on my blue hair to say this, okay? But no, not really. Like, here's the deal. Like, so to a lot of people, if I say, hey, don't say dumb, they're like, okay, you are the SJW that the right wingers warned me about, right? You know, you're you know, you're a blue hair, right? Anyway, there's nothing wrong with having blue hair, but the reason that that's not true is because they're not looking at it from the point of view of somebody who's hard at hearing, right? Because when you say dumb, that word is literally used to describe the hard at hearing community, right? So if you're that person, you have to hear this word used all the fucking time as just a general pejorative, just the go-to thing, right? And it's a pejorative also against you, and it's associating, you know, intelligence with, you know, hearing capacity, which is, you know, both ridiculous and offensive. It informs a view of disabilities and a value that we assign. Yeah, so like, I mean, I recognize that it's hard to get through speaking without falling into these patterns, okay? And I fall into these patterns too. But I also recognize that if a slight against a community is codified in language, that's like a huge structural deficit that community gets put at, right? Using SJW as an insult is the very same vibes as being against Antifa, but folks aren't ready for that convo. True. Yeah, this is why I'm glad that I don't have to carry water for these debate bros anymore, right? Because this kind of conversation would never go on if I was still, you know, like, you know, associating with Destiny and Vosh and people like that, right? Their communities would not put up with it. You always use this example, but like, I couldn't talk about feminism. Wait a minute, this is the wrong chat, huh? Okay, yeah, if I wanted to talk about feminism, you know what I have to do? I would have to title the stream "Men's Rights," right? And then I'd have to talk about how the patriarchy oppresses men, right? So anything that I want to illustrate, any way that I want to push these communities that's a good direction, it's an uphill battle. And I'm having to twist myself in logical pretzels just to do that, right? So yeah, this is why I'm glad I've got the community I do now, albeit a smaller one. I think that it's an emerging community too. Like, right? I think there's more and more people having their stomachs turned by debate bros, having their stomach turned by these, you know, the discourse being dominated by voices that not only aren't, you know, don't include marginalized voices in a lot of cases, they won't respect the lived experience of marginalized people. They won't use that to inform their viewpoint. I mean, and the origin of the word, so much ableist language is a step or two removed from direct ableism. I've never thought of it like that. Yeah, and listen, like, I'm not, so here's my deal. If you use dumb, I'm not going to judge you, but what I am going to do is try to stop using it myself. And, because I realize, like, right, these videos are going to be, who knows how long these videos will, I don't know. They might not be relevant, but they'll be on the internet, like, potentially, right? Just from a self-interested point of view, like, at some point, dumb is going to sound really chuddy, right? So even if you don't care about this stuff, there's a reason to care about this stuff.
4 years ago, making fun of white people was funny. It was a funny meme. It was a good meme. Everybody was white. Even black people on the internet were made fun of for being white because it's a funny meme. The problem is that it's not funny anymore because half the motherfuckers on Twitter unironically fucking hate white people.
Is my is the volume on Destiny loud enough? I feel like just the audio is dog shit.
So it's not fun anymore, okay? It's like when you use bad words growing up and then you find out you have an actual racist friend. It changes a lot, okay? The cracker word and everything is the exact same. It was funny, but now when you guys unironically run...
Oh, you listen to FD Signifier speak with a debate bro?
...around on Twitter, acting like you actually hate white people, it's not funny anymore. It's also, like, alienating and polarizing as fuck.
Okay, and I've got the captions, too.
You can't have this world where you're like, oh, we need to be super sensitive to every marginalized group of people, because, like, oh, like, if you're black and you see too many white characters on TV, it's going to destroy your spirit and blah, blah, blah. And then on the flip side, be like, oh, well, if you're white and people call you, like, a cracker-ass...
I don't get what Destiny is saying here, right? Because like I feel like if I pinned him down and I asked him like, is it okay that like you see less black people in popular media than you do in real life as a percentage? Is that okay? I think Destiny would say no. I don't imagine him biting the bullet on that, right? And then if I asked him, do you understand maybe the reason why that happens? Do you understand, you know, kind of the incentive there that, you know, partly created by capitalism, partly created by economic inequality across racial divisions, right? Do you understand like why this goes on? And he'd say yes. And then I'd say, so Destiny, do you understand why, you know, although it might make you cringe, the idea of representation is important? I don't know. So he'd try to wiggle out somewhere. Like he wouldn't let me actually walk him down a logic tree. That's the thing about these debate bros is they will walk you down logic trees all fucking day. But if you try to do the same to them, they're gonna, you know, they're only gonna go kicking and screaming basically. I don't think he cares. White people aren't marginalized. Blah blah blah. He's got going on a tangent. The reason why he doesn't understand what's wrong is that he is found in the blah 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 he said. These are kinds of apples and orange points too. Representation and language are facets of the conversation, but not exactly equal, especially not these examples. Yeah, well, he's trying to go for this idea that to give a fuck about this stuff is to infantilize and is to infantilize POC, that somehow his solution to these things, his ideas, his takes represent tough love that POC need, right? That's what POC need from white people is tough love. Oh my god.
Cracker loser, like the Mayo side, white genocide, LOL, pasty snow goblin. Oh, but like you should understand that none of that is actually bad because your class of citizen, you know, actually has most of the wealth in this country, even if you individually, like your expectations are unbelievably different there between two groups of people. We should probably treat most people like people. If we're gonna say that like slurs are bad, they should probably be bad across the board. You know, say
there's a fetish, there's a penchant for consistency among debate bros, and I would argue that although you know it, like I mean I get what's good about consistency, but when it becomes a fetish, when I'm probably using fetish in a way that's like, you know, kind of fucking with the kink community a little bit there. A penchant, let's just say a penchant. When there's a penchant for consistency, when it becomes an ideal, then we're not dealing with the real world, because things are consistent within boundaries. And the debate bros, they push those boundaries. They ignore those boundaries. They pretend that a situation with a power differential in it should be treated like a situation without a power differential, or should be treated like a situation with a reverse power differential, right? He means to level a playing field for white people when they are on the mountain. Yeah, exactly. That's the effect of this. That's the effect of this stuff, right? You know, he's not arguing for that, but that's what this rhetoric does. Did Destiny just say people were laughing at, well, yeah, Mayo's side, I guess, was like a meme at some point, and so yeah, and I guess what he's saying is that it was okay like years ago, but that because he's seen I don't know, like he's seen the same stuff used, I don't know, like he's acting like he thinks that black people can be racist, you know, and that black people have been more racist or something. I guess that's what it is, right? That he's like, okay, well, it was cute back then, but now it's, you know, dangerous, right? Oh my god. Are we not allowed to call people cracker anymore? Oh, the humanity.
For some rare exceptional circumstance, but like just trying to like do this mental gymnastics, like, oh well, calling white people cracker isn't actually a slur, because if you look at the etymology of the word, right? Like, this is like 2016 and explaining why calling people the F word is okay because it's just a bundle of sticks. Like, it's so stupid.
No. No, it's not like that at all.
There you go.
I don't think people are ever gonna think that way, right?
Think what way?
I don't think people really think that.
Even the playing field before it's even leveled. What does he mean to gain? He still doesn't care about black plight, and so why is he fighting against a non-existent issue? Because he's serving an audience. And, you know, if you're just looking to make money, be successful as a streamer, then that's what you do. You find an audience and you serve that audience, right? And in Destiny's case, in a lot of the Debate Bros case, the audience is built around conventional wisdom. It's built around essentially, you know, complex thought forms, which are always reduced, which are always oversimplified to the point where they lose their coherency, right? So that's what he's playing to. He's playing to the conventional wisdom, right? This makes sense to a white person who's never examined their privilege and who, you know, every time they hear about racism in school, they're a little bit like, yeah, but I'm not like that. You know what I mean? He's playing that audience. That's what he's doing. I would say it's pretty much a financial calculation. Because we have seen Destiny be a little bit all over the map about this stuff, right? And I feel like he's just, you know, he's found his lane and he's gonna ride in that.
I guess people being racist to white people is like a thing.
It is a thing, and it's happening more and more and more. And
my cousin's friend keeps saying I'm racist for pointing out. Oh my god, yeah, a lot of conservatives and a lot of centrists will say that just, you know, acknowledgement of racial dynamics, especially power dynamics, is racism, and that the true enlightened viewpoint is to be colorblind, right? And oh my god, no, that's what colorblindness is. It represents a desire to you know, just basically end any progress.
I feel like I was right about the wrong things and wrong about the right things. Like, I think that the Twitter shit and that discourse, I think it's way more relevant than it was. I think for the longest of times we kept saying, like, it's just Twitter, it's just Twitter. It's not. I think that these problems are becoming more and more pervasive. If they haven't already been more pervasive in America.
Dude, that's a big problem. Yeah, white people have it really tough, Destiny. You're right. It's a real issue. Yeah.
American society. You guys see from polling data that Hispanic people are about as likely to go right as they are left now? That's pretty big. That's a pretty big
It's because they hate SJWs, right?
deal. Probably time to stop alienating
Why does he care so much about Twitter? I don't know. I guess he lives on Twitter.
viewers or alienating voters for no
True, a true enlightenment is knowing racism ended in 2008.
fucking reason. Like by embracing anti-white language and calling white people like crackers and shit. Probably time to drop that cringe shit at the ground. The only reason why people do it is because they don't actually care about potential voters. Because if you're a socialist, you're rich and white anyway. So at the end of the day, none of the voting should actually matter.
You know, I could see how cracker could be a problem if it was used in a certain way. Like, if it was specifically used to put down like lower class white people, right? If that was the goal of it, right? And it's not. It's just, you know, a word for it. It just means white people, right? And there's not like a institutional power behind it. There's definitely not a power differential like driving it as a you know, as a stochastic tool, right? It's just it. Oh, I've got ads. Nice. We'll see how long that lasts.
Matters to you because mommy and daddy's money is going to keep you safe no matter what. But like for the people that actually care, you should bully the fuck out.
The thing is, I talk about some pretty controversial stuff, and it seems like the more, you know, not controversial, but you know what I mean? There's certain things that the ads don't like, you know, and sometimes talking about racism is one of those things, right? It doesn't really recognize the difference between being racist and discussing racism that exists.
Your friends that sit here trying to make excuses for why you can be racist towards white people. Because it's not actually racist. Like, it's so stupid.
What do you think they think? Like, what's their mindset? Why do they believe that that's...
Is Destiny Minnesota Mike? Maybe.
It's an incredibly the justification is academic, but the actual reasoning is juvenile. So the
Destiny, who's juvenile?
academic reason is,
Who's juvenile?
if I call a black person an N-word, the way that our classes intersect in society is a bit different. White people as a class don't really have problems that are related to being white, right? If you're in the United States and you're white, you're not getting fucked
Yeah, also hates LGBTQIA plus stuff.
because you're white. That doesn't generally happen. Now, not to the same extent that it used to.
He's a
There are
mind
still
reader now.
arguably places where race is at play if you're black in a negative way, where being black can be like a disadvantage. So, in one sense, you can say that, like, as a class, a black person can't really exercise any kind of institution.
What? 3 ads back to back? I'm sorry.
Systemic racism against a white person, right? Now, if you're dumb, you can misapply this class-based argument to say, like, well, black people can't be racist because as a class they don't blah 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 blah. That's like the academic rationale behind saying that, like, oh, well, we can use like racism against white people because it's not really racism. But the
No, it's talking about like regarding, you know, like I guess you could say prejudice or bias that doesn't have a, you know, structural power, institutional power behind it as different from one that does.
the actual rationale is just a juvenile. Everybody really wants to be racist and they want to bully people, but they can't bully black people or other marginalized groups because it looks bad. But now they found like some words, like Cubans are okay to like call racial slurs, or like white people are okay to call
Wait, why did
racial
they
slurs.
think that?
Because they're conservative. They don't align.
Is Destiny a class reductionist? I mean, he's not really a leftist, right? He's actually, so I mean, he's always called himself an omni-liberal is one word that he uses. He's also, you know, kind of flexed neoliberal. And at various times he's called himself a SOCDEM, right? So, you know, it's hard to tell what, you know, what really is he. But he's moving to the right, let's just say. So what he's done, I guess, is seen that there's the left tube audience, right? And maybe he's given up on that. Maybe he's like, that's with Hassan, that's with Vosh, that's with other people. And now he's trying to actively cultivate an audience that's a little bit more right-wing. And honestly, I don't think he cares. I mean, that much, right? I don't really think, I think it's just like, I really do think it's almost like a financial or a, you know, let's not even say financial. Let's say that Destiny's okay financially, right? And he's not worried about that. And it's an ego thing, right? It's a numbers thing. It's, you know, a way for him to try to grow his community by, you know, kind of serving that, that fragile, salty, audience of crackers.
With their ideology as much.
Okay.
So it's like an in-group, out-group thing. So, like, white people are easy to, like...
What did trash ever do to you?
Like racial slurs for it. It's like, well, it's not
Oh,
racist,
yeah,
it's
Avenue Q.
documentaries. But they don't actually give a fuck about that, right? It's just more like people just want to bully people. You're just gonna let that guy pass you? Dude, I'm broke. I'm doing 85, okay? I'm good. I think this is 15 over anymore, and if you get pulled over, I think it's willful reckless driving. If you go 16 miles an hour or over, or at least it was in Nebraska. I don't know about Florida.
I had a friend that was
I don't think people want to be bad to each other at a base level. Power and privilege and their effects cause it.
like extremely left-leaning.
Yeah, how long till he gets called a right-winger? That's a good question, yeah. I mean, he's buddied up to Lauren Southern, so...
She would say a lot like, you can't be racist towards white people and you can't be sexist towards men.
Yeah. It's stupid.
Because they're like privileged, I guess.
Yeah.
What is the word for it? What would
Privileged.
you...
But the problem is an
Yeah.
individual doesn't interpret that. They don't have, like, an individual doesn't perceive things as an entire class. And that messaging is so
What do you mean by
brain-dead.
that exactly?
Like, white people
The Alex Jones effect, you start believing things that you make up and say.
have an advantage over black people
Yeah.
in the US.
Mhm.
That's just objectively true.
Yep.
But if you're a poor, fucked white person, you don't fucking feel that. That's not your lived experience, right?
Yep.
Like, if you're a trailer park living, like, white kid, or you live, like, in
And that's why we need intersectionality to be able to understand multiple axes of oppression. That's literally why it exists, right?
a fucking meth lab or some shit in the Midwest, you don't
And I know that, like, yeah, like, so he said earlier that, like, nobody can understand intersectionality. I admit that there's a lot of moving parts, you know, when you talk about, like, different axes of oppression, different ways that marginalization sort of shows up. But I feel like the reason that intersectionality doesn't get across to people is that, you know, you've got all the, okay, so it's like this. Let's say this, okay? Let's say that I am Irene Geller, and I'm over here, and I'm cooking food for some kids. And I'm cooking mac and cheese because I know they like to eat mac and cheese. But I'm trying to put in a little bit of broccoli because I know these kids got to have some vegetables. And they're not going to eat the broccoli unless I put it in the mac and cheese, right? And I put it in the mac and cheese, and they're like, I don't like the broccoli. I'm like, no, tough luck. You're going to eat the broccoli, okay? And then Destiny's over here like, oh, you don't need the broccoli. Let me just give you donuts or something. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, this is easier shit to deal with if you if you have that white fragility, right? And because the donuts are right next to, I'm trying to give the kids mac and cheese and Destiny's giving them donuts, guess what they're going to eat? They're going to eat donuts. They're going to eat donuts. And they're going to get scurvy. They're going to get scurvy thanks to you, Destiny.
Feel like you have a fucking ton of like racial privilege. Or if you're in an area where there aren't any black people, and in a lot of rural areas, you don't have any black people. Where's your privilege? You don't feel that privilege. So when you, and
then there's the radical broccoli exclusionists.
It's because like, when left-leaning people talk to marginalized groups, they treat them like retarded children, missing half the brain. They're like, oh, like you're so stupid. You don't. I know.
I mean, there is some level of, like I said before, there is some level of like infantilization of marginalized people, even among supposed allies. But what Destiny's doing is he's using that as an excuse to ignore these concepts.
Like, we're gonna be so nice to you, like you can't control your emotions, you can't help how you interpret anything, like everything is offensive to you, everything's blah blah blah. But then when they look at white people, like, oh, we should be able to call you cracker ass, cracker motherfucker. You should understand that these things because you have all the class privilege and because of all the institutionalized privilege and the intersectional privilege. You should understand. It's like, well, why would you expect like a white person to have like 50 million years of sociological knowledge imbued in their fucking mind, and then treat every single like marginalized person as like a 4-year-old child that needs you to hold their hand through all of life? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, either everybody's pretty dumb, which is true, or everybody's like a fucking academic sociologist that has like a thorough understanding of like intersectionality and how it impacts every area of your life, you know? It's like, it's crazy. It's just so stupid. It doesn't make any sense. But all of these people, they never, because they found ways, they have like mechanisms that they can use to always protect themselves and keep themselves safe. So like, you have this like concept of like the debate bro, right? Like, debating or arguing with anybody is cringe and stupid. And so they can always use this excuse to never have to confront an opposing view. Like, the most opposing view most people confront is like laughing at a screenshot on Twitter that probably doesn't even accurately represent what the other person thinks. Or like Hassan, like getting stun locked and shouting at one stupid chatter for like 10 minutes and then feel like, oh, see, look, I do talk to the opposition. Like, that's it. So they just live in their echo chambers and they get more and more extreme and radicalized, and yeah, it's just insane.
Wait, so that word...
Oh, hell yeah, you're gonna get me to 100K? Oh my god, that'd be fun.
It's like the N-word for white people.
That would make some debate bros very, very nervous, Umar.
It's not that bad, obviously, because it's that. But it's just like a way to like say like, fuck you, you're white, you're a cracker. It's just like that. That's it.
So any white person is that?
Yeah, you can just call somebody a cracker.
Next chatter is white.
True. Nice. Don't believe it.
Hey, so just so you know, I added a mod to a couple of you, and you know, if you don't want to do that, let me know and I can take it off. But what I want people to do is, if somebody posts something just weird and random, like right in chat that is like something dot something, just go ahead and remove it. And if they post it again, then you can hide user from channel.
Anything anybody tells you online. Is that idea that like they're called cracker because white slaves cracked
Just because I don't know what the fuck that is.
the whip? Is that actually true? Or is that like some ad hoc bullshit? Or some post hoc bullshit that like people have made up because it sounds good? Does anybody actually know?
I like this guy. Destiny's anti-vaccine now apparently too. He falls further right every day. Someone in my chat said that. I don't know if it's true or if that person actually believes it.
Only partially their other origins? Yeah, because I heard some weird origin where like, I think like lower class British people would call somebody like in the northern parts of like England like crackers or something. I don't know. I've also heard, I think I just used it as an example, but I've also heard that bundle of sticks thing for the origin of the F slur, that's also not true either. I don't know if that's true or not, so I try
Watch
to-
out now, yeah.
I just used it, but-
Do moderators get
So
free
wait, what did the
meals?
song say? What was the...
You can call white people cracker because it doesn't matter because you can't be racist to white people.
Okay. But that's like what every lefty kind of says,
Yeah,
right?
but it's a brain that takes.
Because they're privileged or whatever. How do you explain that
This is a problem. Like, I don't know. When I make mods, then I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I don't want to pass anybody over.
You say, like, individual-
But like I said, if anybody doesn't want it, let me know. You don't have to do it. Like, if if it's,
don't like being called names based on their race. You can't like do this weird, or if you want to do some weird mental gymnastics, it's okay. You have to understand that like 98% of civilization is not going to like follow you. What is happening?
Okay, what is this meme? Oh yeah, that's another justification that Destiny uses. Is like he says that since most people are ignorant, therefore, trying to move past that ignorance is useless. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of racism and a conflation of racism with prejudice or bias, right? It's not the same thing. Racism is prejudice plus power. And there's different kinds of power too, right? So show Roach's what? What is this? Okay, this meme is kind of...
What the... Do you guys see that?
Oh my god, do you see this shit? This is fucked up. So yeah, that's what he's doing. He's tying this to... Like, so you don't want to say FBLM, right, Destiny? So you just post a meme that basically says FBLM, right? Nice one, dude. Nice one.
It's kind of weird. Do you think something is on fire? Did it just happen? You guys see that? Or is it too bad quality? It looks like something is on fire. It's like a...
Destiny doesn't just have bad takes, he was born with them, grew up with them. He was shaped by them. You merely adopted the bad takes.
Is there any cops here or anything?
Yep. Rip.
Oh, there are.
We'll care about I don't.
Okay, so no, Blueberry Member, they can be prejudice, right?
Whoa.
Yikes. Be careful filming.
But I mean, there are laws on the book against discrimination, right? And those laws aren't informed by any type of understanding of intersectionality. So in your example where the landlord is black, and this is something that's just guaranteed to trigger like quiet fragility, right? If you ever put a black person in a position of leadership, if you ever put a trans person in a position of leadership, right? You get a reaction, right? You get a reaction. You get a fear that they're going to be, super unfair. Like basically that they're, all the bad shit that we did to them historically. Well, what if they use this power to do it back to us, right? And it's not even. It's like, okay, so does the landlord not have power over the tenant? Can black people be? I've never been to Uganda. Yeah, Hassan wasn't the one that did the ban. The ban. It was Twitch mods that banned his mods. Yeah, so like they have the power, but if they discriminate in housing, which is what you're talking about, right? You're presenting the idea that like, black landlord. Okay, first problem is they're gonna discriminate, right? I don't know.
If there's like a dead fucking body or
there's
some
no
shit,
dead
you're gonna be there's like a guy melting in the fucking cab.
Yeah, systemic doesn't mean like one person, right? Even one person with power, right? It's systems, it's institutions, right? That black landlord exists within a white power structure. And like I would actually think that like in terms of the enforcement of landlord tenant of tenant rights, which doesn't really get done in any, like, you know what I mean? It's not a big deal. I would say that the black landlord's probably going to get called on that more than the white landlord is.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
Welcome to Florida.
I'm surprised that they haven't like closed off the road. What if there's like an explosion or something?
I wonder if it's harder to close off these roads because we're on a turnpike.
Yeah.
Technically, this is a private road. I don't know how that works. If the government has like the authority to like shut the road down or whatever.
Is this every single lefty on Twitch that actually believes that?
Yep.
These damn lefties on Twitch, I tell you.
There's no
The online left.
one that you know that's a lefty that would call himself that does not believe that.
No, lefties are literally brain dead dipshits. There's a reason why 2 years ago when
There's a reason why I hang out with Lauren Southern.
I started fighting with them, I told them to leave my fucking fan base. Because you're
Yeah.
actually a fucking moron.
Because I found out I'd make more money that way by serving the ignorant, fragile white people, right? Then
Like, you're the exact same as like a libertarian or a fucking Nazi. Or...
see, these people are looking for people to reinforce their ignorance, my dude. So that's what I do. That's my role. I just sit there and I mean, I understand intersectionality. I understand this stuff. I could explain it if you asked me to, but I'm not making any money that way, my dude. So what I do instead is just reinforce all their ignorance, right? And they love me for it, right? I'm like the good babysitter. No comment chicks trying to feed them broccoli while I'm giving them donuts. Ha ha ha.
Whatever, in terms of like fantastically
Owned.
stupid fucking beliefs.
But it's like the opposite.
Yeah. Well, sometimes.
Huh?
Sometimes it's the
What do you
opposite.
mean?
Sometimes it's exactly the same. Just depends on how fucking
Oh
stupid
my
you are.
god.
Like the Cubans.
This is the
That's
problem
Like
with
that
making
history
mods.
account
Then
today
I
that was
see
like,
other people that I'm just
the
like, oh wait, you
Soviet
should.
Union actually was never
have mod too.
imperialistic. They didn't invade anybody ever. That was land that was already there. It's like, okay, chief. I didn't know that's what lefties meant when they said read history.
I feel like that's American lefties.
Crap, maybe.
I don't know. I feel like the
Is
people
that
I
Melina in there?
know in,
Talking to
that I
him?
know from home that call themselves lefties are not really big fans of the Soviets. So
Also, to be clear, when I say lefty, I mean socialist communist. That's like
Yeah.
the common vernacular now. In outside of like
And also it just seems like a weird thing to worry about, right? So, like I said before that there are anti-discrimination laws on the books. That's true, okay? We all know there's still ways to discriminate, right? In fact, in order to prove discrimination, you've got to really jump through some hoops. So realistically speaking, there's probably still discrimination, right? And, you know, it'd be discrimination by the landlord, assuming, you know, the landlord's the one in charge, right? And doesn't have like a boss that they're, you know what I mean? Like a landlord who owns the building. Yeah. Like, you know, that's where the discrimination goes on. So is it possible that a landlord could be black and could, you know, preference like black tenants over white tenants? Yeah, that's possible. But you know what you got on the other side? Like 1,000 times as many white landlords doing the opposite thing, right? So even with your, like, you know, kind of edge case, right? Even with your, but what if it, you have a black landlord too, you know, like that's, you know, like, right? You know, then, you know, you're kind of worried about the wrong thing, right? I mean, yeah, I don't want anybody to get discriminated against for their housing, right? But like the overall trajectory is not cutting against white people here, and if you don't recognize that, then you're not engaging in reality.
internet discourse, lefty still means like liberal or like Democrat.
She was so. Oh wait,
Oh my
what?
god, dude, are you actually
what's
serious?
happening?
He's going like 55.
Why?
Mate, you're in the wrong lane. Thank you.
Hassan currently molding an LSF thread. Wait, what is the LSF thread? About him saying the word?
It's gonna be about him like trying to like get his like fucking frat boy brain to justify why it's okay to be like racist towards white people for the next like 2 hours.
Oh, is that actually, like, people are mad at that?
Yes, because like there
I didn't
is
know that.
a little bit of a pendulum swing. It's taking a while, but it's happening. For a while, like there is like a huge like accelerant. Like a lot of lefties were getting mega popular online, and then it started dying off. Like
What is up
like
with
a
the
year ago?
white
Like,
getting
I pointed out, like that bread tube stuff
eliminated? It should just be green.
Other large creators like ContraPoints are also realizing like, okay, hold on, you guys are actually fucking insane. A lot of the left-leaning people are.
Wait, what about the future when things are more equal? You know what? They're not going to be. they're not going to be because of shit takes like this. Like this shit, like you want a future where things are more equal, then push back against Destiny. Because the effect of his advocacy, the effect of his rhetoric is slowing that down. Yeah? It's making people, you know, good people like you worry about the wrong shit.
A lot of left-leaning people are like eating themselves alive. Like,
And that's a hypothetical too, my dude. That's actually, I shouldn't say I'm getting into the debate, bro. That's catching into me. Like, some people don't like being called dude, so let's not use my dude. I'm sorry. That it's a hypothetical, right? And whenever you're presenting a hypothetical as like a real reason for concern, and you're like, well, can you show me an example? And you're like, I don't know. I mean, like, it could happen, right? That's how moral panics start, right? You know, and then there's like all this like weird action against like black landlords, like, you know, somehow the, like, you know, people start to get concerned and people start to, you know, I don't know, do something on Twitter or something like that, right? And it's like, wait, why is this? I mean, yeah, like, you know, maybe Twitter could be a way to push back on landlords, right? But like, why is it black landlords that are getting pushed back on, right? It's
cancel and destroy their own constantly.
So people are actually they don't really like the idea.
But, and no, I'm not saying more black landlords. I'm saying, like, you know, less landlords overall. But unless you got a plan to get housing for all, which I would love you to share. You know, if you got that plan, like bust it out, because we need that shit, right? Housing for all, no more landlords. Let's get behind that. Let's do that, right? But right now, you know, when we got positions of power and somebody's going to fill them, like, worrying about the fact that a black person might fill that position and discriminate it seems like there could be bigger concerns, right? And I'm not hating on anybody, right? It's you know, I've definitely exemplified, you know, some white fragility myself, right? I'm not somebody that's perfect. Yeah. Wait. Yes, that is it crazy? Listen. Wait, defeat racism? Oh my God. That's what's crazy about it. Is it's an absolute statement. Right? Like, is it worth striving for? Hell yeah. But, like, you know, you're talking, you said defeat racism. Now, you didn't say defeat all racism, but, like, you know, you didn't qualify that in any way. Like, a defeat of racism sounds like a total defeat, right? So there's no more racism left. And then your concern is, I mean, it sounds to me like the Vosh debate, right? Where there's a concern that, like, you know, okay, well, if like, let's say that the colonized were to get power, and now, so instead of the colonizer having the power, now the colonized have the power. What if they were just as evil to the colonizer as the colonizer had been to them? Oh, we gotta stop that. That's a big concern. That's something to base our, you know, to base our rhetoric on, right?
Well, a lot of normal people that, like, are seeing more and more radicalized shit of what's going on online are like, yeah, this is...
Does racism get defeated? I don't know. It's kind of up to us, right? How much solidarity you got? Can you get past? Can white people get past our fragility? Yeah. Are we going to defeat racism? I mean, not with this shit, not with this garbage, not with, like, you know, not with, like, 3 steps forward and 4 steps back.
And then also Hassan is kind of on a low swing because of all the house shit is, so people have, like, a negative opinion of him.
Oh, that's true. I'm surprised that he doesn't have more negative stuff going on, because there's a lot of things that he said and done. I don't know. I'm curious. I'm curious how he has such a big fan base. But Hassan is white.
Well, anyway.
And here's what bugs me, okay? Listen, there's people, okay, so let me put it this way, Blueberry Moore, because I like you. There's people right now, mostly right-wingers, probably some centrists too, that'll tell you that racism isn't a problem. That actually maybe reverse racism is more of a problem, right? You'd agree with me, right, that they're wrong. I mean, I'm assuming, right? Like you agree that like, you know, you're not saying that reverse racism is right now a bigger problem, you know, quote unquote reverse racism is a bigger problem than racism, right? So so if you've got a situation in which we're nowhere near, you know, equality, we're nowhere near eliminating racism, and you've got a large portion of the population that thinks that we are, right? How are we going to make progress? How are we going to make progress where every step towards equality is regarded as an attack on white people? Right? It's just racist white people projecting from being called out.
Yeah, dude, Hassan, yeah, fuck, I'm so much more aggressive now. I'm so glad I got over this, being called obsessed and shit. The idea that you think you should be able to insulate yourself and give political commentary and just call everybody that talks about your dog shit takes obsessed.
Wait, you can't even talk about ending... Wait, you can't... Wait, who's trying to... Wait, we can't even talk about racism, or we can't even talk about ending racism? Like, because what you're trying to do is kind of put us in a hypothetical where it's already done. And, like, oh my god, dude. Look, if I put myself in a hypothetical where I'm already a big streamer, am I ever going to become a big streamer? You know, if I start thinking of, like, you know, but if I was a big streamer, I wouldn't need to show up to stream on time, so maybe I can just make y'all wait for 30 minutes. How about that? Does that sound good? If I'm 30 minutes late, an hour late to every stream, you know? I mean, if I was a big streamer, y'all wouldn't care, right? So, you know, let's just be aspirational here, right? I don't know.
It's actually such a stupid fucking meme. And I notice more and more people pushing back on it now too, so I'm going to continue to, like, carry that.
But what did you think we weren't allowed to talk about, or, like, that we're not allowed to talk about?
Message forward. Hassan should be banned from LSF. I don't think his stuff should be posted there. Or...
What?
If you want to stay there, you should not be allowed to open threads and read them with 30,000 viewers. It's so irritating.
You knew that success would go to my head. Yeah, that's right. I'll become a complete prima donna. I'll become even more of a himidare than I already am. And Chad, I'm already a little bit of... I don't know if you noticed, I'm already a little bit of a prima donna.
That this, like, giant, like, white, fragile crybaby.
Some people think that all streamers are a little bit egotistical, and they may be right.
Is, like, constantly saying, like, DGG brigades everything when he's literally watching threads with 30,000 viewers going through every single fucking comment. It's actually insane. That is brigading. Like, that is by definition brigading. I could be wrong, but I want to say that, like, 6 or 7 years ago, I remember, somebody tell me if I'm wrong on this, I think Slasher might have gotten his Reddit account permabanned because he would tweet out Reddit threads. Does anybody remember this? Or was it something, or did he do something different? I feel like at one point in time there was a big issue with famous esports.
Oh, there needs to be a non-toxic version of Man Up for people showing white fragility, not spouting the stuff that Destiny's spouting. Hassan doesn't even talk about Destiny anymore. Yeah, but that is a very... that's very rare. Most people do not become big streamers. Well, I mean, definitely not with that attitude, right? But the world has become less racist over time. Yeah, and how did it get that way? Did it get that way with complacency? Did it get that way through white fragility? Or did it get that way because, you know, some people put their shit on the line, you know, to, you know what I mean? Like, to make it happen. And, you know, would you say that okay, so we're talking about the progress towards a less racist society, right? Would you say that it's continued on a, on like a even, like, you know what I mean, is the progress now that we're seeing the same as the progress that we were seeing in the 60s, or what might that be a greater scale and then we kind of like leveled off, right? This leveling off, I think it's caused by backlash, and I feel like this kind of viewpoint is enabling that backlash. That's what I mean by, and I said 3 steps forwards, 4 steps back. Maybe it's, you know, maybe it's 10 steps forward, 9 steps back, right? But it's still like we're getting there more slowly than we would if it was 9 steps forward or 10 steps forwards and no steps back, right? But I get that that's unrealistic, that the nature of people, especially people with privilege, is to defend that privilege, even if they have to kind of commandeer the idea of fairness and equality to do that, and obfuscate the true material conditions and the true power differential of the time, or you know, kind of live in their head with hypotheticals of a perfect you know, society in terms of racism, at least, right? Like I don't know if we get there. What I've noticed, right, is that like you do make progress, but along with that progress, what you have is the sweeping of the racism. And so back in the day, you know, you had Jim Crow, right? So you could point to that. You could say Jim Crow, fucking terrible policy, made life hell. Like black, you know, people who are trying to find a hotel room, they're in a strange city, they can't get in a hotel room because they're literally like not allowed to like stay there, right? You know, there's some really bad shit that goes on under Jim Crow. You know, like you could point to like the number of lynchings and see there was a lot more back then. There's a lot less right now, right? And you know, that is good, right? But what happens a lot of times is that the racism, the discrimination gets kind of swept under the rug. It gets put in a place that you can't see it. And I would posit that systemic racism, institutional racism, is just that kind of effect. And that there's a sense in which the entire system has a resistance towards that progress, right? If it didn't, we'd just be like, hey, this isn't fair. Let's make it fair. Boom. No more racism. And that you know that that's not going to happen, right? Can Hassan experience racism? Good point. Hassan has talked a lot about his the fact that he has some degree of white passing privilege depending on where he is. You know, he can be considered white, and you know, he's acknowledged that. I mean, oh god, I don't even want to compare. You know, I'm almost tempted to compare my trans experience to that, right? But I feel like it's different enough that we're going to run into trouble doing that. So I'm going to avoid that, right? It's a different kind of discrimination, and there's a tendency to conflate the two, and they're not the same. They don't hit the same, they don't act the same. And, you know, obviously, if you really want to know the difference between those two kinds of discrimination, ask a black trans woman. You know? He calls himself white. I haven't heard him do that, but...
tweeting out Reddit.
Oh, and also there's another thing. So whiteness is a social construction on top of social constructions, right? So race itself is an arbitrary and artificial line of demarcation between two groups of people based on, you know, I don't know, like I mean, it can be based on a lot of things, right? And then whiteness is like on top of that. We're going to take a bunch of what we call races, which, like I said, are social constructions. We're going to take a bunch of these social constructions and we're going to put them into this basket and say, these social constructions, they're okay, right? And then we're going to take the other basket and say, these are not okay. Why are these not okay? Because they're not this. This is white. This is good. This is okay, right? And anything that doesn't fall into that whiteness, not so okay, right? And over time it's been different, right? We'd have different groups that are you know, we had Irish and Italians over here in the not okay, right? And due to social dynamics and the quote unquote melting pot or whatever, right? Now those two groups are considered white. If you go to Europe, different groups of people will be considered non-white than you have in the United States. So you can see that it's like it's a social construction, and it's I want to say it's arbitrary, but it's not entirely arbitrary, because this whiteness serves a function in empowering the entire chat. Do we understand what a chirarchy is? Do we know the word chirarchy? Is this a commonly understood term? So we got the patriarchy, right? And you know, that's the establishment. That's the, you know, kind of it's not literally a smoke-filled room of men being like, haha, let's keep women down while they're smoking cigars, right? But it is, you know, a conception of that which keeps like male privilege in place, right? So we got the patriarchy, right? And you know, then you got, you know, the same thing, you know, sort of going on with race, right? And the chirarchy is the aggregation of all that stuff. The chirarchy is like, you know, the patriarchy, plus, you know, the white cis hetero patriarchy. And I don't mean to say that, like, you know, there's a secret room of incredibly privileged people, you know, like meeting it, you know, and this is not conspiratorial at all. Like, I'm talking about real world dynamics, and I'm not talking about people, individual actors' intentions. I'm talking about the overall, like, system, the overall arch of these dynamics, right? So I would say that what racism does, what white identity, the artificial construction of white identity does, is it helps to empower and keep established the hierarchy, right? And you know, as much as we want to see our struggles as individual, and as much as it's useful to be able to disambiguate that and to understand, you know, that there's racism and there's transphobia, but racism isn't the same as transphobia, right? It hits different, right? The hierarchy is what we're up against at the end of the day. And that's not easy, because we don't just have, like, okay, we just got to pull out this one string, right? And then we'll be good. It's twisted. It's woven together. It's all these axes of privilege, like, woven together into this incredibly strong net. And, you know, whiteness exists. Whiteness is constructed to keep that net in power, right?
Threads, and I think the Reddit admin said that if you keep doing shit like that, we're going to blacklist your site from all of Reddit. The admins, not mods, the admins. We're gonna blacklist your whole site, and your account would get banned for brigading. Like, reading through Twitter or reading through Reddit threads on stream with like 30,000 fucking viewers is actually brigading, and to be doing that while, like, it's the biggest cry bully shit in the world.
That's a weird thing, because I don't think that Destiny would call me brigading. If we went on Reddit right now and I started reading through threads and I'm looking at names on Reddit and stuff like that, you know, or even Twitter, right? Can I not look at Twitter? Yeah, I don't think that he thinks that. Oh my god, I almost want to use this debate bro argument against him and just totally ignore the power differential. I think what he'd say is, like, at a certain level of size, then it becomes, you know, targeted harassment. It becomes brigading. Oh my god, brigading. Oh my god, I'm not even sure I understand exactly what brigading is.
Like, he'll go through and he'll look at, like, every comment and, like, cry that they're too mean or unfair or whatever, and then his fans will all go, like, downvote and upvote shit based on what Daddy has.
Okay, so brigading meaning using one platform to affect another platform, right? So if I go on Twitter and I say, listen, you all, I had this banger tweet this morning and nobody liked it and nobody retweeted, and I'm so mad, and I'm just gonna sit here like this until I get 50 retweets and 100 likes, okay? And I pull a Haas, right? Yeah, I guess that's what we're defining as brigading, I guess. Destiny gets, I always think of it in terms of as a streamer, because I've been, you know, brigaded, when, like, another streamer comes into my chat with their community and just, you know, basically, you know, it disrupts the stream, disrupts the chat, disrupts the community. I don't know. That's how I've experienced it, but I guess that's a different kind. Just blackpilled on the term racism, just would start using prejudice. Yeah, but then how do you disambiguate, like, racism, or how do you disambiguate racism that's prejudice that's institutionalized from prejudice that's not, right? Because you'd admit that, like, let's say that I, oh my god, let's say that I got multiple axes of oppression. I'm not even gonna say what they are, okay? And I've been fucked with all my life. You know, I'm at that intersection, you know, and you come to my door and I tell you, fuck off, cishet, you know, assuming a lot of you aren't cishet, right? You know, but, like, you know, like I shit on you based on your identity, right? Well, you don't have to come up to my door. You know, if I'm hard to deal with, you don't have to deal with me, right? On the other hand, if I'm that person at the intersection of oppression, I gotta deal with your ass every day, everywhere I look. It's almost impossible, right? Can you imagine a gay, black, trans? Oh my god, I don't want to do this whole thing, but, like, you know what I mean? Can you imagine, like, somebody with like you know, multiple, like just an absurd amount of axes of oppression, right? Can you imagine that person being like, I only want to hang out with other, you know, POC, gay, trans, like, right? That it's, you can't. You can't. Whereas if you're a white person, hey, listen, if you're a white person and you only want to deal with white people, let me tell you about a place you can go. And it's just one of the many places that you can go. Oh God, the Garfield thing. It's not Garfield, okay?
I imagine when they created this menu item, it's for like a man who's about to go work on the farm all day and not a girl who's about to eat 50 menu items. We're at Cracker Barrel.
Here we go. Here we
Look how
are.
many rocking chairs there are. And I'm about to do something a little crazy.
Welcome to the Cracker Barrel,
50
folks.
dishes for their 50th anniversary. And we're gonna do it by the decade.
Now, before anybody says that I'm shitting on white Southerners, I was born a white Southerner. Yeah, I've been to more than a few Cracker Barrels. I don't know. I didn't get the accent for some reason though. Lucky. I don't know. But yeah, like, right, there's a ton of places, and you know, are black people not allowed to go in the Cracker Barrel? No, that's not true, right? There's so many places that you can go that are like, that primarily serve like a white audience, right? There's so many places that you can go, like there's so many bars that you can go to that aren't for queer people, that are, you know, just kind of like, you know, if, like, let's say that I want to go to a bar, but I don't want to get hit on by guys, right? I gotta find a niche bar. I gotta find a gay bar for that. And even then I might still, you know, get hit on, right? Wait, I'm trying to find this, there's like a series of videos that have been made. Oh no, Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh was to defend the Cracker Barrel. Okay,
Let's go.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. That's
Young fly on the track.
oh my God. Okay, that's I guess that's the meme. Jesus Christ. I mean, I'd seen these videos, these TikToks before, but like, listen, and here's the irony. Like, wait, what is the Cracker Barrel serve again, right? Secrets the Cracker Barrel doesn't want you to know. What are they serving? What do we got here?
When they created this menu item, it's for like 20 side-up eggs, not just one or two.
Let me find some southern
Turkey, bacon.
southern
I feel like
cuisine.
meatloaf
There we
is
go.
Such a bad rep. And
Do you see the greens? So this is southern cuisine, right? Greens. We got greens here. These I can't tell if these are collard greens or turnip greens or what, right? But they're greens. We got greens, right? Wait, so this is southern cuisine. So by southern, do we mean like yeah, sorry about that. But I mean, like, seriously, that is not unreal. Like, I grew up at this restaurant that serves, like, right, and I said before that this is southern food. I lied. It's black food. Southern cuisine is the food that slaves would cook for plantation owners. You know, like these things, these you know, these foods, they come from black people, right? And it's considered southern cuisine and southern red white, you know, like, right? Meatloaf, mac and cheese, and biscuits. Soul food, yeah. Well, you know, like, but like, I mean, it's soul food in a black context, right? But like, white people in the South think this is their food, and the reason that this was our food was because, you know, we stole it. I was actually thinking about this. Like, I can't think of a more definitive version of appropriation than importing people from another place, forcing them to work in your kitchen, and forcing them to make your food. Right? Some Southern food is white people food. I mean, I haven't found a lot of examples, right? You know, like, I mean, it is eaten by white people, right? My grandmother cooked this stuff, right? You know, but like, it's not, it didn't originate, like okra, my grandmother would cook okra all the time. I'm pretty sure that that is literally a crop that grew in Africa that got brought over and, you know, right? It got adopted into, I could be wrong about this, right? I'm pretty sure though, right? Like Southern cuisine, like what the stuff that the Cracker Barrel serves, right? It's literally like, it's literally stolen cuisine. So yeah, it's, wait, canned food is Southern food? What do you mean? Oh, wait, maybe there was another conversation going on that I missed. Mustard greens. Yeah, there's a little spicy. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, you know, there, the Cracker Barrel is a place that serves so that's the kind of thing I want you to take out, mods. When you see like meaningless weird shit, like I don't know what it is, let's not find out. Okay, like take that shit out, right? I just removed that. So but yeah, like okay, so you know, it's a place that serves cuisine that was largely that largely came to this country, that largely came to the South through black people, right? And it primarily serves it to white people. And if a black person walks into the Cracker Barrel, which you can do, right? There's no law against, you know, just against a black person walking into the Cracker Barrel. But if you're black and you walk into the Cracker Barrel, you're going to get looked at. You're going to get looked at strange, right? Because that's just kind of like a place that, like, you know, mostly serves, like, you know, white Southern people. Hassan and Destiny walk into a Cracker Barrel. Doesn't it sound like a joke? They, oh my god, until it closes. Yeah. But I mean, like, listen, I wasn't trying to show you, you know, the N-word, but I also don't want to, like, tone police the people making those videos. Not yet, Razor. I don't want to tone police the videos just because, like, you know, there's some trauma there, right? And that's what I'm talking about, is that, like, you know, it's a lot easier as a white person to find, you know, spaces that are, you know, maybe not exclusive, but just dominated by other white people than it is to be a black person and find, you know, like black spaces, right? So that's what we're talking about. Like, when I was, the point I'm trying to make is that, like, you could have a marginalized person who, like, is going to be mean to you on the basis of your identity, right? Is going to judge you based on your privilege. You could have that. That could exist. That probably does exist, right? But you can avoid that person. And you will avoid that person if you're like most privileged people. You will fucking avoid that person. But if I'm that person, I can't avoid you. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Pig feet, pigtails, oxtail, chicken gizzards, big because, oh, yeah, there you go, yeah. And then the, you know, like, the better stuff was served to the plantation owners, right? But who cooked it? Who came up with the recipes? Who was making this? Right? And yeah, was there like another Southern cuisine for downscale whites? Yep, there was. And I don't think that survived. I don't think that's what, you know, whatever, you know, middle class or poor, or it wasn't a middle class, it would be poor whites, right? Whatever poor whites were eating, you know, like at their homes, right? I don't think it really survived. what survived was, you know, this kind of like pillaged food culture that we as Southerners called our own, that I grew up learning this is our food, and it literally came to us through people who were forced through violent coercion to make that food, right? You know, and I don't want to echo the Southern myth that every Southerner, you know, or could trace their family roots to a plantation owner. That's not true either. Yeah, there was a lot of poor Southerners, but the problem with Southerners is that we all see ourselves. Well, we all, I don't, but like there's a lot of a tendency, especially in the part of the South, where it's like, you know, Confederate flags and Southern culture and heritage, not hate, and all that shit, right? Like that, right? Those people see themselves in the plantation owners. Those people see the antebellum South as being the glory days, right? When everything was okay. And maybe they're not racist. Maybe they're not thinking, oh yeah, because we had slavery too, right? Maybe that somehow escapes their mind and they're just like, oh no, we're really well off. But in the truth of the matter, yeah, like a lot of these Southerners, like if they really looked at their family roots, they're not going to find that plantation owner. They're going to find the cracker. What I think a large part of the problem is that white people can't do much about systemic issues, or at least they don't think they can. That is true, yeah. And that's the other thing about racism, is that, like, you know, none of us want to think of ourselves as bad, right? And if you see the existence of racism as a white person as something that implicates you, you kind of want to make it go away. Okay, yeah, that sucks. Let's make it better. Let's make it better. Can I snap my fingers and do it? Can I snap that into, you know, existence? Can I make that happen? And it's like, no. Here's the deal. Trauma was inflicted, and you have to sit there with that pain, and you have to understand it, and you have to wrestle with it, right? And it's not going to feel good. It's not mac and cheese. It's not donuts. It's broccoli. You're going to have to chew on that broccoli and taste that bitterness. And maybe then, you know, you can do something about it, but you're not going to do shit about it without listening to POC's lived experiences. You're not going to do shit about it without listening to Black people, right? You're not even going to know what's going on. And that's, not all soul food is soul. Did you just say not all? Yeah. Did you just make a not all argument? Was that a not all argument? Is this why the demonization of CRT is such a big deal? Yeah, because people don't want to think about this stuff. And I admit it. Listen, like when I hear about, like, you know, the trauma inflicted on Black people through slavery, through Jim Crow, and that continues through systemic racism, right? It doesn't feel good. It implicates me. It doesn't help my self-image, right? And we're so used to preferencing things that do reinforce the self-image that we want over the self-image that we don't want to do. But you cannot run away from that. That, in a way, oh God, I don't want to like bring Jung into this, but that's a shadow element of you know, definitely Southern culture. And if you try to run away from that shadow, it goes deeper inside you, and you won't notice when it comes out, and you won't notice how it affects, you know, right? You won't notice how, like you got to be aware of this shit. As fucked up as it is, as hard as it is to learn, people who talk about CRT as a problem in education literally can't tell. Yeah, no, they think it's any acknowledgement of racism, especially systemic racism. I'm saying that Southern food comes from a lot of... Hey, that's a good point. Yeah, that does come from a lot of cultures, right? Including the culture of the people that were forced to cook for rich whites, right? And that was stolen. And that was given to me as my culture. I was told that this is my people, this is my stuff, right? And like, look, I'm not arguing against what you're talking about. Is like cultural exchange, right? And this is the whole cultural appropriation versus cultural exchange argument. I am very aware, and I want to acknowledge that, you know, that culture is not a static thing. It is not a you know, thing that stays neatly in little categories. It's something that's dynamic. It's something that flows, like, you know, like for instance, rock and roll music, right? You know, came from black people, right? And then, you know, white people got a hold of it and did a million different things with it and possibly ruined it, right? I'm sorry, I'm being a little bit black-pilled here. But yeah, you know, I'm not arguing against, you know, cultural, wait, there's another word, cultural, oh my God, there's another word that I'm missing besides cultural exchange, right? But like, a mainstream right-wing narrative about CRT isn't even that. It's more in tune with the CRT is, yeah, it means white people bad, right? And so if you got you know, if your ideology is driven by white fragility, you're going to see any acknowledgement of racism as white people bad, white people unhappy, cultural appreciation.
I feel like Meatloaf gets such a bad rap.
But yeah, no, anyway, like the thing that I'm trying to describe, is my point taken though, Blue? Right? That, you know, it's just a simple point that, like, if I'm white and let's say I'm not even like overtly racist, let's say that I'm just kind of uncomfortable, like you take me to a restaurant with a lot of black people and I'm just like, oh, I don't know about, you know what I mean? You take me to a neighborhood with a lot of black people and I was like, this looks kind of dangerous, you know, I'm that person, right? Let's say I'm that person, right? If I want to, I can stay out of those neighborhoods. If I want to, I can stay out of those restaurants. If I want to, you know what I mean? I can somewhat ignore that, or I can at least go to places where that's going to be the exception rather than the rule. As you know, somebody with multiple axes of oppression, that space doesn't exist for me. And so that's what I'm trying to say. So in other words, like, you know, you brought up the specter of the angry marginalized person, right? And I'm not saying that doesn't exist, because guess what? Marginalization pisses people off, right? So that exists. You're right. You know, that exists. But that person is somebody whose door you never have to knock on again. And that person is going to have to see you every day of their life. That person works for you. That person lives around you. That person is inundated with you, right? Or with us, you know, right? Southern food was well, wait, now that's okay. So we were talking about the specter of the angry marginalized person first. I just want to make sure you understand that. Like, are you in agreement about that? Like, that if you're marginalized, the more marginalized you are, the harder it is to get away from the people marginalizing you, right? Let's just say you're just a poor black person. Those are your only axes of marginalization, right? You could, and you live in a poor black neighborhood, you could stay there, but the jobs aren't there. You know, I mean, you could get some job, but it's not going to be a good job, right? You have to travel outside of that you know, of your groups in order to address your material conditions. Whereas if I'm, you know, if I'm a white person growing up in the suburbs, I can stay in the suburbs. Oh God, I'm dating. This is a little dated, right? Because like right now, people are trying to move into the city from the suburbs, and maybe the suburbs are a little cheaper. So maybe that's not the best example, but like, let's not say the suburbs. But if I live in a white neighborhood, right, and I'm wealthy, I don't necessarily need to go outside of that context. I can stay in that context where I'm seeing people like me overrepresented, and people who aren't like me, people who might be that angry, marginalized person, I'm seeing that person underrepresented. So I can kind of get away from that angry marginalized person because they make me so uncomfortable and they make me feel fragile, and I don't want to feel that way. I don't want to think about racism. I don't want to think about any of this stuff. It hurts my self-conception. I think it's similar to the discussion around white Asian cookbook, white people shouldn't be profiting from other cultures and using their privilege to give, yeah, it should be using the privilege to give those people a platform, or just not taking up space and taking that money and putting it into people of that culture. And I don't want to put this on the individual, right? Because if we're putting it on the individual, we're missing the point. Like, it does have an individual aspect, but in aggregate, it's really the system that we're talking about. And so it's not, you know, like, you know, I'm saying, like, you know, not sure I can agree with that. I mean, it feels shit. Okay, so if people can make food and sell it, they're going to. I mean, that's like almost an existential truth of capitalism, though, right? They're going to, yeah, so because they're going to do that, because the natural impulse, because the perverse incentives are to, you know, to take something that comes from another culture and kind of dominate it and kind of like appropriate it and kind of change it to fit us, right? You know, then you need people like Sabrina to be conscious of that and to fight against it. And, you know, like, Sabrina's not out here making the argument that we're gonna go. We're not making the argument about, like, you know, yeah, you should you know, nobody's asking you to kiss black people's feet, right? Nobody's asking you to bow down, right? It's not that. It's just, you know, to be conscious of the dynamics, of the tendencies, of the overall patterns, and to try to do something to fight them. Does that make sense? Okay, we can't watch the HBO thing. That'll get me clapped for sure. I'm sorry if this feels like a derail, but I gotta work the Cracker Barrel into this somehow.
I urge you right now to turn off this video if you're hungry, because we're about to talk about a lot of food and food history moments in Black American culture. What juicy morsels amazed an 18th century Scottish visitor to North Carolina? How did a 20th century Black cult leader feed the hungry? What Black-owned restaurants have been powering the people for decades? Which Black-owned restaurant doubled as a stop along the Underground Railroad? How did a Black woman in the Jim Crow South help keep the Montgomery bus boycott from going broke? And which religious organization encouraged
This is intellectual media.
Black people to give up meat while also serving meat in its restaurants? Let's talk about all of this and more in Black American food history. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe.
I mean, okay, so you got the you're bringing up the example of a white person uh ostensibly a white person with an Asian grandma, and they use her recipes, right? And so the argument is, it is kind of like, you know, part of the culture that, you know, you grew up with. Okay, so like if that, then we're talking about, there's like a cookbook, right? You know, or a commerce, right? So if that is, you know, what you're dealing with, if that is who you are, you got to recognize that you are going to have a little bit of a advantage, right? That you're going to have an easier time making that cookbook than that person. Look, I mean, if you want to, you know, there's nothing stopping you from just going with the flow, right? There's nothing stopping, you know, Elvis from making, you know, millions of dollars off of black music, right? And you know, he's apparently, you know, kind of a racist guy, you know, so, you know, he's taking songs written by black people, making them famous to the point where people think he wrote it. People think he made it. You know, people think it's him. That's who brought us this music, was Elvis, right? So if Elvis is a little bit conscious, though, if we imagine a different Elvis, like we got woke Elvis, okay? We're gonna grab woke Elvis from an alternate universe, and we're gonna plant him in this universe, and we're gonna say that this version of Elvis recognizes where his music is coming from and feels some responsibility to help the songwriters who wrote the songs that he's, you know, getting famous with, right? And so then that Elvis does, you know, a lot to promote those artists and brings that music, that original music, back into the American culture, and highlights that, right? And like, you know, takes the kind of windfall that he gets from being the white person to make white people discover black music, and like, you know, tries to benefit black musicians with that, right? That's all I'm saying, right? And I know that this doesn't happen automatically. What if Jesse Presley? A person can be white and Asian. A person can be mixed? Is that what you're saying?
Black people have been contributing to and reshaping this nation's food landscape pretty much since the beginning. For instance,
yeah, and so you said something earlier, Blueberry Moore, and I'm really not trying to blow you up here. I mean, we disagree on this, but that's fine, right? You know, the only way that we learn is by talking and stuff, right? This is like, you brought up something earlier that I wanted to touch on. Fuck, I almost want to roll back the tape. What did I just say? Can somebody repeat what I just said back to me? Because I'm a little bit, like, having an ADD moment here. Oh, he had a brother named Jesse that died at birth. Can somebody in chat repeat what I just said to me? Because it's one of those moments. And no, it's not from weed. I'm asking you for your help, chat. Once again. Once again. Because there's something that I really wanted to bring up that Blueberry Moore had brought up earlier. Oh yeah, chat's a few minutes, a little bit behind me, aren't you? Aren't you, chat? You're a little bit behind me. You were arguing. Somebody in chat knows what I just said. Okay, I'm like literally gonna go in and NC-cept this shit. Elvis profiting. No. Like that. I wanted to bring up that Blueberry Moore had mentioned earlier. Yeah, not the Elvis thing. Oh my God. Oh, I know what this is happening. I'm gonna literally have to we're gonna have to go to the tape then. We're gonna have to go to the tape if I can find it. No comment. Oh my God. Why I was coming up earlier. There it is. Oh my God, why don't I have the new version of the thumbnail saved? Oh my God, why don't I have the new ostensibly a white person just going with the flow, right? Universe, and we're going to plant him in this universe, and we're going to say that woke this Elvis into the American after woke culture and highlights that, right? And like, you know, takes the kind of windfall that he gets from being the white person to make white people discover black music, and like, you know, tries to benefit black musicians with that, right? That's all I'm saying, right? And I know that this doesn't happen automatically. What if Jesse Presley? A person can be white and Asian. A person can be mixed? Is that what you're saying?
Black people have been contributing to and reshaping this nation's food landscape pretty much since the beginning. For instance,
yeah, and so you said something earlier, Blueberry Moore, and I'm really not trying to blow you up here. I mean, we disagree on this. Oh my God, I didn't actually say it. I didn't actually say what I learned is by talking and stuff, right? This is Oh yeah. Now I remember. Oh my God, that took forever. Okay, so yeah, thanks for indulging the NCCception there. So you were saying something earlier, like you were talking about how like all cultures contribute to culture, right? That especially in a country like America, that you have that Southern food isn't just one thing, that there's cultural exchange, and indeed there's like cultural crossroads like New Orleans, which combine a lot of different cultures, right? A lot more than people realize, right? In New Orleans, right? And so so I think your argument was that, like, you know, yeah, that, you know, there's like, you know, black food in Southern cuisine, but there's also, you know, this, that, and the other. But what I'm saying is that the way that black food comes to Southern cuisine is not it's not coming from an equal power dynamic, right? So there's a difference between, like, you know, French cuisine influencing, you know, like you know, influencing Southern cuisine, or influencing, like, you know, like I'm thinking of New Orleans here, right? You know, there's a difference between the how the French culture is taken in and how black culture is taken in. You know, the black cultural aspects were sort of taken from slaves, and as such, like, they're taken on the terms that white people set, rather than, you know, on their own terms, right? It's not like an equal exchange, right? You brought up something earlier that I wanted to touch.
the modern method of barbecuing comes from an exchange between indigenous people and enslaved Africans in the Caribbean.
There we go. Okay, so there's an example. You know, yeah, this is yeah, oh yeah, that's right. Barbacoa, I think, is the original word. And so, like, barbecue, which was told to me, hey, oh my God, chat, here's a great example. No, shut up. Barbecue's my food. I'm a Southerner. We invented that. No, we didn't. It's got Caribbean roots, it's got African roots, and it's got French roots, at least, right? You know? And that's what I'm talking about, is that, like, something that was presented to me as my culture was actually kind of pillaged. And am I saying that I don't get to eat barbecue? No, but I'm saying that like it should have been presented to me at without that like ownership taken over it, without that like erasure of its roots, right? Without like, you know, kind of like replacing the real roots of barbecue and barbecue culture with my roots, right?
Century. A once enslaved woman.
What should we do about it? Oh wait, are you talking to me or somebody else? Southern food in particular is influenced by a lot of different cultures, true. But yeah, there's a different way that like it comes, you know, it's acquired without much control. Just you can find, okay, so I think you might agree with this, okay? There blues, right? When white people adopted blues, we merely adopted the ways of blue. Yeah, right? We merely adopted it. We merely adopted a lot of the perfunctory elements. We didn't actually take in blues. We didn't actually understand blues. We took the parts of blues that appealed to us and turned it into 16-measure psychedelic jam rock, right? And in doing so, you know, didn't accept blues music on its own terms because we didn't have to, right? But black people have to accept, you know, the things that we've done with blues music on our terms, right? That's the difference. That's the power imbalance that I'm talking about.
Woman from Ghana named Duchess Charity Quamino was known as the pastry queen of Rhode Island for her frosted plum cake in the early 18th century. After gaining her freedom, she started...
It's not just roasting meat. Barbecues... Oh, wait. Do you know barbecue blueberry?
...a catering business and eventually bought a home off the strength of her frosted plum cake.
Like, barbecue is so much more than just roasting meat.
But what about when America was officially founded? George Washington, the slave owner, had Hercules Posey, whose cooking was so good that he was allowed to sell plates on the side.
Oh, yeah, hey, I said Southern cooking. Maybe it's more than just Southern cooking.
This endeavor earned him around $200.
Wait, he was for George Washington, Virginia, right?
Or nearly $6,000 a year in today's money. He later
so South, yeah,
ran away, and documentation turned up showing that he lived out his years as a chef in New York. By the way, the picture floating around online when you search Hercules' name has actually been determined to not be him. James Hemings, the enslaved brother of Sally Hemings, was the first black chef to study in France due to the insistence of his enslaver, Thomas Jefferson. James was only 19 and also became fluent in French and was literate. By the time he was 21 years old, he was running Jefferson's kitchens. Though he died by suicide at 36, his cooking was alleged to be the source of many recipes culled by the Jefferson estate over the years. While Hercules and James are two of the most known enslaved chefs, there were many unnamed cooks who created masterpieces against their will.
Against their will. That's the, do you get it? Do you get it? That's the fucking key. That's the fucking key, right? When you know, like, let's say that, like, I don't know, like, I moved to Canada, a bunch of let's say, okay, God, this is scary. Let's say Trump wins election again, and me and a bunch of other Americans move up to Canada, right? Like, we're gonna influence Canadian culture, right? But it's gonna be on our own terms. It's not gonna be against our will, right? We're gonna contribute as equal. I mean, maybe not completely equal, because, like, you know, I'm in a new place, right? But like a more equal term, on more equal terms than somebody being forced to cook for the person brutalizing them.
Experts who comb the
That's the
receipt
difference.
books, aka early recipe books kept by white women, noticed that the earliest books were filled with European recipes, but by the 1800s, African...
Yeah, that's what she was talking about. That's what she was talking about. That like barbecue culture was, you know, was not. It's not. I wasn't saying that it's you know, an exclusively black food. She was talking about how it was a mix of that it did have, yeah, well, not, I mean, I guess native Caribbean roots, right? That's what it had. Not Native American as in like North America or South America, but, you know, it's, you know, we're talking about like Haiti and places like that.
African-inspired dishes were appearing. Back in Africa, many cultures had diets heavy on veggies, if not completely vegetarian, though there were definitely meat.
And I swear to God, all the veggies in my Southern cuisine were, you know, these are recipes, you know, from Black culture, not directly from Africa, because the people that were brought over were kind of like their roots were pulled away from them, right? But you know, it's like a combination of you know, cooking knowledge from Africa with the ingredients that were available you know, to them in the new world.
Eaters. West African stew would become gumbo, and jollof would become jambalaya. A Scottish visitor to North Carolina wrote that enslaved people were the only people that seemed to pay attention to the various uses that wild vegetables may be put to. While being a chef could afford enslaved people a degree of autonomy and power, and even sometimes extra scraps of food, the work was grueling, as was all enslaved labor. The kitchen was usually located right next to the big house and stayed open for visitors, meaning chefs had to be on call and at the ready. Rest and privacy was rare, and they were forced to deal with hot and less than ideal equipment and frequent heat. The New Orleans sadist and serial killer Delphine LaLaurie, famously depicted in season 3 of American Horror Story, was alleged to keep her enslaved chef chained to the oven. One of the most persistent myths about slavery is that enslaved people were well fed. You know, people say that when they want to talk about how there were poor white people at the same time that there were enslaved Black people. Not only is the well-fed argument a pathetic excuse for the bondage of human beings, it was an untrue one. Wrote food historian Michael Twitty, while prized or skilled workers may have received more food, enslaved women, in turn, received reduced rations during pregnancy. Elderly men too old to work might be completely denied an allowance, and children were largely fed on mush that was filled with parasites and chips of wood. This is why narratives of the enslaved sometimes reference food fantasies and food theft, and why historians have talked about women braiding food like rice into their hair for emergencies in the case of starvation. Adrian E. Miller wrote that most plantations rationed out food thusly. Once a week, the enslaved got 5 pounds of some starch that could be cornmeal, rice, or sweet potatoes. They got a couple of pounds of smoked, salted, or dried meat, which could be beef, fish, or pork, whatever was cheapest, and a jug of molasses. And that was it. The enslaved would stretch this food as best they could and supplement with hunting and farming if they had the time and space. Oftentimes, they didn't. The persistence of malnutrition and poor eating habits would continue after slavery into the sharecropping era. Sharecroppers were often forbidden from growing their own sustenance on the land they rented and worked. So in addition to being locked into scammy contracts with mounting debt, workers bought overpriced and highly salted products from white landowners and shops. Most sharecroppers relied on diets of cheap, highly salted pork, cornbread, beans, and molasses. As it was during
And yeah, there's a difference between Southern cuisine and Black cuisine. So if I said they're the exact same, I lied, right? I just mean that, like, you know, basically so the soul food, like what's called soul food, right? A lot of it is, you know, made from scraps. A lot of it is made from, you know, does have that tradition of, like, so there's two different cuisines that get cooked in a plantation, right? There's the cuisine that gets cooked in the kitchen next to the big house, right? And then there's the stuff that, you know, the slaves eat. And the stuff that was fed to the plantation owner and their family was made by Black cooks. You know, it was like the best version of the most pricey with the best ingredients, you know, version of, you know, the cuisine that they knew how to prepare. Whereas the food that was, you know, there's the difference between, you know, soul food and you know, Southern food is that, like, the soul food and often included some of the food that was considered less desirable.
slavery, it wasn't uncommon for adults and children to suffer from health issues like pellagra and rickets. While enslaved people toiled in bondage with underwhelming diets, there were early Black restaurateurs like the Oyster King of New York, Thomas Downing. His fine dining establishment, started in the 1820s, catered to white people like Charles Dickens and even Queen Victoria, with oyster dishes like stuffed turkey, scalloped oysters, and fish and oyster sauce. The Queen enjoyed the food so much that she sent Downing a gold chronometer chronometer. Today, that would be like the equivalent of gifting a Rolex. At the time, oysters were a very common food not associated with wealth, and oyster bars were all over New York. But Downing's place attracted fancy customers because he had a chandelier. Meanwhile, the basement of Thomas Downing's oyster house served as a stop on the Underground Railroad. Wrote Sandy Browarski in 2001, amid bottles of wine and molasses, they found shelter from the bands of blackbirders, bounty hunters roaming the streets in search of runaways. So while Black Americans could not eat in Downing's restaurant, they could gain freedom through it. With his restaurant earnings, Downing also funded black schools and desegregation efforts. When he died in 1866, he was very wealthy and popular, and New York's Chamber of Commerce even closed in his honor. I doubt he would have been so popular if they would have known about the basement of the oyster house. A very important reality from the Jim Crow era, the romanticization of slavery and the stereotyping of black people, didn't leave the realm of food untouched. We can think about how black people were forced to travel long distances without being able to stop for food, making, quote, cold sandwiches, fried chicken, slices of buttered bread, hard-boiled eggs.
And I guess what I'm trying to illustrate here, you know, with the Cracker Barrel example, is that you've got a restaurant that exists because of black cuisine, right? And black people don't feel welcome there. So that's the extreme case, that's the extreme example of the degree to which, you know, like, you know, there's a restaurant that serves food, much of which is related to somebody's cultural roots, yet if they go in there, they're gonna get looked at funny. They're gonna get treated funny. And they might not hear the N-word, but, you know, they're still not accepted like everybody else. Blue is just, oh.
Eggs, a little paper of salt and pepper.
I'm not trying to make things, you know, like confrontational or anything, right? Like I'm trying to, you know, present an environment where we can learn, okay? But yeah, it's
fruit, and a slice of pound cake, ideal lunches to be packed in shoeboxes and rationed out throughout the trip. If Black Americans were lucky on their trip and had an up-to-date copy of the Green Book, they could stop at newly established and humble eateries like Jones Barbecue Diner in Marianna, Arkansas. It was founded around 1910, and it is the oldest continually operating Black-owned restaurant, still serving its original menu of nothing but chopped pork by the pound on white bread. Another example of Jim Crow's impact on food is the popular chain of Coon Chicken Inn restaurants, first founded in Salt Lake City, Utah in 1925. With Big Red Lips serving as the doors to the restaurant, the
bye-bye monetization.
place was known for its whole fried chickens meant to entice white racists looking for slave chicken and service. The menus, toothpicks, napkins, and decor had the racist cartoon, giving patrons a laugh and making them think they were getting authentic fried chicken from the people who fried it best. However, as a former employee would recall, Black people weren't allowed to serve in the kitchen. Instead, they were servers, which meant they had to deal with racist jokes and harassment. For some workers, the extra
I want racist people at the Cracker Barrel to not be racist. No, that's not the problem. It's not the problem. Even if they're not racist, what I'm saying, you remember what we were talking about, like, right? How, as a privileged person, I can avoid marginalized people. So, you know, you brought up the specter of the angry marginalized person. And I think you thought that I was going to deny that and say that doesn't exist. There's no angry marginalized persons whatsoever. No, that does exist. I'm sure that exists, right? I'm sure it fucking sucks to get shit on, you know? and that like makes people might end up being mean. People might end up being, you know, judgmental because they've been mistreated by a certain group of people. They could assume that they're going to get mistreated by you because you fit the description, right? And you say, you know, that's not fair. And I say, okay, I get your point. But what I'm saying is that you don't have to encounter that person. If that person is unpleasant to you, that person's going to get pushed out even further to the margins of society. You can avoid that person. If you don't like being around that person, if that interaction feels bad, you can avoid that interaction, right? Whereas that person cannot avoid that interaction with you and me.
stress was worth it, seeing as many waiters brought home $100 to $200 a night in tips. A former employee remarked that insults and jabs didn't go unpunished. He told historian Psych A. Williams Forson smugly, just don't mess with the people who bring your food. These niggas eating spit chicken. While racists gorged themselves on chicken of questionable quality, black chefs were honing their crafts and capitalizing on them. Restaurants like the aforementioned Jones Barbecue Diner and Patillo's Barbecue in Beaumont, Texas, opened in humble shotgun houses and backyards. Black women in rural train stop towns worked as waiter carriers, whipping up hot biscuits, chicken, and coffee to hawk to passengers. A favorite food origination story of mine is Prince's Hot Chicken Shack in Nashville, Tennessee, which began serving its signature dish in 1945. The restaurant was started by James Thornton Prince, a serial cheater and womanizer whose girlfriend got so angry with him that she cooked him fried chicken with hot pepper as revenge. But Prince liked the chicken so much that he and his brothers developed their own recipe and opened the Chicken Shack. The chicken was so popular and close to the Grand Ole Opry Auditorium that a separate room for white patrons was built. They had to walk through the main dining room and the kitchen to get to their special little room. From the 1920s through the 1960s, Baltimore was the home of the Afro-American Cooking School, which was free for students and supported.
And I'm not bringing up Cracker Barrel as an example of like, you know, something that like, oh, we should really do something about, like, you know, like let's integrate the Cracker Barrel. I'm not saying, I mean, like, God, oh my God, that's dark. I'm not, you know, that wasn't my point. My point was that, like, you know, like I'm talking about like places where you can go to be around mostly white people, and the Cracker Barrel came to mind because every single time I was in a Cracker Barrel, it was all white people. Now, that doesn't mean that black people don't go to the Cracker Barrel. That doesn't mean that that food doesn't appeal to any black people. But that means that if you are black and you want to go to the Cracker Barrel, those videos, those TikToks were made for a reason. Black people going into the Cracker Barrel felt like they felt like museum exhibits, or like that they were, you know what I mean? They're in a space that's, you know, where they're the odd one out. And whereas as a white person, I have very rarely been in a space where I was the odd one out. I have very rarely. And in the times that I am, if I really don't like that, I can avoid it. That converse is not true.
By the Afro-American newspaper.
And I'm talking about now. I'm not talking about, you know, in 1920 or, you know, 50 or, you know, anything like that, right?
Who viewed cooking as a marketable skill for job seekers. The Afro-American Cooking School also provided educational cooking materials and live demos for cooks and housewives. In 1932, the school held an exhibition attended by 4,000 people. During the toil of the Great Depression, the school was generous enough to give away free samples and entire boxes of food. Another source of food charity was the controversial cult leader Father Divine. And before somebody comments saying otherwise, yes, he was a cult leader.
Yeah, intellectual media is great.
Man claimed to be the living God and told his followers not to get married or have sex, even though he married a white woman. But anyway.
Cracker Barrel sucks. I don't know why, what to tell you. Well, I'm not trying to, I'm just saying that, like, it's just an example. It's just an example, right? It's just an example of a space that is primarily white, and the irony of it is that the food's roots are not primarily white. They are primarily anything but white, right? And it's a restaurant that, like, if I was black, I would probably have a very different experience going into, you know? And it's something, like, I never thought about this as a kid, right? It never came up. It just was normal to be, you know, surrounded by white people. That was fucking normal, right? That's the difference, right? If I was black, I wouldn't have grown up like that.
That's beside the point. We're moving on. Beginning in the 1920s, his organization.
And to the extent that I am in a situation like that, where I am around all black people, that's because black people had been ghettoized by, by the history, by the Jim Crow laws, by the redlining. The redlining fucking continued longer than people realize, right?
The International Peace Mission held Holy Communion banquets where followers, and later those just hungry during the Great Depression, could eat and listen to sermons. When Father Divine wasn't available, diners were treated to recorded
You've never eaten at a Cracker Barrel
audio while they ate their meals.
And I mean, it's not the Cracker Barrel's fault. I don't know if it's Cracker Barrel's fault, but it's just kind of how shit works. It's just kind of how things, so here's the difference, right? Because I think what you're looking for is a racist. I think you want to find a dude in a Klan hood sneaking around the Cracker Barrel email being like, don't let any black people in here. And that dude doesn't exist, okay? There's no formal, they don't need a Klan hood guy. They don't need, you know, the KKK to come in there and, you know, police who eats there, because it's just a social dynamic. So what I'm saying, I guess, is that it's not about like finding the one racist person. We're talking about a racist system. And listen, I'm not saying that there aren't white people with racist intentions out there. There are, but it doesn't require white people with racist intentions to go on, because these dynamics have been set in motion already. This is the momentum, right? This is the boulder rolling down the hill. If you want to stop that boulder from rolling down the hill, you gotta put your fucking back into it, right? You gotta actually, you know what I mean? That's not easy. And one person probably can't do it. You're right. One person can't solve racism. And I think that's what's so frustrating to us white people about the problem, is that it reflects badly on our self-image. It's uncomfortable for us to experience. It's uncomfortable for us to see. And we can't do anything just by ourselves to fix it.
The Peace Mission also built and operated dozens of hotels, laundromats, and grocery stores in addition to restaurants. Mission restaurants in the 60s detailed $2.50 Louisiana Gulf shrimp and boiled tender lambettes with mint jelly, and $3.25 jumbo Australian lobster tail. Though Father Divine was passionately vocal against the black issue of lynching, he rejected the theory of race, and as a result, his cult and businesses were integrated. They also didn't allow tipping. The last dining establishment owned by the International Peace Mission, called Keyflower Dining Room, closed in Philly in 2006. Also happening in the early 20th century was the Great Migration, which brought many Southern dishes and chefs to the North. Harlem, whose population swelled with Black Americans and immigrants, brought new flavors to the Manhattan streets. Contemporary food writer Ollie Stewart remarked that walking the streets meant being hit with aromas of buttered biscuits, candied sweets, and rice baptized in sausage gravy. Eateries that provided newbies a taste of home did especially well. There were Jamaican curries mingling with New Orleans crawfish bisque and pig's feet and chitlins. Many of these dishes were available at infamous rent parties, where Harlem residents held informal apartment events for a few coins. Guests would be treated to lots of live music, dancing, liquor, and food. Other common dishes served at these events were stewed cabbage, Hoppin' John, fried fish, and cornbread. Rent parties were also popular in Chicago and among other Black enclaves in urban areas. By the way, I can't leave from the early 20th century segment without mentioning George Washington Carver, who, yes, you know, found over 300 uses for the peanut. But did you also know he found over 100 uses for the sweet potato, including a sweet potato bread recipe? It was published in the Afro-American newspaper in 1939. The civil rights era definitely had a lot to do with food. Like, when we think of the places that were demonstrated in for integration, many were restaurants and lunch counters. In Washington, D.C., from the 1940s to 60s, most of the dining establishments were white only, despite the city's non-Dixie status. This included government buildings like the Department of Justice cafeteria and the Federal Reserve Bank cafeteria. Black workers had to deal with long lines at the few eateries available to them. This, of course, meant that the few black eateries flourished. Restaurants in Northwest D.C., now called the Shaw neighborhood, benefited from the area being a bustling pit stop on the Chitlin circuit, overflowing with jazz culture.
Yeah. So yeah, the Chitlin circuit meant establishments that often hosted jazz concerts, right? And it was called that because, you know, the people making the music, you know, at the time, black people, were associated with the food of, you know, this is. Yeah, I mean, like, well, actually, I don't know who named it the Chitlin Circuit. Like, I don't wanna make that assumption, right? That was an imposed name on it. In general, a lot of stuff a lot of names do get imposed on you when you're a marginalized culture. But I don't know if that one was, like, you know, self-applied, or if it was, you know, applied by the larger white culture.
Anti-discrimination probes led to the discovery of a 19th century law banning discrimination in DC restaurants. And in 1953, restaurants in DC were integrated. 5 years later, the famous Ben's Chili Bowl was opened by Trinidadian immigrant Ben Ali and his American wife, Virginia. Their popular chili came slathered on dishes like burgers, hot dogs, and fries, and they served up great pies and cakes. The success of Ben's Chili Bowl was tied to the success of other black entrepreneurs in the area. Said Virginia Ali, "We found the architect, the contractor, plumber, the electrician, and the cabinet maker, all African-American owned businesses right here in the neighborhood. We were their customers for the duration of their careers." The restaurant also became the site of historical events. In the aftermath of the 1968 unrest that followed Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination, Ben's Chili Bowl was allowed to stay open despite a 3-day curfew and served black activists along with firemen and police. Many other restaurants played a role in black activism.
Chitlin Circuit was slang created by black entertainers in the early 1900s. It was a place black entertainers were allowed to perform.
In the 60s, New Orleans' Dookie Chase, started by a jazz musician named Edgar Dookie Chase in 1936, became world-renowned for its Creole-style soul food after initially being a lottery ticket and po' boy stand. When Edgar married his wife Leah, a chef with experience in fancy French Quarter restaurants with a bunch of family recipes, the joint began attracting politicians, musicians, business people, and activists strategizing in the area. Even though New Orleans was segregated, the food was so good that the city begrudgingly turned a blind eye to Dookie Chase's integrated dining room. While many restaurants serve typical Southern food like catfish and greens, at Dookie Chase's you could also get fancy dishes like butter-fried quail with grits, or Creole specialties like shrimp, clem, and chew. In case you're wondering, that last one involves shrimp, potatoes, mushrooms, and peas in a rich broth. I need that.
She wasn't lying when she said this might make you hungry.
Until her death in 2019 at 96, Miss Chase cooked and supported black causes. In Atlanta, James and Robert Paschow opened a 30-seat lunch counter in 1947 that grew in popularity and relocated to the Atlanta University Center by 1959. Initially known as Paschow Brothers, the restaurant got rave reviews on its chicken, cobblers, and collard greens. The AUC area was usually devoid of white people, but the restaurant's famed food eventually attracted them. The restaurant was very popular in part because it had an atmosphere for everyone. There was both a formal dining area as well as a casual lunch counter and grill. Pashaw's restaurant was also friendly to homosexuals and seated whites and blacks at the same tables, despite colored-only business and liquor license. Not only did Pashaw's employ as many Atlanta University Center students as possible, but it also attracted civil rights leaders. Everyone from Fannie Lou Hamer to Martin Luther King Jr. to Andrew Young to Lonnie King dined at the restaurant, which often fed organizers and rank-and-file members alike for free. James and Robert Paschow were even known to provide bail money for protesters. One of my favorite black food stories involves a magnificent woman down in Alabama named Georgia Gilmore. A local reverend described her thusly: "She didn't take any junk from anybody. It didn't matter who you were. Even the white officers let her be. The word was, don't mess with Georgia Gilmore, she might cut you." One of her sons described her as an equal opportunity name caller. Everybody was heifer or whore to her. This included the various civil rights activists she fed throughout the years, like Martin Luther King Jr. He loved her pork chops and stuffed bell peppers, her roni, and rice. In the early 1950s, she was working at the National Lunch Company, where she was known for her amazing food. When the Montgomery bus boycott began in 1955, she was very involved. She brought food to church organization meetings, carrying along picnic baskets of chicken sandwiches and pies for sale. Then she, along with a group of other enthusiastic cooks, began what would become known as the Club from Nowhere. As supporting the bus boycott meant purchasing a lot of gas and servicing a lot of cars, a lot of money was needed. Miss Georgia's delectable food brought in the big bucks, around $1,400 a week in today's money, even from unsuspecting white people who bought the food not knowing it was going towards the Montgomery Improvement Association. In March 1956, Georgia Gilmore testified as a defense witness during the MIA's court challenge of segregated seating on buses. The National Lunch Company company fired her in retaliation within days. Fortunately for Georgia, MLK was on her side. He gave her money to buy necessary cooking equipment so she could run a restaurant out of her home. In addition to selling food to members of her community, she hosted dinners for MLK and Lyndon B. Johnson, and MLK and Robert Kennedy. JFK once even munched on her chitlins and sweet potato pie aboard the Air Force One. Georgia spent her life feeding people, especially activists. When she died in 1990 at the age of 70, she was preparing chicken and potato salad for people marching for the 25th anniversary of the March on Washington. Mourners at her wake ate the chicken and potato salad in remembrance. Speaking of the March on Washington, organizing for the event included getting food together for hungry marchers who were directed on what to pack and eat for the long and hot day. They were told, be kind to your stomach, don't eat or drink the wrong foods in the wrong quantities. Because many marchers were poor, nearly 80,000 bag lunches were prepared by a slew of volunteers. Most were made at Riverside Church in Harlem by hundreds of volunteers for 2 days and 2 nights. These lunches were 50 cents each for marchers and included a cheese sandwich, a pack of mustard, an apple, and a slice of marbled or pound cake. Another little-known black food history story comes from Mississippi during the 1962 to 1963 Greenwood food blockage. At the time, Greenwood was a voting and civil rights battleground. The LaFleur County Board of Supervisors, all white, abruptly decided to end its participation in the federal surplus commodity program, in which the federal government bought surplus food from farmers and distributed it to the needy in welfare programs. Black locals, who were already not getting enough food as it was, made up at least 90% of the recipients. Around 20,000 black people were therefore set to go hungry. Mississippi NAACP President Aaron Henry worked swiftly with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and a coalition of smaller civil rights organizations to create Food for Freedom in a month's time. Food for Freedom utilized a food network with people from, quote, Los Angeles to Chicago to Ann Arbor to New York City, and also supplied meds, clothing, and donations. Noted activist Fannie Lou Hamer was just one of many everyday people who used her home for food distribution through the Food for Freedom program. Comedian Dick Gregory helped bring national attention to the cause, and the blockade ended as a result in March 1963, with the Board of Supervisors sufficiently pressured into reinstating the surplus program. The quick assembly of a food program in the face of retribution for daring to mobilize black voters had an especially great effect. A large number of black people ended up registering to vote. So let me bring up Dick Gregory again. Later, after the food blockade ended, he was a major proponent of vegetarianism and later veganism. He was just one of a small but growing number of black people endorsing plant-based diets. Outside of Rastafarians, the earliest and most vocal group advocating for plant-based diets was the Nation of Islam, which was founded in 1930. By the 1960s, Elijah Muhammad was urging black Americans to let go of soul food and especially swine, saying that black people are by nature vegetable and fruit-eating people. The Nation also started a lot of businesses and produced and provided its own food to market under its economic plan. Of course, the food most linked to them are the popular bean pies, which along with bean soup and fresh vegetables were popular sides for their meat dishes. Because early 20th century black Americans usually only got meat from cheap cuts of pork used for vegetables or pork fat used for frying, but not actual meat entrees. For example, in Coming of Age in Mississippi, Ann Moody detailed her bland and unfulfilling diet of peanut butter biscuits, beans, cornbread, etc., in comparison to the meat-rich diets of her employers. When her mother rejected money from her estranged father, Ann was pissed because she notes that the money could buy them meat instead of beans to eat all the time. The luxury appeal of meat meant even the Nation of Islam couldn't dismiss its lucrativeness. Though the Nation encouraged people to give up meat, it still produced poultry and beef to sell in its market and restaurants. When it eventually opened a formal dining establishment, Shabazz Restaurant in Chicago, the menu included baked chicken, roast beef, Salisbury steak, and the finest in salads, vegetables, and desserts. Even still, as those of us living in the 21st century can see, plant-based living would eventually take hold. Celebrities who gave up meat for secular reasons, like Dick Gregory, would only make vegetarianism more popular. More black vegetarians and vegans followed in the 70s, like Ruby Dee and Cicely Tyson.
And this is another thing that, like, when vegetarianism and veganism gets brought up, it's automatically classified into white culture. And yeah, there's a lot of white vegetarians and vegans, right? And like, right? But what that ignores is the fact that there's two versions of vegetarianism and veganism that arose separately Like this is the, like, black veganism, black vegetarianism is like a different strain. It's like a different, you know, food culture. It comes from a different source, right? And it, you know, it's erased. It's ignored. It's out of sight, out of mind, right? It's like, you know, it's not in that image of when you say when you say vegan, a vegan, you imagine a white person, right? Well, not necessarily so.
I hope y'all enjoyed this brief journey into Black America and food history. Hopefully, I've demonstrated the importance of food.
Yeah, food is really important. Thanks for reminding me. Sometimes I forget, honestly.
Can you think of modern parallels for things I've mentioned while keeping class and gender and the environment in mind? And what's your favorite recipe or restaurant from a Black chef? I'll be looking for links in the comments below. Be sure to check out the full list of sources and further reading materials on my Patreon, because there's a lot more to explore from excellent foodway historians like Fred Opie, Michael Twitty, and Psyche Williams-Forson. Also, if you're looking for a new recipe, try out Rosa Parks' peanut butter.
So I was kind of hoping to find more about the sort of the sort of debt that Southern cooking, you know, owes to Black culture, and sometimes it's not easy to find stuff. I swear to God, like, searching stuff on YouTube is weird. YouTube search rankings are weird.
Someone said, if you and Hassan agree on so much, why did you hit off and have a good friendship for a long time?
One, because Hassan was
So we're back to Destiny and Hassan,
more
okay?
interested in networking than anything political, so he wanted to make sure
It's a horribly big and nuanced topic. Well, if anybody comes up with good resources for that, let me hit you up with the, just in case our Discord, our current Discord link is not as current as I thought. Let me post that in chat. And if you got any resources for me on, especially this topic, I would be most interested, because I think it's important, you know, to recognize.
Connection was safe, and two, he hit his power level a lot in the early days. I'm sure you guys remember him.
Remember the before times when Google search would actually return actual results instead of just, yeah, exactly.
Saying like over again, oh yeah, like I'm a social democrat, blah blah blah. Like he would say that shit a lot in the early days. And it was only once he started to grow more.
I experienced so much racism in the vegan community. It was insane. Yeah, that's the thing, is that, like, you know, white veganism isn't as intersectional as it should be, and as such kind of gatekeeps Black people in a lot of ways. And sometimes gatekeeping isn't just like, you know, kicking somebody out of a place. Sometimes gatekeeping can be as simple as just making certain kinds of people feel unwelcome. And it doesn't have to be, I'm not saying there's a vegan KKK dude running around, like, you know, terrorizing anybody. It is as simple as a look. Yeah? It's that simple. And the look doesn't have to be like a overtly racist, like hostile look. The look can just be like, oh, I didn't expect to see you here. What are you doing at my co-op? I didn't expect to see a Black person, right? It's really, you know, it's not an easy, simple problem with a quick solution. And that's why I think you know, this is part of the dynamic of white fragility, that because it's not easy to deal with, because it's not something that, you know, you can you know, either say this is okay, or okay, this is fucked up, but here's how we solve it. A lot of times it just gets ignored.
The socialist shit became more acceptable online. He kind of like shed that and became more like mask off. Some people are saying like, did a lot of lefties just get popular because of the presidential election, and now all of it's naturally going down? Maybe, but I mean, like, I think that societally, this might be a copium or hopium or something. It feels like people are starting to see that, like, hey, this isn't working. I think the loss of Hispanic support in the Democratic Party is a big one. I think the failure of the ACAP shit is probably a big one. The reduction in support for BLM is probably a big one. You saw, like, I hope it's a big group, and I'm not just, like, turning nothing into nothing or whatever, something. There was some Latino group that is like, we're dropping Latinx from all of our messaging because we're not going to use it anymore, because like 2% of Latinos actually use this fucking word. Yeah, I don't know. BLM lost support. I'm pretty sure if you look up support for BLM, I'm pretty sure it's trailed off quite.
So, like, from my understanding, the word Latinx comes from isn't it kind of from the non-binary community within the Latino community? And it does get, like, kind of put in weird places, like, because, like, you know, right, you know, there's the A and there's the O, and they denote, usually it's an A and an O that denote the gender of the noun that you're talking about. And so, like, kind of saying X is a way to say that without, like, you know, without putting a gender on it. But, you know, yeah, like, Spanish is a gendered language, and so, yeah, it's actually an interesting dynamic that.
Quite a bit. Post riots and everything, yeah, post Kenosha and all that. You saw, I don't know how, it's hard to tell how much this is affecting.
But I don't know, Destiny's, you know, like, I haven't looked at the numbers that Destiny's looked at, but if there is a drop-off in support for left causes in Latino communities, it's just as likely due to the gatekeeping of white lefty spaces that as it is to whatever he thinks, like, the wokeness. Like, I don't know, I feel like he's, you know, typifying Latino people in a way that's not right.
The broader consensus, but I saw a lot of comments between Reddit and Twitter of people that were genuinely shocked at the Rittenhouse stuff, and that a lot, like, I saw, like, lots of comments of people saying this, like, hey, like, when I first heard about the Rittenhouse thing, I thought it was horrible. Some people thought that he killed black people. Some people thought that it was, like, just him, like, shooting into a crowd. And then when they actually watched, like,
oh my god,
like,
Destiny, are you telling me that people are somewhat unaware of, like, the exact nature of a news holy shit, my dude, that's definitely the fault of the online left.
Holy shit, this is, like, way different than I fucking thought.
Holy shit, it's only lefties that are ignorant, right?
Like, like, that's actually crazy. I felt like
right wingers would know exactly who.
I was reading a surprising amount of comments in, like, subreddits, like the news subreddit, and I think it was news and maybe politics, and then, like, things on Twitter and shit. Yeah.
Hassan just said that most.
Yeah, it's something. Okay, so the source of it is within Latino culture, and you know, from like, you know, people seeking to challenge that within the Spanish language. But what happened was that it was adopted by white lefties and then kind of imposed on the totality of Latino culture in a way that was uncomfortable. Like, right, you know, it got, like, signal boosted by white people, and then that put it back in, like, okay, well, we're just gonna say Latinx from now on, right? So you know, and it was supposed to be you know, just a way to say the word without, I don't know, do you see what I'm saying? Like, right, there's the weird dynamic, right? Is that it's something that was, you know, within Latino culture, a group trying to challenge that binary, and instead of just getting challenged within the culture, it got applied by, you know, largely by white people in places that it wasn't really meant to go. Maybe, you know, right? Because, like, you know, when you're saying Latinx, literally what you're trying to do is you're saying, you know, Latino or Latina, but you're not specifying, you know, gender, right? And then, I don't know, it's Power dynamics.
Oh, if most people don't get
Hey,
offended
JK.
by a racist slur, then it's not a racist slur.
Okay, I mean, by that logic, the vast majority of black people listen to the N-word in music. Like, it's just a stupid. That's just a dumb thing to say. It's so dumb. And also, how does majority even work? Like, if I get 51% of Hispanics to be okay with certain Hispanic slurs, does that make it okay? Like, is he going to claim that over 50% of white people are okay?
Okay, and this is the dude that like typified Gusano as a slur, right? And like, while I'm uncomfortable with like white leftists adopting that word, that's a little cringe, right? You know, that's cultural appropriation if you wanna look at it that way. It's like the origins of that word were as a class criticism, not as a race criticism, and assholes like Destiny try to decontextualize it. See, here's the fucked up thing. Like, Destiny will act like he's policing white leftists from saying Gusano, but what the effect of that anti-Gusano like rhetoric is basically policing poor Latino people from poor Latino and Latina people from using a word that refers to a class, and acting like it's a racial put down, that the put down is like because you're Latin, right? That's why you suck. And it's like, no. The word means, the word does have you suck in it, but it's like you suck because you're rich. You suck because you're supporting the right-wing government. Yeah, that's what essentially Gusano meant, like, rich chud. I don't know.
With being called cracker, because that's probably not true.
What do you think of Bosch? Do you hate his girlfriend, or are you okay with him?
Bosch's girlfriend? She on it?
No, I think the person's asking you if you're mad at the girlfriend or whatever, or the ex-girlfriend. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, they're all losers. But I mean,
yeah, okay. You don't like any of them.
Are they exes? I don't even know.
I think you said a few months ago, you said, oh yeah, we're cool, whatever.
I mean, Bosch has like become more and more deranged, and has gotten more and more like kind of personal.
No, somebody's become more and more deranged.
It's weird because we both claim this about each other. The only thing I'll point to, like, if you're
Not
trying,
Vosh.
actually, no.
I mean, I don't know. Vosh is not great, but
Oh, this is actually pretty
I know someone worse.
funny. Bosch's derangement is starting to get picked up by his own
Wait,
fan base.
I didn't even
Thank
pick
God.
that up.
There was
I didn't even
actually
pick
a
that
thread
up,
on
Middle Earth
His
Marxist.
subreddit. I thought it was at mine at first. But somebody in Bosch's sub noticed that Bosch, it's always funny because he always like calls me spiteful and shit. But I made a tweet about how the BLM
Yeah, shoe on head,
was, like,
right?
hurting like BLM, and he liked people calling me a fascist for it. And I think someone in his own subreddit was like, wait a second, didn't Bosch literally give this exact take? Like, why is he spite liking tweets despite Destiny? And I was like, yeah. He's been doing that for a while, where he'll like any tweet that like calls me a fascist or a racist or whatever. Yeah.
Call Hassan and debate him about it, Steven.
Hassan will never talk to anybody that can challenge his opinions. Hassan can barely handle Reddit comments.
No, Hassan doesn't fucking want drama with drama baiters like you. That's why.
It's like the idea of him actually challenging himself
Hassan doesn't need drama to get views. You do.
to another person is unfathomable. That's why every single person he brings to his house is going to be somebody that agrees with him. It's why every single person that he talks to on stream is going to be somebody that agrees with him. And it's why the only people that he'll ever fight or attack are people that he can ban in chat or
No, because he just doesn't want somebody coming on and fucking farming drama off him because he had a really bad experience with you, Destiny.
Reddit comments that he can send his community at the downvote.
Hassan is mauling on a stream about the word cracker, right, Emily?
Yeah.
Is it because everyone is mad at him, or?
Well, LSF is, obviously.
Okay.
Well, yeah, LSF.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's not, I guess he doesn't really come off very good nowadays.
No, but it's funny because, like, the way that the internet communities have kind of moved.
Can you hear this okay? Is my volume? Yeah, it looks like it
It's
is.
like, wow, Destiny's like the big voice of reason. But, like, 4 years ago, I was
Everyone in Hassan's chat agrees with him. I know, right?
considered extreme
Yeah,
left.
if you've ever seen Hassan's chat, you know that's not true.
Every streamer chat hated me.
And I'm not trying to say Hassan's perfect either.
I was like a far
But
left soy boy cuck.
Yeah.
Like Asmund Gold's chat, S-Fans chat. I don't know if XTC was a thing 4 years ago. But like, Train's chat, they would all call me like a liberal lefty soy boy loser.
Yeah.
But now as things have shifted so extremely far to the left, I look like a center-leaning, reasonable person.
Volume's
Even though my
okay,
things haven't
cool.
really changed. And now whenever I say things, they're like, oh wow, Destiny's spitting a lot of truth.
Maybe my
I've been
volume just needs to be
for
turned up.
4 years. You guys were just way farther right back then.
Hassan is freaking out calling cheddars crackers now.
Nice.
Jeez, this guy has been unironically.
I feel a little bit gaslit by Destiny claiming that he hasn't shifted to the right. I feel a little bit gaslit by that. That's probably the wrong word to use, but
Do you think it's gonna get banned for that?
Hassan, you will never get banned for making fun of white people. Nope. You can do it on Twitch all you want. It's fine.
But he's white too.
Yep. I mean, Hassan literally defended using the term gusano in his chat. He doesn't give a fuck.
Oh, is that?
Oh wait, so is he just doing Destiny content?
And be like, oh my god, I'm so offended that people are using the term gusano, a term that most people had to fucking Google immediately after I fucking mentioned it for the first time ever, and it's actually certainly not political, and can only be used against Cubans, and it's not just
What?
a catch-all fucking term that a lot of leftist Latin Americans use against people that they perceive to be like capitalist, anti-imperialist, counter-revolutionaries. You know,
yeah, I wanted to compare it to Chud, but it's a little bit because oh god, this is so messed up. Oh my god, people's perception of who a political, you know, constituency is and who that actual political constituency really is like a little bit skewed here. Like I compared it to Chud, in that it is a term that denotes a right winger. But for some reason in the United States, we think that Chuds are poor, and demographically, it's not true. It's not true, especially the more dedicated Trumpsters, right? The people that showed up at January 6th were not poor. They flew on planes to get there. These are owners of businesses and shit that were in there. So like the whole idea. But anyway, yeah, the thought of when you say Chud, you're thinking of a shit kicking Southern, you know, good old boy in a beat up pickup truck that obviously doesn't have much money or something like that, right? And in reality, you know, it's not like that. That's not the right socioeconomic typification, right? And so, like, when it's said in, when the word gusano is used in Latin American cultures, it's denoting, yeah, like a right-wing, imperialist, you know, wealthy person that doesn't, you know, give much of a fuck about the poor.
I'm so offended. I'm so offended.
What?
It's just the same shit. This dude literally just uses social justice and people of color as a fucking prop, just to like be like, I'm so offended.
You're in Hassan's chat a lot and you disagree with him a lot.
On behalf of everyone else. He's no different than he's the edgy
What?
SJW with fucking blue hair, okay? That's all he is. He literally just weaponizes social justice when it's appropriate and then writes a fucking manifesto.
Does Neo taste has changed? Is people are always like this? I don't think so. His mods apparently got banned for calling people crackers.
Oh, 2 of his mods got banned for, I think, using the cracker term.
Oh, on Twitch they got banned? Wait, how is he not getting banned then?
I don't know. In the Twitch terms
My idea is that he makes the money and his mods don't, so.
of service, well, he won't get banned because he's got a huge exclusive contract with Daddy Bezos to exploit those Amazon workers, so he's not getting banned. If you, in the TOS or the community guidelines on the TOS, the community guidelines.
Maybe there's a criticism to make, but Destiny, you're not the one to make it.
So Twitch, like, you're not supposed to make fun of people for traits like race, like, so technically, calling somebody the C word should be, like, bannable, but...
Well, I think we have
the C word! The C word.
That's all we were. Imagine being offended by cracker.
I'm not offended by crap. I'm not offended.
See, I'm not offended because being offended is not cool, my dude. I'm not offended by it. I just know that it's wrong and it's evil. It's just as bad as the N-word, my dude. But I'm not offended by it.
By cracker. But that's because I'm rich. I make money than your entire family plus extended family.
Oh, so it's the chuds. It's the poor. It's the economically deprived chuds. This fucking myth of the downscale Trump voter. That's who it is. So an imaginary person. Great, Destiny. Oh my god, I almost fell off my...
Fine. I don't care about the word cracker. But what you have to realize is that when you're talking to conservatives that already feel alienated across all of mainstream society, and then you're going online and you're saying, like, yeah, we can be used...
Because all of us lefties are rich and all the conservatives are poor. I got it. We're Hollywood elite, chat. We're all Hollywood elite. Everybody in here lives in LA, right? Oh no, that's right. Destiny lives in LA. I'm sorry, I got that mixed up.
It's fine. all you're doing is alienating people. Do you understand? Right? Like, I would turn that around if you were talking to 2015 Destiny. I said, imagine,
Wait, I could be wrong. Did he move back?
imagine being offended by the N-word. Why the fuck would you care what
I don't know
someone
where he
says about
lives.
you online? Who the fuck cares about racial slurs? Don't you have better things you like to worry about, right? But when I say that, now you're gonna start pearl clutching and be like, oh, well, it's way different, Destiny. Oh, they're
Yes, Destiny, we're the ones pearl
fucking
clutching.
great.
We're the ones
grandparents are
pearl
fucking slave. Like,
clutching.
okay, yeah, what the fuck? Like, do you understand how stupid that
We're
argument
the ones that are triggered.
is? Like, yeah,
Holy shit, my dude, these lefties are so triggered. And your face is fucking red, dude. Like, you're like, I mean, and I don't even know how much of it's performative. I think he just figured out that this looks really good in a thumbnail, and he started doing it, right?
we can get academic.
And now
if
Riley
we want
does it
and argue
too.
about like the power of slurs and institutional racism and systemic injustices faced today, but individuals don't perceive that entire thing. An individual is not a class. If you use a racist insult against an individual, it's gonna feel pretty shitty to that individual. It will, whether they are a class of people that are privileged or not. You have to understand that. Be a little bit less autistic and like make some friends that aren't all agreeing with you 100% of all your political opinions on Twitter.
So is it in my
Did he just use autistic as a pure pejorative, as a pure, like, nothing to do with actual autism, just purely like bad person, stand in for bad person? Yeah, that's how you use autistic. Yeah.
Million Destiny has
And then he'll be like, well, actually, I'm autistic, so I can do that, right? It's my, you gotta be consistent, lefties, leftoids.
massive burn. Oh, has a massive Bernie simp a few years ago. Now he's like a conservative Democrat. It's pretty obvious he's leaving the left.
Haas? Wait, did they say Haas? Did they think that Haas is a conservative Democrat?
What do you mean? Do you mean he
When I was a massive Bernie fan a few years ago, it wasn't because of his protectionist trade policy, because even back then I disagreed with
Did he say Haas?
The reason why I was a massive Bernie fan a few years ago is because I thought corporate lobbying was way more important than it actually is. But it's not.
It's not important at all. Thank you. Yes, Sadosha taught me that, right?
But like I support like free education, or at the very
Thank you, DGG.
least like education should be available to every single person in the U.S. that can afford it. Healthcare should be available to every single
Oh yeah, that debate's on Chud Logic's channel somewhere.
person in the U.S. can afford it. Homelessness is horrible. Like,
My one and only invite to Chud Night. Yeah, I had to talk to Sadosha, who thought that actually lobbying isn't that big of a deal, and like the study about like the correlation between what wealthy people want and what laws actually get passed, that has some methodological problems to it. So I'm sure that therefore it can't be true.
like pretty far left, and like on social positions, are pretty far left. Like,
We find one bad study that purports something, then we can assume the opposite? Is that how science works, Sadosha? I haven't seen Sadosha. What happened to Sadosha? Maybe she's like doing college now. I don't know.
social positions too.
Depending on the answer. I think there's people that does not watch Steve that comes in here and has like seen our
I'm so-
or maybe it's even his own people coming in here, so I'm just reading those.
Well, yeah, because every single person that
I'm
talks
so mad I didn't ever get a chance to 1v1 Sadosha. That would have been fun.
about me on the left describes me as like far right. But then whenever I argue with
You're not far right. You're just kind of a tool.
any fucking conservatives, they characterize me as a fucking socialist. Like whenever I have arguments or debates with far right people, they literally call me a commie or whatever it is.
Wait, when you say education should be available, does that extend the universities and colleges?
Destiny for president.
You have a person in the United States that can go to school and they can't because of finances. That is the worst possible thing. It is the least efficient allocation of talent and resources I can ever think of in society. Anybody that wants to be able to go to college and can like pass fucking scores and tests and all that shit and like get a degree should be able to. Finances should never be prohibitive for that. You're destroying your own country by doing that. You're destroying your own talent base.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, if you're gonna help Lauren Southern, like establish a presence on Twitch, Destiny, then yeah, you are kind of helping the far right.
So yeah, university.
That doesn't mean you yourself are far right. I know you want Lauren Southern on there so you can push back at her like a little too yikes for you viewpoints, but dude, you're fucking still helping her out.
Whatever the fuck they need to study, yeah.
Like, I look more at the effect of what people do with their platforms than with, like, necessarily, like, it's not all about your ideology, dude. It's not, it's it's the effect of your platform, right? James Spader.
Here's a guess. Here's a guess, all right? And I could be wrong. I would love to do this in real life. Here's a guess, okay? If you take 10 white Twitter lefties,
You're
and
back.
You take 10 normal black people, and 10
Normal. What does he mean by normal?
Normal, any Hispanic people, and you put all 30
Gotta be normal, dude. Gotta be normal.
in a room, and you're like, you think calling a white person a cracker is like a slur? I feel like 15 out of the 20 black and Hispanic people are like, yeah, it probably is. And like all 10 Twitter white legends be like, no, guys, trust me, it's not a slur. Please call us that. They'll be on their knees, like kissing their boots.
There it is. That's a right-wing talking point. That's a fucking right-wing
Like,
talking point right there.
Call us racial slurs. It's okay. Please, we were trying to make up for slavery. Please.
Like listen, there might be a point there, okay? But he twists the point, okay? The point is that a lot of white allies are more interested in performative virtue signals, right? Which I guess you could symbolize by kissing the feet, because kissing the feet of a marginalized person, I don't know, does not make us any less marginalized, right? So yeah, that is ineffectual, that is worthless, right? But like he's trying to use it to say that, so therefore, I don't know what, reverse racism is a thing, basically.
It's actually so fucking cringe.
Hi, LSF.
Hi, LSF. Oh my god. Chat, when do you think I'll get posted to LSF?
Hi, Hassan.
My favorite fucking...
I don't even want to tell you about what website I found myself posted to last night. And don't you say it either. Because I bet some of you know exactly what I'm talking about as soon as I say that. I bet some of you know what it is, okay? Middle-earth Marxist knows what it is, but don't anybody say it. Don't say their names, okay? That is some Voldemort shit right there. We're not going to talk about them, but yeah, I'm up there.
I don't think so.
Oh my god, it's my favorite Hassan clip of all.
Thanks a lot, lefties that tried to cancel me, but you're up there too, ha ha ha! Oh my god, no, I'm not actually laughing at you. I think it's fucking sad. I'm worried. I'm like actually worried for the people that started the drama that got us both posted up there. It fucking sucks. And it seems like, yeah, I don't know if anybody's in danger from that. It's somebody else, okay? God, it's fucked up. I'm gonna stop talking right now. I can't even tell you about this stuff, chat.
Back when he was on Huge Cup,
I'll tell you someday.
Wait, can you explain what
it has to get... Listen, Clan Ops will get declassified like every 3 months or something, and we'll release all the stuff that we can't talk about right now because it's too fucking radioactive, right? And I don't know.
It was the one when he was like, when I go to Equinox, I think he said like all the rich white people there, they all support Biden. But when I'm leaving, all the Hispanic janitors, when they see me with my Bernie shirt on, they're like, hey, Hassan, hi, Bobby, I support Bernie Sanders.
Wait, did he say that?
Not like that. But like that was like, he said it like all the Hispanic people come up to me and they're like, yeah, I really support Bernie Sanders. He's down with the struggle or whatever. And I'm like, what? Dude, what are you talking about, dude? Do you think the fucking Hispanic janitors at fucking Equinox are like glued to the fucking TV screen watching the Democratic primaries in fucking California? Bro, what are you thinking? It was like the most dumb fuck comment I've ever heard in my life.
I live in a district that's most likely going to either vote for Biden or vote for Elizabeth Warren, okay? Lot of rich white gays here. A lot of rich white cis gays here. They all and I go to establishments like Equinox where I like to measure, and this is completely anecdotal, but I like to measure the reaction that I get. You know who fucking stops me? No matter where I go. Without a doubt. You know who fucking stops me? It's not the beautifully sculpted cis gay men, overwhelmingly white, at the Equinox gym when they see me wearing Bernie Sanders merch. It's the janitors. It's the cleaning people. Almost all of them Latino. They always stop me and they say, oh yeah, we're going to vote for Bernie. We're going to vote for Bernie.
I can do that, by the way, because I'm kind of a Latino background, okay?
Hassan says Karen must be a slur then too.
I think it is. And I said that as much. I said it was really weird.
Space later, sir.
A little bit racist and super misogynistic. And basically any time a woman...
Oh my god, okay. Dude. Racist? Karen is racist. He thinks Karen is racist. I've heard it applied to black women. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Right? Oh my god, this is the problem with Karen. Karen, I feel like, has multiple meanings, right? There's multiple... I want to make some content about this, honestly, chat. Like, if Karen's ever trend again, you're going to see a Karen video for me. And it's not just going to be like, let's look at some Karens and like, oh my god, fucking cringe, right? No, it's not going to be like that. What you're going to see from me on Karen's is this idea that like you got Karen meaning a white woman who weaponizes her fear or fakes fear to hurt a person of color, or you also mean like somebody an entitled rich person who out of spite because they can't get what they want at a business tries to get an employee fired, tries to, you know, the employee often enacting company policy that they didn't decide on, right? You know, gets hit by you know, the Karen complaining to the manager who probably set the policy, right? That you know, she didn't get what she wants, so she tries to get them fired. There's at least two different meanings to Karen, right?
Women complains about anything, which is ironic because women already have problems being assertive because when they are.
And yeah, it probably is a little bit misogynistic if you don't use it equally to in fact, I'm not in favor of the Darren thing. Just call them Karens. If it's a guy, it's a Karen. But honestly, I almost think you need two different words. I almost think you need two. In fact, I think that like maybe Karen should apply to somebody weaponizing perceived vulnerability as a white woman against like people of color. I think that's really what a Karen is, and that the second term needs to get another word, right? Because it's just too confusing. Otherwise, we don't know what we mean when we say Karen.
Seen more as a bitch rather than somebody that's like assertive or authoritative. Women are just seen as like bitches. Like, oh wow, she's bossy. And Karen was like I feel like I was vindicated on this take like a year or two ago because something happened. I was like, yeah, like people just like throw around Karen just to shit on women. That's literally all it is.
I mean, if you use it to, you know, disempower, if it's just strictly used to disempower a woman, and it's just like, oh, you're assertive, oh, you're loud, oh, you're confrontational, therefore you're a Karen, yeah, you know, right? But if you're talking about like that dynamic where that I talked about of like attacking employee because they're vulnerable and they won't give you what they want and it's a way of bullying them, then yeah. It's the exact argument you had with Bad Buddy.
Really think logically, huh? Or it just feels like it's, I don't know. It's so, I feel like it's so obvious. I don't get it.
Everybody should just agree with Destiny, I know, right, Melina? Yeah, it's just so obvious. Destiny was right.
So weird. It's like...
When you never have to interact with anybody with different political beliefs than your own, it's really easy for your beliefs to get farther and farther and farther and farther and farther to one direction. You need some sort of natural tension between two opposing viewpoints to like keep yourself grounded.
I know, like I need to talk to more transphobes, right, Destiny? Is that what you're saying?
So interesting, like
I should have CTV on.
See who Hassan actually cares about versus who he does not. Like
well, you have to separate.
He is like he's pretty sexist. Like,
yeah, but you have to
I thought you were gonna say he's pretty sexy.
Separate like the Hassan political view aesthetic versus him like just the networking clout machine. There's two different.
But he's like he actually like he like hates women.
I don't think he hates women.
No, but he's like he's really sexist.
Yeah, but I mean like he's like.
Nice, great night.
But it feels weird because I don't know. It's really weird. If you're like supposed to be like you care about, I don't know, people and you care about racism and sexism.
I don't think he said much in terms of like sexism recently, right? Maybe
no, but he said like really dumb comments.
Yeah,
in
but
the past. He even said that to me. Like,
wait, which comment?
You remember? Or like he would say like that I don't have an opinion on my own and stuff like that.
Oh. Yeah,
That's
but like
really
I don't know
shitty.
if that was sexist versus him just really hating me and then projecting that onto you. It's hard to say, right?
Or like look at the video, that old video of him.
Sure, that's
pretty brutal
that
as
was
well.
Dumb.
Yeah.
We can chalk that up to younger days, maybe.
And then like calling like people that you've had like some sort of sexual.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the fact that Karen is encoded as a... Well, no, there is a different dynamic though, right? Like, I think that the use of Karen to describe the first thing, which is like weaponization of a white woman's perceived vulnerability against people of color, like I think that like, actually, you know what? Could someone without woman as part of their identity, could they activate that? Would they be able to utilize that racism? Because that's what it is. It's like, you know, it's the same thing as like, you know, like I mean, this is a very old like dynamic, right? You know, like it's in terms of like, let's say that a white woman and a black guy you know, they fall in love or they start a relationship, they get caught. It's not okay. The people are looking at the white woman like, and she's like, he made me do this, and he didn't make you do that, and he gets lynched. That's kind of the, you know, distant past origin of you know, that, you know, terminology, right? And I do think that's a real problem, and maybe there's a better word that we could find for it, you know, than Karen. And I do recognize, and I have seen Karen be used misogynistically, right? But I don't want to invalidate that concern, and there is a real concern with the weaponization of vulnerability by, you know, against POC, right?
Relationship with, like, as like a leftover thing.
When did he say that?
He called V a leftover. Like, I don't want to fuck leftovers.
Yeah, okay, maybe.
He is, like, he's pretty sexist. Like,
Okay, maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe.
Oh, Bad Bunny's argument about Karen's. I didn't see that. Oh, again, if you're in the Discord, like, post this stuff. I'll try to look at it. If it's something you want me to cover, post it in stream suggestions. There's a lot of other channels. There's way too many channels. We got to streamline the channels at some point. But
yeah, do you guys remember this?
okay, are we looping? Are we done?
Convinced. I don't know. I've just seen, like, little
Wait, did he really
comments,
say
you know?
that I only thought Pixie was smart because I wanted to fuck her? Did Hassan actually say that?
Okay, I think maybe we're done with this. Oh no. Oh no. Chat, look what we've got here. It's Xander Hall. We're gonna do more Xander Hall
When you
content.
compare a word like cracker to the N-word or any other slur, I mean, just from the outside looking in, it becomes how obviously ridiculous it is to try to equivocate these two things, right?
Oh my god, is Xander gonna have a good take again?
Like, we won't even say the
We did see it. We did see some good takes from Xander Hall yesterday.
N-word. We say the N-word because of how scared we are to say it. Whether we're on stream or generally if you're in public, I don't say the N-word when I'm talking to my girlfriend in private and there's no one else there. I don't ever say it. If I say blank person said the N-word, I don't paraphrase the person, or I don't quote the person. I paraphrase them, and I still say the N-word because generally I think in society, certain words, due to their history and due to how much weight they have behind them, have been stigmatized more than others. Guys,
I feel like that shuriken, like, right? Like, it's like, I feel like it's like Xander Hall throwing the shuriken and somehow it hits him. I don't know.
we did it again. We're engaging in discourse. God help me. I know. I promised we wouldn't. I told you guys. I swore. Put my hand to my heart, and I swore to all of you that I wouldn't engage in the discourse. And yet here I am on December 12th, 2021, engaging in the fucking discourse. And you know what the discourse is today? It was started...
If the bar is low enough, Xander Hall will be correct.
...by the omni-liberal. And it is...
Yeah, Xander's been going hard on Destiny lately.
It's about whether or not...
Which is funny, because he used to kiss Destiny's ass a bit.
Well, I mean, you can just kind of tell scrolling through. It's about whether or not Cracker...
I think what it was is that he kissed Destiny's ass and Destiny didn't care. And then he's like, all right, fuck you, buddy.
...is a slur.
I don't know.
And whether or not we should or should not be saying it.
It's just a theory, chat. A game theory.
Oh boy. Isn't that spicy? Isn't that spicy? Let's start with this meme. This meme, I think, gives us a pretty good understanding of the positions, right? The anti-cracker mental gymnastics. You're insulting someone based on their race. Insulting someone based on their race is racist. By calling someone a cracker, you're being racist. Okay? Pro-cracker mental gymnastics. Snow roaches were slave owners. Crackers, that's always how I'm going to pronounce it, by the way. I always I hear it in my head and I pronounce it out loud.
It's a solid theory.
Crackers,
Yeah.
okay? Crackers oppressed people. Albino apes never suffered in their lives. This is payback to those tidy whiteys. Honkies invented racism. Frankly, Destiny has taught me several new anti-white slurs just from this meme, so I don't know if he's achieving what he'd like to with this tweet, but
The Kyle Kalinske effect. Kyle kissing Jimmy Dore's ass until Jimmy got all Jimmy Dore on him. Oh my god, I hope that never happens to me with any other content creators.
let's talk about this. Let's talk about the discourse. Is cracker a slur? Let's do a poll in the chat. What do you guys think? Is cracker a slur? What are your opinions? I want to see what you guys think about this. One, if you think cracker's a slur. Two, if you don't. But let's get the poll going.
I like how Steven knew all the slurs. Wait, was that Steven's meme? I didn't even know. I mean, he showed that meme, but I wasn't sure if it was from his chat or if it was him or what.
Let's get the poll.
How's it going, Knockout Panda? Good to see you.
Let's get it going. Let's get it up. Everyone who
Sorry I haven't been paying attention to chat as much. Chat
voted before the poll was up now can't vote because they have to clear their thing. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, dicks.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Wait, what are they saying?
That's a lot of
Is
tours.
cracker a slur?
Oh, no. That's a lot of people typing too. Oh, no.
So most of the chat says not a slur.
Yikes. I'm hoping you're being ironic. I know we make a lot of white people jokes here, but I'm really hoping you're being ironic.
Wait, what? I thought he was going to have a good take. What?
I really hope you are. So, we gotta talk about the C slur.
He takes credit for his chat's memes all the time, yeah.
Alright, we gotta talk about the cracker word, okay? So, I think it's generally accepted that the definition of a slur is a word...
He's joking, I think. I think you're...
or phrase or saying, a descriptor, so to say, of a group of people, and said word is usually based on some stereotype or distasteful reference towards said group. I think that's about as broad of a definition and as safe of a definition of slur as you can really find, right? I think we can all agree with that, right? Yeah. So, examples of slurs include the N-word, the F slur, and frankly, I think if I go on even listing other slurs, I might be flying a little too close to the sun, so we're gonna stop doing that. Anyway.
Damn it. How did he stay monetized and I didn't get...
Being made by Destiny and being made by the people who are taking Destiny.
You have to cut those TikToks out of the video later.
Decide on all of this is that cracker is a slur and we ought not say it. My position is cracker is a slur and it's probably okay to say. It's probably fine. That's my position.
Oh.
So here's the thing. Why are slurs bad?
I mean, you might have, slur. Does anybody have a good definition for that? Like, what is there... anything more authoritative than Xanderhall that we have here to go on?
To say. Why is it bad to say a slur? I'm genuinely curious. Well, there's two main reasons.
That sounds like an irrelevant question.
First reason is...
And then irrelevant would ask you, so, is saying a slur a bad thing? Is saying a slur a bad thing? Yes, it's a bad thing.
Well, saying a slur
you don't really believe
can
it
result in...
You took 5 seconds to answer!
Emotional harm to others that are around, whether it be people who aren't personally affected by that slur in terms of the group they're a part of, or people who are personally affected by that slur because the group they're a part of, right? So if you say the N-word out of like a fucking megaphone in the middle of a town hall or like in the middle of a gathering of people, you're probably going to be hurting a lot of people's feelings. This is not generally looked upon as like a good thing to do. So generally in our society, we've agreed people don't need to be saying slurs. You certainly shouldn't be saying certain slurs around certain groups of people, so on and so on. But we acknowledge that saying a slur doesn't necessarily, in and of itself, cause harm, regardless of what the slur is. The other case in which a slur can cause harm, like actual real-world harm, is one in which a large figure uses a slur, and that usage then rubs off on others and encourages racist thought processes, or I should say bigoted thought processes and or behaviors or attitudes in others, as well as sort of supporting possibly oppressive existing regimes that already exist, right?
Oh shit, Umar, I didn't even know about this.
Systems that already exist, right? So when you compare a word like cracker to the N-word or any other slur, I mean, just from the outside looking in, it becomes how obviously ridiculous it is to try to equivocate these two things, right? Like, we won't even.
I actually got some of that. Like, it's weird. It's weird. Like, there's some people out there that think I'm anti-breadtube, and they like it because they're chuds.
Say the N-word. We say the N-word because of how scared we are to say it.
And if you're watching me, chuds, understand that I don't hate breadtube, but I'm lukewarm on it for the exact opposite reason that you hate it.
We're on stream, or generally if you're in public, I don't say the N-word.
By some definitions, slur is just another word for pejorative. Okay, yeah, okay, so then I guess he's not far off then.
When I'm talking to my girlfriend in private and there's no one else there, I don't ever say it.
I'm anti-breadtube.
If I say blank person said the N-word, I don't paraphrase the person, or I don't quote the person. I paraphrase them, and I still say.
Oh my god! I almost said I'm breadtube critical, and then I just remembered
the N-word, because generally I think in society certain words, due to their history and due to how much weight they have behind them, have been stigmatized more than others. However, I believe.
I'm pro FD Signifier's video on. How about that? I'm pro FD Signifier's video on breadtube. I think it was a pretty good critique.
And I don't think the left is hypocritical, because I think most people on the left.
That's what happens when you let white people create
agree
names.
With this. I believe that regardless of whether or not a joke is racist or sexist or homophobic or whatever, as long as it's funny and it's done within good taste, and it's not meant, like the person who made the joke didn't mean it, I think it can be morally permissible. I think it is, as long as no actual harm was done by it, which obviously, you know, you have to be careful of. You have to be responsible enough to figure out situations where, say, making a racist joke can happen in a space where it's not going to cause harm, right? Yet we agree, and I believe Destiny agrees, because of the entire N-word manifesto and arc, that the only reason using a slur is bad is really because it can cause physical real-world harm in certain scenarios. And if it cannot cause that harm in those scenarios, then what's the big deal? So the argument that I would make in regards to cracker is, unless we're talking about actual hoteps and real, like, anti-white racists who genuinely hate white people using it, why is it a problem if people use cracker as a joke? Because that's how it's always used.
Conquest 2 would have been too on the nose, I guess.
Nobody online, or nobody that I really meet or know, even here in the lefty space.
Well, I'm glad my chat can criticize breadtube, because I'm, like, literally not allowed to. It'll get you know, twisted into, like, she hates everyone and she's making a giant dossier on them.
Actually uses cracker
and in reality, I don't hate anyone. I just vehemently disagree with a number of them.
Ironically,
a great number of them.
And defends that. Like, to genuinely refer to white people. Unless Destiny...
Oh, yeah. Kropotkin is not recognized for how racist he is.
In this meme is referring... And with this whole...
Yeah, Marx was anti-Semitic.
Discourse is referring only to hoteps and, like, black separatists and the people who literally believe that white people are evil and cause all the horrible, awful, terrible things that happen in the world. Unless he's literally referring to those people and not just left-wing people who sometimes make cracker jokes in public, but they don't hold the same standard.
Some decent stuff on specific subjects and expertise, but ego and whiteness cause a lot of issues.
Standard to the N-word or any other slur. I mean, yeah, obviously.
And there's definitely some gatekeeping, right?
Obviously, because cracker jokes aren't...
As far as who is considered breadtube and who's not,
supporting
right?
A system of power.
Although I guess I am officially considered breadtube since the haters...
that oppresses white people. Was it not Destiny himself who said that we already have a white...
Is that right?
White
the chuds get to decide who's in breadtube or who's not?
Matter organization called the United States of America. We don't exactly have systemic issues that face white people, right? So cracker as a slur, even though it is one, and I agree it is one, it is a racially motivated
Bakunin.
insult.
Oh yeah, Bakunin.
Which is what I believe a slur, I believe qualifies as a slur. I do not believe that jokes using said word are really harmful or should be avoided in the same way that jokes with the N-word should be in public spaces. However, I do...
Oh, that's who FD Signifier had on. Shark 30. Many debate bro. I never saw this. When did this happen? Many debate bros wrote contradictions on the role of debate bros.
Agree that there is a ridiculous amount of people out there, you know, the hoteps and whatnot, that do use cracker and do use the word, unironically use many of the words that you know, were listed in that meme to refer to white people. And then, of course,
I get really nervous when a dude like Xanderhall starts talking about hoteps. I get really fucking nervous.
Of course, on top of that, they push really harmful racist, like...
Now, don't you dare start using that Y word, Xanderhall. You're gonna get us all into trouble here.
Narratives usually just replace Nazi.
It's not, you know, just usually a sign of cringe ahead, right?
Propaganda, but replace Jews with white people, and boom, you've got what hoteps believe. Or just sometimes keep Jews as like the Jews as the Jews, but then add another group, and the other group is...
Listen, I'm not going to talk about hoteps unless I'm bringing like a black guest on to talk about hoteps. Okay, I don't think I have the cultural knowledge to be able to really analyze that phenomenon.
White people, but yeah, that they a lot of the hoteps are Nazis as well.
You should have to point out anti-white violence in order to claim cracker is hate speech.
Well, it's pretty bizarre, but Xanderhall, the whites are oppressed. We're actually currently being genocided. Yeah, there are some people who genuinely believe that, but if you do, then I'm afraid you're going to have to suck so hard.
And there's other people who think it's a real danger. It's a real danger. It's a real threat. Like, you know, maybe not now, but when you know, when we defeat racism, that's when we got to worry about the Mayo side. God.
Hard and so deep on my dick that my balls are going to fill your entire
So here's
jaws,
an example,
okay?
Mods, of what I want you to do.
I don't want to hear it.
You see what I'm doing here?
So
you see this, and
naturally,
you go,
this discourse blew up, and
it
apparently
goes away.
Hassan is,
It goes
responding to
away.
it. Why attack your main market? Most big streamers won't take a hard stance on cracker. Lol, Twitch is literally a platform of white kids serving white kids. Wait, what was XQC's take on it? Because I doubt he'd agree with me. White people be like Nazi is the real N-word. Only us whites should be able to use it. I'm surprised that Hassan's even engaging. I'm so on the fence. Oh wait, here it is. Okay, so here is the exchange that started it all, guys.
Wait, did I mess up chat? Did I fuck up chat?
This is the exchange that started it all. So this is Destiny's meme. We just looked at it. This person replied, "I'm so on the fence with this. I can understand the other side's viewpoint."
Oh no, it's good. It's good.
And then Destiny quote tweeted and said, "TBH, I don't really think any of this is a big deal. It's just funny that people who want to execute white people for saying the N-word."
Yeah, it's that kind of weird shit that just take out, because I don't know what it is. I don't know what's doing there, and it makes me nervous. I don't even know. Some of that stuff can be like links, like right in the if they're in the comments. Sometimes people leave links, or they'll leave like a thing that people are supposed to click on, and there's like a link right next to it, and the link is like malware or something. Like, I don't even know what's on that link. I don't want to find out what's wrong with chat. So it's not like wrong with chat. It just wasn't reloading. Like I deleted the weirdness, the weird word thing, whatever the fuck that is, right? Which I want the mods, as soon as you see that shit, just get rid of it, right? And then I refreshed the chat, and it took a while to actually refresh.
In a friendly way, will froth at the mouth screaming, "You cracker," and then pretend their position is the moral one. So, who is he referring to here? That's what confuses me. Because Destiny has a tendency to be very hyperbolic on Twitter, so I can't tell if he's being hyperbolic in the sense that he doesn't literally mean people who want to execute white people for saying the N-word, or if he literally means people who want to execute white people for saying the N-word. Like, if he literally means this, then I'm okay with, like, if he really is referring to, like, hoteps and people who are genuinely, like, racist towards white people and genuinely hate white people, then sure. But at the same time, I'm thinking, well, Destiny gets really, really hyperbolic on Twitter, so I don't know if by execute white people, he means, like, message their work and get them fired. Like, I don't know if that's what he actually means when he says execute. It's just funny that people who want to execute white people for saying the N-word in a friendly way will froth at the mouth screaming, "You cracker," and then pretend their position is the moral one. The constant, tired excuse of, "You can't be racist towards white people," just sounds stupid as fuck to anyone else who's not terminally online, and it's so unnecessarily divisive. It only makes your side look so stupid to anyone who's not 100% ready, already bought in on your position. Nebraska Steve devolved into California Steve, and now he has evolved into Florida Steve. I believe he's moved to Florida, right? Didn't he say he was moving to Florida or something? I'm pretty sure he did. He's Florida Steve now, right? Yeah. Listen, all I'm saying is living in Florida makes you significantly more racist. It's like a proximity buff, you know? The closer to Florida you live and the more in Florida you get, the more racist you are. So basically, very, very spicy. But the biggest takeaway from this whole thing, and what's actually kind of made me cringe a little bit, because I've seen people take some really stupid positions on it, is the I'm trying to find his take on it. Maybe I have to go back a little bit more. Where is it? Do you guys know where he claims that, like, in real life, people don't really make that big a deal out of people using slurs or people saying the N-word? Like, in real life, black people don't really care when white people use the N-word. Zan is very vulgar. This is a Christian Minecraft server. Listen, this stream can get a little bit spicy, okay? But we have a fun time, all right? We have a fun time here. Yeah, okay, listen, I want to be clear. You can be racist to white people.
Yeah.
You know that, right? Like, racism against white people is a real thing. Racism doesn't equal prejudice plus power. That's not what racism is. Racism is a bias based on our social constructs of race towards a person of another race. Systemic racism doesn't exist for white people. There's a reason why we have the term racism and the term institutional racism. There is no...
I mean, I don't know. Tomato. I agree with Xander Hall on the point. I codify language differently.
Institutional racism
Florida is
that
wild,
white people face. However, people can be racist towards white people. Xander Hall, joke is on you for assuming people engage with nuance and not assume the absolute worst. That's true, but
Oh, I didn't know that about Honky.
both the people here on Twitter and in my chat right now as we speak. I think it's important to use racial essentialism as a catch-all. I think it's important to use racial essentialism as a catch-all term and racism as something that is specific to POC. The leftist owl, that is such absolute bullshit. The argument you're trying to make right now, and unfortunately you are more or less pushing this stereotype. You are literally doing the stereotype of the left right now that we want to make like non-white people be like special little snowflakes that can do no wrong. And, like, white people are evil and horrible always. That's literally what you're arguing right now.
So wait, he's disagreeing with Destiny, but then he's also saying that if there's antipathy from a marginalized, like, racial group, from somebody of a marginalized racial group against, like, white people, then that is racism, and it's just not systemic. It doesn't have that systemic power. I don't know. I would say that's where, you know, you need another term. That's why I talk about prejudice, bias, and racism as separate things. I associate racism with the institutional form, and God, I mean, like, language is a dynamic thing. It is like, you know, on some level our definitions are are gonna be a little bit arbitrary. GK,
I'm pretty sure nobody thinks...
can even be internalized, where it would obviously be held against a person. Yeah, so like you're talking about like an Uncle Ruckus kind of racism, right? Held against a person of the same race as the person holding the racist beliefs. Wait, is that the arguments that's being made? Are people saying that black people can't be racist against black people? Because I know that trans people can be transphobic against trans people. I've seen that, unfortunately. And so I guess, like, I would say the same thing. If a black person is contributing to, you know, systemic racism against black people, that's, you know, that is something I'd classify as racist. But
that I'm trying to equate cracker and the N-word. I feel like I said about...
is internalized racism. Oh, no, I don't know about that. God. You know what? White guilt is really... White guilt is really an interesting thing, because on one hand, you want privileged people to be aware of their privilege. In fact, that's the first step to being able to do anything about the negative effects thereof. Because like being privileged doesn't make you bad, but being privileged and not acknowledging your privilege almost guarantees that you're going to contribute to that, right? But white guilt is like usually not very useful, right? And the reason for this is that it tends to be self-indulgent. It tends to be based more on, yeah, FD Signifier talked about this. Oh no, not a recent, it wasn't his most recent video, but it was the video before that, right? And like it's more about when he's talking about 3 different types of allies, right? And the white guilt, as it manifests in the white savior type of ally, right, is more about existential angst of, yeah, it's like basically it's not about black people, you know, it's about, you know, it's about us, you know, and it's really easy to make it all about us, and that's not very useful. But it is something that has to be like kind of wrestled with. It's something that I would say is not ready for prime time. In other words, you know, you don't want to just be like, okay, I'm feeling white guilt, let me express that, right? Because that always comes out super cringe, right? And it's not helpful. But it is helpful to try to kind of work through that, to come to terms with, you know, our privilege and our responsibility, and then to try to push back against those dynamics. But yeah, and there's, listen, like, why, okay, so here's I'm gonna blow your mind here. White guilt can make you more racist. What do I mean by that? What I mean is that, like, I've seen this came up in that Vosh debate, you know, when Vosh was you know, trying to jacket somebody with genocide, right? That white guilt can have the effect of causing fear of, like, of POC, right? So basically here's how this works, right? I'm white. I recognize what white people have done to black people, for instance, right? And it scares me because I think that maybe if I was black, I'd want to do the same thing back. And so therefore, I'm less likely to want to allow, you know, I'm less likely to fight systemic racism, because empowering black people is an existential threat to my race. And so it feeds right into the white replacement or the white genocide myth, right? So yeah, white guilt can be incredibly destructive. Just like, not, I think what you're thinking, Blue, is like destructive against ourselves. I would also say that the bigger risk maybe is white guilt being channeled in a destructive way against marginalized groups.
15 times they aren't the same, or even close
Like,
to being
at
on the
all?
same level. The argument that I'm making is that
How do you understand white guilt differently?
racism, regardless of what group it's toward, is wrong. And when I refer to racism here, I'm referring to the internal biases that we hold towards a certain group of people based on their race. Can we do your hair after stream, guys? Hey, chat, what do you think? Do you prefer my hair right now with a bit of dark roots, or do you want it re-bleached so it's fully white again?
Careful. Careful. If you do that, keep... You went platinum, dude. So if you do that, keep the don't let any of that bleach get on the hair that you've already colored, okay? Just be really careful.
What do you guys prefer? We're looking at the Hasan.
Because Xander Hall, I'm worried about your hair. I'm worried about your beautiful hair getting fried.
Tweets. Okay, so these are the Hasan messages, the ones from his Discord that Destiny put out. Why attack your main market? Most big streamers will not take a hard stance on Cracker. Lol, Twitch is literally a platform of white kids serving white kids. Wait, what was XQC's take on it? Because I doubt... This is true, by the way. Because I doubt he'd agree with me. White people be like, not...
White guilt means you blame all white people... Wait... All white people for racism And since you're white, you're guilty of racism. So, okay, so, God, this is kind of complicated, right? Because there's like benefiting from privilege, and there's acknowledging that, and then there's wallowing in a performative virtue signal to show black people that you're not like that. And that's the, yeah, like there's whereas like I think I feel like it's actually an interesting question, right? It probably depends on how you define white guilt.
Is the real N-word. Only us whites should be able to say it. Twitch should ban the...
There's nothing that can be done about racism. That's not how I've seen it. I mean, I've seen it as just a kind of like virtue signal, right? Like I've seen it as a, you know, a performance that seeks to, you know, absolve oneself from culpability by showing that like you're truly saddened, sorry, emotionally distraught by the, you know, existence of racism, and that therefore you should be trusted, you should be accepted unquestioningly as an ally, and that that in a way you shouldn't be considered, you know, culpable in the sense that, like, you know what I mean, you're like trying to get sorted out of like, okay, racism's really bad, but if I fucking cry about it, will you say that, okay, you're not racist, you're good, and like here's your little pat on the head, and you know what I mean? That's where I see white guilt.
Word Nazi next. People keep using it against racist white people, and it's never used against black people at all, and it's racially targeted and unacceptable. That's untrue. I've called plenty of black people Nazis. Honestly, I should give some clout to these neoliberal orbiters instead of pushing them away. I'll have them reciting the critique of the Gotha program.
White guilt simply means you, as a white person, you take a huge burden for the existence onto yourself.
In a week. I love when this community is all rich white kids, but also virulently racist anti-whites at the same time, depending on what benefits the argument. Some sent me the Morgan post, so I wanted to see what the fuck. This is a good point, honestly. That point from Hassan is actually probably like a pretty good argument. Not necessarily against Destiny, because I don't believe his audience, I don't think Destiny's audience literally hates white people, but because back during the primary...
Yeah, there is definitely a certain sort of paralysis implied in white guilt, like where it's not about, you know, what can I do? It's about some kind of performative, it's like seeking absolution. It's like seeking, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, absolution, I guess that would be.
Is a big talking point that Destiny always brought up, that people who were fans of Bernie were all white, and the real Biden fans were brown, and if you liked Bernie, then you were white, and they would always do the Pepe Law white and the cracker thing, and it was all the haha white jokes. And then now, for some reason, when Destiny's upset at people on the internet who, I guess, say cracker, or maybe who are actually racist, I can't tell because Destiny is so goddamn, like, hyperbolic on Twitter. Now he's completely flipped. Yeah. At least in regards to the humor, right? Yeah, I mean, you would assume that Destiny agrees that, racist humor against white people isn't harmful, right? I mean, otherwise I assume he wouldn't have engaged in that humor so much. Someone sent me the Morgan post, so I wanted to see what the fuck they were talking about. Haven't been in there in a minute. Seems all they do is post about me. Holy shit. LMAO are the crackers over at DGG okay? And then there's some stuff. Yeah, I saw this funny thing from Mr. Cracker. So strange he's got a big take on Cracker. Oh my god, you guys are doing great. Thank you guys. You're all... Oh. Ooh. My brother. All right, well... Whew. Listen, okay? We probably shouldn't be saying the N-word publicly. It's probably not a good idea. And jokes about crackers and jokes about white people are funny, but if you actually do hate white people and you use, like, cracker to refer to white people unironically, and you actually genuinely do hold some amount of discrimination towards white people, then, yeah, that's racism. I mean, listen, how about this? If you wouldn't be okay with someone doing something to a black person, you shouldn't be okay with someone doing it to a white person. All right.
Wait, what is his take? Did I so completely just fucking zone out on Slander Hall here? Did I just completely zone out? What the fuck is your take, Slander Hall?
You probably shouldn't, at least insofar as the actual beliefs go. All right, like if a black person's actually racist towards white people, it's not okay. Hey, Augie, how you doing, buddy? I don't think Hassan does. No, I don't think so either, Demsoak11. I just think Hassan is, frankly, I don't take Hassan's takes on issues like this very seriously. This drama is fucking hilarious. It really is. Like, it's such low stakes, too. How does this low stakes bullshit keep on blowing up so huge? I really don't get it.
Wittgenstein.
Like, whose feelings have actually been hurt by saying cracker, mayo monkey, what was it? Albino maggot? Well, I don't remember all of the slurs or whatever that were listed.
You can be racist as long as you don't mean it.
Yeah, I can say cracker. I have the pass. True. Honky, that's one. Mayo Monkey's been a meme on my stream for months. Good. I like streams where there's lots of racism. Those are my favorite streams. If you enjoyed this video, thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you liked my takes. And if you did, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell icon so you
Azan tries to bait me into table take.
What do you mean by the word cracker?
Is this the first time we've ever covered XQC? Is this the first time we've ever... Was XQC in the dossier chat? I mean, I have to ask you for that because I'm not super familiar with what is and isn't in the dossier. I assume it was just like the biggest streamers that people could grab links from my Discord from and pretend like I was trying to, I don't know, stalk? Is that what the idea? I'm gonna, you know, try to meet them in real, I don't know what I was supposed to do with the dossier, but whatever it was sus. Xanderhall said stalk, right? So that's why I call that motherfucker Slanderhall, right? Because he can't do his own research. Do your own research, brother. You need to watch Hassan more, so you know to do your own research.
The what?
The word cracker.
What do I think about the word cracker?
Instead of just having it served up to you on a cracker by a national a weird like far right nationalist ethno-nationalist VTuber, yeah?
2 of my mods got banned for saying cracker yesterday.
Chat, if the person that cancels you gets canceled, does that mean you're uncanceled? Did Bad Empanada uncancel me?
In a sequence of like 3 minutes.
I don't use it personally.
Okay, also, why are we in Hassan's crotch? What's going on here? Is his phone in his pocket?
Oh.
I'd rather describe
What is going on here? I still don't understand this, Good night, Sabrina.
Terms based off the color of their skin.
Okay. What do you think by the word cracker?
I missed that.
Dude. Guys, I like
Or is
some
it-
of Hassan streams, but
Oh my god, I'm so confused,
where
chat.
was he going with
I'm
this?
so confused.
What kind of message was he?
I've never watched XQC. I gotta make a whole new file for you. What the hell?
Was trying to get?
You exist? Oh my god, I gotta have everybody in my dossier, right? You know?
Jesus, man.
Why are you doing that? No, no. Is that his stream alert? Fuck this guy. Oh my god. Okay, you don't go in the... Sorry, no dossier for you, XQC. You're gonna get me... Oh my god. You're gonna get me copyrighted.
Okay, you know what? 21-month subscriber. Get in the fucking...
It's like one thing. It's like, listen, you can probably get away with listening to like video game music or like music that's not super popular, like indie, or just like stuff that people put up on YouTube. Is you could probably get away with that. But oh my god, you try to put something like that on there, like
Discord. Let's have your fucking...
It was XQC. I don't know.
Fucking big debate brain conversation. You've been an active member of this community for 21 fucking months. You've been a subscriber for 21 months. Get in the Discord.
He doesn't want to show... Oh, I see. So he's just in his pocket then.
Let's hash it out. I don't know.
Puts the camera in his lap. I see.
I don't know if you're being serious or not, but I would love to hear...
I felt like we were right next to his junk.
Your point of view, okay?
Anybody want to try to beat me to it? Anybody want to try to beat me to it? Can you get there first,
Maya's
mods?
here. I can't even do this. God damn it. Hold on.
Yeah, XQC. Big streamer, I guess. I don't know. I've never really watched.
Okay, it'll be a quick one. I'm loading Discord now. I made your take into a meme just to stick with this discussion. Look what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. Yeah.
White guilt, sinner's white experience. There you go. That's the take. That's the take right there. Yes. Yes.
Hopped into the gaming lobby. Okay, I'm almost done. I have to like quickly have this conversation. I mean, you can be here if you want. I have to address it because I have a 21-month subscriber in here who's like, dude, why is it okay to shit on someone for being white just because they're an asshole? Or why is it like he is like losing his fucking mind. He thinks like Cracker is a directional and serious racist take. Oh, it's coming from your... I was like, where the fuck is this coming from? Yeah. He's been in here for 21... He's been in here for 21 fucking months. Okay, I'm going in.
Wait, his name is Rhizome. Chat, we have a delusion. We have a delusion.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Have fun.
I'm assuming you're
Austin.
Euro chatter, right? It has to be.
Yeah, dude, obviously, man.
Well, yeah, I read Deleuze and Guattari. That's definitely not an American.
I have said multiple times in other chats throughout this that I want you to be on the internet. I appreciate the work you do.
Okay, wait, where are you from?
We got some Thousand Plateaus in the house.
Where are you calling from?
Any Thousand Plateau readers?
Boston.
Oh, you're...
And
Oh,
I'll
God,
just
okay.
state for the sake of-
There we go.
Well, I'll just
Now
state
I
for
get
the
why.
sake of-
Now I get why you're so heated about
in the
Cracker.
chat.
Well, I mean, I'm mixed race. I'm black. I'm white, but I don't really
God.
like.
Okay, let's hear it.
Come on, man. Okay, well, my whole thing is just looking at Not Your Average African's original comment is just what I was looking at, where it's like he's like, "Get fucked, Cracker." I just don't understand why that's okay. That's literally
No,
I
it's
just wanted to know why
inappropriate.
that's okay.
Do you think it's ban worthy? Because it's not an
I don't
appropriate
necessarily-
application to the
Oh,
term Cracker,
Invincible?
considering that like Max is racist. He's a Trump supporter.
Wait,
he's
the movie and wait, God, what am I thinking? Oh my God. Yes? No? I have to actually go to the tab to...
working alongside cops. That doesn't change the reality that you know, it's not like he's not calling him a cracker because he's like directly being racist in that moment. However,
Yeah.
do you think it's appropriate for him to be banned for it?
Not necessarily, no. I just don't.
Okay, then we agree. I don't understand why we have to argue over it, because you want to know why?
I literally was spamming because I just wanted to hear your
Okay,
answer,
but
and
do
it's
you understand the
impossible.
difference then?
Put an
If
answer
you
in
don't think
chat.
he's supposed to be banned, then it's not a severe racial term. Do you understand? It's
No,
not a
but then at the
severe
same
racial
time-
term, and the reason for why it's not a severe racial term is because it is not associated with any sort of serious subjugation with it. Do you understand?
All right, can I respond really quick?
Okay, go ahead.
I was watching X, and he said, "Why would you encourage your audience to call people this or to say things like this?"
I don't.
And that's kind of my. But
There's a difference between
saying-
me defending someone for defending people getting banned for the usage of the term cracker in a platform that already is like incredibly white, that I would like the platform to be more accommodating to, you know, non-white folks specifically. That accommodation doesn't have to revolve around allowing people to use the term cracker willy-nilly. But the real reason is most people that are fucking upset by this, the overwhelming majority, I think if you've been in here for 21 months, you probably recognize this, are people who are being incredibly fragile. Most white people that you talk to, including myself, do you consider I'm white? Do you consider myself to be a white person? What?
I mean, kind of.
Oh, comic, yeah.
Okay, but
I don't really think about it that way, you know.
do you think I have white privilege?
But sure, I mean, you are white presenting, and I think most people who don't know
I don't know how pale
It's a malicious dating website. Oh my god.
you are, but do you think
Yeah.
you
Thanks.
being
I didn't know what it was, Sabrina. I just
race gives you
I just knew it was like I don't know what that. Yeah, it looked like a website, so I was like,
more
black
privilege
people,
than
I'm
like
immediately black. Nah, I'm
No?
like a big black dude, man. Nah.
okay.
Unfortunately.
malicious dating website. That sounds dangerous.
I wished. My whole life.
So you wish. So you okay,
wish
but
that.
you're black, so you recognize that there are benefits to presenting as white, right?
Oh yeah, correct. I would never dispute that. Yeah. Of
Okay,
course.
so you do recognize white privilege. Good. Okay, got it.
Oh yeah, yeah, man. I'm not sitting over here like on the like centrist like fence of this issue, man. Like I completely agree that people would use that term to vent their anger towards systemic oppression. I just don't. At the same time, I also don't think like I want to live in a world where people are shitting on people for this like color of their skin, and I get nervous that the implication of what your like defense is in the situation, people can infer that and think it's okay to do that.
Is this like DC or Marvel or something?
Okay. You've been in here for 21 months. You're already aware
Because I only know like Shonen Jump.
of the many amount of times that I've drawn ire from, you know, black communities like Black Twitter or Nicki Minaj stands. You're aware of this.
This is we're finally on Hassan. We tried to watch XQC, but XQC, I don't know if it was just a stream alert, but there was some copyrighted music, and I was just like, oh no, let me like get done. I mean, I'm already demonetized. Let's be real. I am already demonetized for this video. And if you want to help me out with that, like I really appreciate donations. I really appreciate memberships or you know, Patreon. I think all that stuff's listed down below in the doobly-doo if you can help out with that, because I am not getting paid for this video. There's no fucking way. Not after you know, watching stuff, you know, talking about racist cartoons from the past and you know, people getting called the N-word in a Cracker Barrel.
Right? Oh yeah.
What is the number one thing that they say when I you know,
image
criticize Nicki Minaj or you know, say some shit like not pull off like a good fit or something, and then Black Twitter's like, yo, this dude's racist. What do they say?
What do they say specifically?
What is the number one thing that they always say?
To be honest, I don't know what the trope would be. I know that
they call me a cracker. They do, like,
yeah, that's
nonstop.
what I was about to say. I was just gonna say I know they bring you up as a white boy.
Yeah, I say they say aging at the speed of white, which is pretty funny. Okay.
Yeah,
and that I'm a fucking Saltine Sally.
That's a good line, honestly.
Yeah, Saltine Sally, and that I am a cracker, right?
I would never say cracker is severe. You know, I would say it myself. I think it's kind of nuts.
Okay, so you and I are both in agreement then. So you and I are in agreement.
My only problem, man, is I just hope you're not using a platform where people can interpret your message.
Who are they talking to? This is Rhizome. Rhizome is a longtime subscriber to Hassan, who disagrees with Hassan over the use of the term cracker.
In a way where they think it's okay, like we're the dishonest people, right, who are gonna spin this, hear you saying it's okay to shit on somebody in this way.
Okay,
right? So
quick question. What do you mean when you say like dishonest people? You mean like dishonest people of color that are going?
Yeah, listen, if you don't have money, I'm definitely not asking you for money. Take care of yourself first. That's your number one priority, right? But just for anybody who can help out, because like, yeah, I'm definitely this is covering stuff like this in general is not a great way to stay monetized on YouTube.
To start using the term cracker.
The people,
and I want to be able to cover this stuff because it's important.
No, the people who want you off the internet. Like the people who are going to listen to this and be like, all right, what's this Hasan dude saying now? Okay, how can I turn this into, oh, look, guys, all along, he's just...
That's going to happen regardless, no matter what I say. So my question is, but that is entirely different. I don't care about people that are going to use anything and everything I say against me to market me as like a horrifying monster.
Bashy right-wing
That happens
stuff?
on a daily basis. To protect me is a kind attitude, but that's not necessarily what you were saying in your chat logs. You were relatively combative in a way where you wanted to debate, and it seemed like you had a more, it seemed like you had a serious,
I don't know that I want to debate over clarity. I just hadn't.
Well, I mean,
heard
you were
you
asking
address-
questions in a way where it seemed like you wanted further qualification. I mean, you wanted me to further explain my position to you.
Yeah,
and I
that doesn't
have.
necessarily mean I'm looking for combat. I'm just looking for. I literally just wanted to hear you on the record on that one and make sure that people could hear your answer to that question. It's not like a haha got ya. Oh, look, you think it's okay. I don't think you think it's okay, but I didn't hear your explanation as to why.
Well, because I've said this already, and I think maybe you might have missed it because you kept spamming the
I
same
honestly
question
could
over
have.
and over again. But what did I say?
Oh, well, I mean, I was listening.
Oh my
It seems
God.
like- Go for it,
Pejoratives,
yes.
Oh my
pejoratives,
God.
no matter what the quality is, with if they are not tied to contemporary or historic oppression, okay, especially systemic oppression, well, they're just
Down
mean words.
here?
Okay, so that's the thing that most people do. The thing that most people do whenever we have this conversation is immediately rob the argument from one of its basic premises, which is that it is not as severe as other kinds of hateful, targeted, bigoted words. Most people recognize that. Okay? I think you certainly recognize that cracker itself is nowhere near as severe as the N-word, and it's not even as severe as other kinds of other forms of racist, bigoted language that certainly target a group of individuals on immutable characteristics.
Yeah.
Right? Even ableism.
I agree.
Would you say that the R word is worse than cracker, or
yeah,
do you
yeah,
think?
yeah, no, I discourage people from using the R word.
Okay, so
I think for
and you understand the reason for that.
I think
Right?
I've been stream hopping a little bit, right, in the early hours before you go live.
Oh my God, I need to read this. Huh.
And I think one of the more common criticisms I've heard lately is like,
Wait,
this reminds
is the comic fashy right-wing stuff?
of how once they're seen as somebody worthy of disrespect in your eyes, it's okay to kind of shit on them. Like police, for example, it's okay to call them like inflated hot dogs because we don't agree with
Inflated hot dogs.
what they represent.
Wait, that's
This guy has a problem with saying pigs?
actually a really good analogy. Well, I mean, because it's even less of an actual well-defined.
No, don't anybody worry. Like, if you don't have money, I am definitely not like asking you for money. Do not do not spend money that you need to spend on yourself, on me for sure.
Find a group of individuals on like immutable characteristics. It's just that's a job, right? That's
in a way. I mean, immutable characteristics being like I can't change the
But I
fact
appreciate that you want to do something. That means a lot.
that I have an inflatable.
It is actually the thought that counts,
Hot
you know,
dog head,
on some
right?
level.
Well, I mean, that's right, but I don't think you unironically are advocating for police phrenology, right? Because like that's a joke. When I say cop
no,
skull,
I'm just saying when you say that shit, you catch chatters in the crossfire who have an inflated hot dog head, right? And like I just
Okay, what? An inflated hot dog head? What is this? I don't understand. What is with the inflated hot dog?
Like, why would we encourage people to use insults like that aren't?
It's less it's also less kind to women than the cartoon. Oh, okay, so the cartoon is better, but the comic is bad.
so you're not just advocating for cleaning up the term cracker. You think like
I assume invincible fascist. Oh, the same way. So you're saying the fandom is like largely
almost all kinds of pejoratives need to be solved.
Can't even consider my family. Can convince my family that cracker isn't hate speech.
And cleaned up.
I just think we need to think about when we're using that shit and who we catch in the crossfire. Like, I'm a big boy. I don't want to necessarily feel shitty about being a big boy every time.
A big boy. You're a big boy. Okay.
Somebody who's a big boy comes on screen and
Big boy.
then you have like an excuse to make some big boy jokes.
That's another restaurant that's all over the South. The Big Boy. Has anybody seen the restaurant? You don't know what I'm talking about? It's like this weird fucking restaurant with this like dude with like checkered pants, and he's got a burger, and he's like Bob's Big Boy or something.
Jokes. We're both big boys. We know how that
The
feels.
big boys.
Yeah, I've talked about fat shaming before, but remember, like, I still am a mean person, especially when I'm punching up, right? And I always try to specify as best as I can that a lot of this does not apply to you, the individual, even when I'm going on these fucking rants specifically about,
There's a creepy
certain people in the
photo of Big Boy graveyards. You mean the icon, the plastic sculpture that they have outside of the restaurants? They get retired, and these are Big Boy graveyards. It's like a Keyblade graveyard, but for big boys.
chat even, and
That
everyone's
is
like, "Oh,
really-
I'm catching a stray here."
That must be like a liminal zone or something.
Well, this is not about you. You are not this vile.
The comic is uncritical of the fascism and racism that happens. It's not the same. Oh, I see. It's not the same thing as 40K, which is obviously a satire that is on its face a dystopia.
Human being, right? Just
The
like
mascots. Oh, wait, so people used to dress up like the character in the restaurants? I didn't know that.
Is not
I think I've been in one of those, but I guess like maybe that was a long time ago.
same as a fucking Thumbelina ass
I
cop.
mean, it's only if you have a birthday. I don't know. They bring out the mascot. They're like, all right, put on the mascot costume.
Now, the reason why I'm shitting on that.
Big Boy was the spaceship Dr. Evil fled in one of the Austin Powers movies.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
The reason why I'm shitting on that cop.
Oh, wait.
When I have this conversation.
The statues. Okay.
Is because
Or like animatronics. Tell me there was animatronics in that restaurant, and I'll believe you.
Cops do have cop skull. It's cop phrenology. It's
Okay, so they have a different skull, and it's like more like oblong. I guess that's what the inflated hot dog is. Okay.
Science. It's scientific racism. Okay, but it's just a way to be petty. It's a way to be petty. It's a way to be petty. I'm not a nice person, but no one is a nice person. Actually, a lot of entertainment value comes from somewhat being a mean person to those who are.
Is that true, Chad? Do you want me to be more mean?
In a position of power over you or over others and are abusing it. Cops do it regularly, which is why I'm mean to cops in a lot.
There was no showbiz. Oh yeah, the band.
Of instances.
What is it called? The Rockafire Explosion?
I never said that I'm not a mean person, that I'm a PC streamer, or that I am super careful. I am super careful when it comes to certain categories, okay? Yeah. And I don't think that, like, protecting the feelings of white people that would be so fragile that they would actually get sad and assume that I hate them because of my use.
That satire is hugely downplayed because of the popularity of Black library books. That's why there's such a Nazi problem, and the hobby fandom and GW has to address it.
Usage of the term cracker, which is not even a fucking word I've ever used until literally this past weekend, where I've just used it a million.
Yeah, no, we did have a long time ago, chat. We did a Bird Brains on racism and coded racism in fantasy literature, basically. Maybe it'd be a good time to do a video. Yes, a video. I think of them as movies because I'm getting a lot better at editing, chat. You're gonna listen. You need to give me a day off or something like that, right? So I can get some videos done, because I am getting good at editing, and I am starting to have fun making videos. I just never have enough time, really. The spaceship was actually the Big Boy statue. Oh my, the boys is just a load of violence for violence sake, and the way more happens in the show than ever. Oh yeah. The comics. The comics were 10 issues of conversation and backstories.
A million times over now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that is ridiculous. Like, that is a ridiculous sentiment.
Yeah, no. My whole point is more what I was saying before. It's just like the overlap between this and like.
I think the reason why the satire is so downplayed is because, as far as the satire goes, 40K satire is pretty bad. The Emporium of Man is completely justified in a lot of their actions.
What we might encourage.
Wait, does this have to do with Blood Bowl? Because I do follow a Blood Bowl streamer who's pretty cool.
Like in
edit, I know, right? It takes way too long, but I'm getting good at it. I'm learning. I got all the cuts She's got the cuts and she knows how to use them. Yes, I do. I know how to use J cuts, L cuts, all kinds of cuts. Chat, I'm going to give you the best cuts. Action cuts. Boom. And we cut to another.
People who are
You love Blood Bowl. Okay. Yeah, I got to get in. I actually, okay. So, if you'll teach me Grey Knight, I will play Blood Bowl with you. Okay. If you will teach me Blood Bowl, I will play with you. Because I looked at Neutral AI playing Blood Bowl, and to me, it kind of reminds me of Final Fantasy Tactics. And I love me some Final Fantasy Tactics. I love that shit. That turn-based, it's turn-based, right? Blood Bowl is cool. It takes a lot of the seriousness out of Warhammer.
You got a lot of people who feel.
Oh, good night, Sabrina. Thanks for being here. Meow meow.
Very vitriolic.
Yeah, get to bed. It's super late where you are.
Those who are of means, and like look towards you as.
Don't let me keep you up past your bedtime, even though I am the nice babysitter.
Outlet to vent or feel that like frustration in a group setting.
The nice babysitter that still makes you eat broccoli. Yes.
And I just hope that we don't encourage them to push people away from building
Crendor. I used to watch Jesse Cox, and Cox and Crendor was a thing.
Bridges and like building the left and expanding on what we're trying to do.
Okay, but again,
does it get frustrating though to play it against other people? Because like I feel like if you played me at Blood Bowl, like right, okay, so if Final Fantasy Tactics was a multiplayer game and you played me at it, you'd get frustrated because I'd be like planning out my moves and like, so I think maybe the same thing in Blood Bowl. I don't know. Is there a limited time?
Broader.
It's like Final Fantasy Tactics, but more. Oh, there's more RNG. Ooh, I don't know about that. The RNG was one of the most frustrating things about Final Fantasy Tactics. Like you try a technique and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna blind this dude, and it's like blindness does not work. You miss the
approach and saying, hey man, I think that your attitude or you saying cracker is like hurting the left is an entirely different conversation than being like, why are you shitting on Max, or why are you using the term cracker? And I feel like I've described it a million times over as to why I don't think it's as harmful as other
very
types
RNG
of
heavy
pejoratives.
Well, I mean, I'd have to adjust, wouldn't I? I'd have to adjust to just being okay with the RNG.
Other types of like actually hateful and bigoted slurs, right? And that my goal ultimately is to shake people's white fragility and to redirect their attention away from identity politics, white identity politics specifically, because every time a person says cracker is a bigoted, hateful terminology, they are basically doing white identity politics. Not basically, that's precisely what they're doing. I want them to shake themselves of that white identity politics and hyper focus on class instead. The reason why I don't do that for other subgroups, the reason why I don't do that, for example, for black people in a similar capacity, is because black identity politics is tied to historic forms of oppression. White identity politics, on the other hand, is historically tied to domination, subjugation of others, which is why it's terrifying to me when white people gain on that entry point and dip their little toes back in to the white identity politics of advocating against the...
Yeah, who's Maya? Who's Hassan? Save us, Maya save us. What is this Maya that they're talking about?
Systemic oppression of whites by the utilization of the
Imperium is quote unquote justified in its actions, but it's part of being a dystopia society that works, but clearly broken nonetheless.
Word cracker, because that is a lot of white people, both in this community and especially on Reddit, dipping their toes back into maybe white people are oppressed on the virtue of whiteness. And that's fucking terrifying. You should recognize that as a black person, especially in a place like fucking Boston.
I get what you're saying on that. And I mean, I deal with that every day at the school that I work with, at the school that I work at. But yeah, I was going more in the direction of just caring about how you get interpreted, making sure I'm really clear on where you stand on that, so that I'm not misinterpreting you as being okay with like shitting on somebody just for being white because they represent the oppressor, right?
No.
And yeah, more clarity. I'm glad that I got to ask you the question about where you stand and get a little more clarity around like the inflatable hot dog kind of comments, because yeah, I don't know. It's just I know you come from a good place, and whenever I read one of your viewpoints in an unfavorable way, I always assume that it's either a caveat you might not have thought of yet, or it's something that I missed in the nuance that you approached, or it's something that
Was
has
this
yet
a
to
little bit
evolve in
more
your outlook.
like after having this conversation, do you feel like your point of view has changed, or do you still think that I'm like I'm just
think
I just
I
hate white people?
No, I never thought you thought that, by the way, okay? Like, I would not be in chat asking you questions if I thought that. The only reason I'm in chat asking you questions is because I care to figure out where you're at and make sure that, I still...
What? Oh, wait, are you hearing yourself? Is there echo?
No, he went to AFK.
Oh.
I can drag him back. Wait, hold on. Yo, hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Out there?
Yeah, well, I can hear you. I don't know what just happened there. We lost you for a second.
No, I never thought that about you. I just wanted to gain some understanding about where you're at, and I'm glad we had the opportunity to speak, because it's like, okay, well, I wanted to at least present that point of view of, hey, some people are hearing you in this way where you think it's okay to shit on people, so I hope that they hear it differently. I don't think you necessarily needed to change my point of view. It's the way the internet is listening to you that I hope can eventually change. Especially on this issue, if you continue to get stunlocked on it.
Well, I mean, this issue is not one that is going to be immediately. This is not one that's going to change people's minds. I think people have their own biases. It's very difficult to chip away at white supremacist attitudes in a country like America, especially if it manifests in really hidden ways. I personally, like I said, believe that this is a way to defend white rights and engage in white identity politics.
Right. So you're looking at this as just being ever vigilant against that.
Yeah,
type
and
of
that's
thing
precisely
and
why
white
I
guys.
advocate. Sorry, they're memeing already.
Oh, well, okay. What's the memes, dude? You have 30,000 people watching you. What's the memes?
They're saying when your dad drops slurs of the DMV and making fun of me and Maya sitting here. Maya's here. Anyway, look,
hello, Maya.
white supremacy
Maya's
is
his girlfriend?
deeply rooted. It's embedded in all of our institutions. I think I don't need to tell you that. You've been in here for 21 months and you've experienced it personally your entire life, so you recognize it. I am terrified at the majority. I'm terrified at how quickly people would mobilize and take an incredibly reactionary approach to this issue and engage in white identity politics. I can't stress this enough. I need you to understand this point, because this is the fundamental point here. I believe in intersectional. I believe in intersectionality. Okay, I believe in intersectional feminism. I believe in intersectionality, and class needs to be featured in that. But whiteness as a concept, which was totally made up and created to address a dominant in-group, is not a part of that intersectionality. You can be a part of that intersectionality as a worker, as a working class individual. You can be a part of that as someone who's LGBT. But white on its own is not a personality trait, just like white culture is not a real thing. And it's not a real personality trait. And black culture is one that was created within that oppression.
Yeah, I think the nuance most people are missing from what I'm gathering is that they don't understand that you see the stance you're taking and doubling down and putting your foot in the ground as making sure that white identity politics doesn't gain any more ground. So clarifying that for me helps me understand where you're coming from. I hope it does the same for other people, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. I hope people understand it. Thank you for coming on. All right.
Yeah, man.
All right. Have a good day.
Yeah, I'll still be in chat. I'm glad that it didn't turn into. I was a little terrified, but it was nice chatting.
I'm not going to do that.
All right. Talk to you, man.
Okay.
Thanks again.
All right, bye. How is this systemic, though? I'm actively being.
Okay, so this is the moment, I guess. It looks like reacts to reverse racism 1 day ago. Okay, so 1 day ago, this is where this happened.
You why it's not the same in the video that you refused to watch and just wrote that argument against. Who are you arguing against? Who asked?
Oh no, this is the Reddit.
Who
post.
said this? Did I say, oh my God, saltine cracker? Like people are just bitter because it's saltine cracker. That's not what I said. You dumb cracker bitch.
There we go. Wait, what's going on? Wait, no. Oh my God, no, we're not. Oh my God, she's gonna get mad. I'm sorry, Demon Mom. I know you don't want me reacting to your shit.
Why? It's not
Just
the
kidding.
same.
She didn't
in
say
the
that
video
to me.
that
She
you
didn't say
refused
that.
to watch.
It was somebody in our community. I don't know. It wasn't her. She knows
Third
better.
worst C word is not a thing.
She knows a lot of her imps love me.
Trigger warning bigotry. C word, by the way. It's this. Trigger warning bigotry. It all starts when 2 months on the Twitch chat of infamous left-wing streamer Hasanabi are banned for calling someone on master of the C word.
Infamous? Why are you? He's infamous? Now he's infamous?
For the preferred feudal e-celebrity lore, so I'm having a hard time picking out where to start as my brain rots away. Fuck it, dude. I'm saying it. C word. Discourse floods our live stream fail. What C word? I mean, I'm not offended by the word existing, but the problem is hate speech and with racial intent behind it, right? Then why wouldn't it fall under hate speech? Oh yeah, Fizz didn't even call him C word. He literally said cracker is not cracker is not hate speech, and he got banned for that. Dude would 100% be the most racist person ever in the 1900s. Wait. Face, the one time Twitch is consistent with their TOS, he mauled hard. Not even white, but Hassan being internally disturbed because he can't use race-specific insults. So weird. Even if it historically doesn't mean anything, it still makes people feel bad mentally. You're legitimately mad because you can't insult someone for the color of their skin. Dude would 100% be the most racist person in the 1900s.
There's a new intro. Yeah, I guess so.
Wait.
I don't know.
I would be the most racist person in the
I love some of the older orc lore.
1900s for using anti-white slurs.
Yeah,
what do you
yeah,
think?
and I don't really like honestly like I mean Demon Mom and I've had her problems, but they were mostly about somebody that she told to fuck off. So I don't really. That was my problem. That was my main problem. Well, there's one other problem, and you might have seen that video too, right? But that problem should be pretty easily solved with an apology, and I also probably have an apology to give her, right? Because she did reach out to me, and the only reason I didn't see it was because I was so overwhelmed by getting like dogpiled by all of Dylan's friends that like, you know, when she messaged me, I assumed it was to blow me up, and I didn't read her. You know, it's one of those things where you like, oh yeah, message from Demon Mama. No, don't want to read that. You know, she's just gonna yell at me, and she was actually asking me to talk in private, which you know. I should have taken her up on. I just didn't expect that from her. But no, she did actually reach out to me in a way that I wasn't aware of. So yeah, I have an apology for her as well.
Was happening to black people in the 1900s? The caucasity jumped out of that fucking tank.
They've had a lot of good writers over there. Anything written by Dan Abnett is gold. Abnett, sorry.
That's right. See. The blacks can't use the same bathrooms as us, but hey, listen. This guy, Hassan?
Space Marine stuff is worthless because of the Ultima founding.
Most racist man I know. He says the word cracker all the time. I'm sorry, I meant the C word.
But yeah, as far as I understand, she's not even attached to Dylan anymore. So yeah, I mean, obviously there's Vosh, and you know I'm not gonna ask anybody to disavow anybody else. Obviously, everybody knows my problems with Vosh. It seems like she's a good influence on him, though, from what I can tell.
Bro,
less than 3.
The Kriegsmarine.
You know who was around in the 1900s? Adolf Hitler, dude.
Oh God, like I almost can't. Like, what's going on in Reddit? I'm trying to figure this out. What is this? What is this about?
My man literally said Adolf Hitler, Hassan. Oh, come on, dude. Come on, dude.
God, now I'm in front of Hassan. Okay, let me look at those.
I love that. Wait, how many upvotes does this have? 260 upvotes, dude. Someone being like Hassan
Their
would be
aesthetic
more
is somewhat
racist than
problematic.
Hitler because he wants to say cracker is the most. There is
Deathcore.
This is mathematically
of the
most Reddit take you can get to.
Love the stream, keep it up.
Okay, this is a Redditor moment. No surprise, Hassan brings the chat where it's impossible to be racist towards white people. Some G-word discourse is rehashed. In another thread about a cute seal video, the C-word discussion raises its head again. Did Hassan just pull? I have Black Friends reverse card. Black person here. Wait, I'm confused. You think you can be racist to certain groups? One user is confused at what C-word is being discussed, then is confused why people find it offensive. Hassan may actually have bred a cult of hate.
Wait, I thought I was the one. I thought I was the one with the cult, chat. Aren't you a cult? Don't you like worship my every word? Like if I tell you to bring me cancel material for clan ops, you'll do it, right? I have a cult, supposedly. According to a certain VTuber, a certain very sus VTuber.
Don't make at least 6 figures a year are people who bring him his food. Who is he to judge? Haha. The next day, user posts another clip from the previous day.
Irene cult, I know, right? The cult of Meow.
Bring the drama factory roaring back.
Meow.
This is also make Karen a slur. Should hillbilly redneck and I love that they're like.
Well, I'm glad you got out of the cult, right? How did you get out again? Oh, she fired you. That's how you got out of the cult. She forced you out. Okay. And then before that, oh, you didn't have a problem. Interesting.
Censoring themselves when they write this shit. All I have to do is a simple search to see he's wrong, just like the Gasana.
What the worst kind of cult is the kind of cult that won't let you, be in there, like, right?
No incident.
Apparently, no one on.
That's the worst thing about cults. Don't you hate it when cults kick you out, right? You know how they.
Twitch knows about the driving rules.
Yeah. They literally had terms like hillbilly and redneck on there, which immediately destroys that argument, but hey, it's fine. Bitch means female dog and dogs are cool. Roach is just an animal, not a slur, right? Because that's not dehumanizing at all. Being called someone that aligns with you owns.
Yeah, the worst part of a cult is that you can get banned. Definitely.
To make him look as
that's the problem. That's the problem with Scientology, isn't it? That they're always, they're always kicking people out. I don't gatekeeping a cult. Come on, you're supposed to keep me in the cult. You're supposed to, yeah.
Destiny weighs in. Again, what is the C word? Best take of the year, honestly. These are the takes that stop division in this country, not the shit Hassan spews. Is Destiny obsessed with Hassan? Is not Destiny obsessed? Destiny further suggests Hassan should be banned from the subreddit. Fucking.
Also, being called a cult leader by someone who literally survives on parasociality, that's a little weird.
Dude, I'm saying it, ban them both. Easy clap. Who brings LSF more Hassan fans? Who encourages it more? Who's obsessed with whom? A clip of Hassan browsing the subreddit on stream, calling a user names, is posted on the subreddit and is promptly deleted. What is even happening right now? Hassan is a known racist, just against one race in particular, which is common with racists. Just don't be a dick. It's that simple.
Wouldn't that make us furries? Yeah, right. You'd have to be furries, right? It'd be like a rule. And you know how I don't let you talk to your families and stuff? Yeah, that's definitely culty. I mean, you never saw what is it called? You never saw nocommentchick's Defu stream. You know, the Defu stream where I told you to leave your family of origin for our family.
Without horrible context, the worst is the N-word has.
I actually was in an online cult-like group for a few years and was isolated by my family and friends.
A race-based insult really boils down to nothing more than an insult of a person's certain unchangeable characteristics.
Yeah, if you're furries, then maybe that just works out. The families, yeah.
Why have I not seen anyone make?
I can make you not talk to your family.
Take that word would.
Hey, just because I don't talk to my family doesn't mean that you can't. You know, like I mean, if you have a family that's supportive and loving, you know, I don't know.
Ever even if made by black people, if the white people literally
then I count you as lucky.
They've tortured, raped, oh yeah, and whipped black people. Yeah. Hassan is a known racist. I love that. It's not a slur, by the way. He uses it as a slur. Hassan is a known racist, just against one race in particular, which is common with racists. Okay, stop.
So much racism. So much racism.
Oh, never mind. Safe. 1.4 thousand upvotes, bro. Look at this. 1.4 thousand upvotes. Hassan is a known racist. Just against one race in particular.
Your cult actually used that. Well, I only know Defu from what's his name? Stefan Molyneux would tell his followers to get away from their family of origin, right?
Which is common with racists. Hassan isn't a racist. Some of his best friends are white. Motherfucker, how about I'm white, dude? Not only can you, like... Okay. I'm going to rehash this again. Being racist to white people on the virtue of their whiteness is a ridiculous concept. This is not a double down. This is not a triple down. This is a millionth time down that I've mentioned. You can shit on white people, and white people are oppressed, okay? Just not by the virtue of being white. No, this has never happened historically, and it's never happened in contemporary society. It is a fucking idiotic thing that you are mentioning, okay? It feels like it, maybe, sometimes. Maybe you feel like people hate you because you're white, okay? But that is not the case. Now, are there people who still do actually think like, oh, all white people suck, whatever the fuck, blah, 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 blah? Sure. Those people are idiots, okay? They're angry, they're stupid, and they're expressing their anger to you. Their anger is towards systemic racism, and they're unfortunately...
Your high school had no clubs.
Redirecting it.
We only had the literature club, you know, which I was a member of, but that... I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, that was a little bit weird. They were, like, asking me to choose, like, one of the girls, and then like, I did, and they were like, then all of a sudden I'm playing again, and she's gone, and then I'm like, choose another one, and I choose another one, and then she's gone, and then all of a sudden I'm left in a room alone with the club leader, and she said we had all the time in the world. It was weird. It was a little weird. I think that might have been a cult. I don't know. It was a Doki Doki cult.
Okay. Trust me, I am the recipient of more attacks like that than you are. Okay?
There was a sci-fi club.
You understand? I have been called a cracker.
What's that one? It's like a after-school club, but the girl, she's like literally God or something, and like if she finds out, then like bad things will happen or something. So they have to keep her from finding out she's God. Or Melancholy. What is that? This one called?
A white boy. While also being simultaneously called...
oh, yeah, and there's like an Esper and a Ghost and like the people in the club are like cryptids or something.
You know,
except for her.
Blood or
wait, she's isn't she kind of a cryptid? If she is God a cryptid? Is God a cryptid? I want to know. Yes. Haruhi Suzuyama. I feel like I saw the beginning of that one, but never the end. I wonder how it turns out for Haruhi. Don't tell me she dies, chat. I feel like every series that I get into, the protagonist dies.
1,000,000 times more than you have.
Every game or
more than you ever will be.
Anime.
It doesn't matter ultimately. And the reason why it doesn't matter is not because like
another great title for a biography is God a Cryptid.
Oh, I'm actually not fucking. Or what was it? They said I have dirty skin.
Event Horizon movie is a prequel to Warhammer? I thought you were going to say to Doki Doki Literature Club.
This is a really good... this is a really good fucking meme too, but... I would be the most racist person in 1900s racist streamer? Yeah, that's me. Bro, people keep calling Turks cockroaches. I mean,
a Dune stand. That sounds like fun. I started reading Dune in high school, but I didn't even know. Like, I think my school library didn't have the original Dune. So I started off on God Messiah. I started off on God Messiah of Dune, or no, God Emperor. Sorry, not God Messiah's before. God Emperor. That was the one I read. The worm dude.
Fuck.
Paul, what was it? Paul the Second or something?
Don't be a baby.
In-depth video detailing Event Horizon and Warhammer Link. That sounds like some Twitch fodder.
You can't be prejudiced.
Oh, and Leto the Second. Shit, that's right. Leto the Second. Leto's Paul's dad, and then Leto the Second is the worm guy. Yeah, that actually. Okay, so chat. What do you think? Okay, so what do you think about this? All right, I'm gonna bounce something off you. Okay, I want to continue, you know, when there's discourse to be had, especially when there's something to be learned and it's not getting, you know, highlighted, right? I'm going to do this stuff. I'm going to cover, you know, the drama. If there's something real behind it, if there's some point to be made, if there's something to learn from it, right? I'll keep on covering that. But I don't want to only cover fucking Twitch drama, okay? Even though I know, I have kind of an inside track. Like, I know a lot about the inner workings of Twitch. I know how gangster Twitch politics can be, and I was a part of that, you know, once upon a time, you know, and it absolutely requires you to, you know, you go hard or you do not survive, right? And you have to go hard just to protect yourself. Like, as a small streamer, the idea that, like, you know, I was gonna, like, somehow as a small streamer cancel all the big streamers and, like, okay, now there's room at the top for me, right? It's absolutely ridiculous. As a small streamer, everything that you do and every piece of, you know, if there was any information that we gathered, it was, like, done defensively. It was done to fend off them destroying me, not for me to destroy them, right? So, you know, it's a little bit weird. But yeah, I was swimming in those waters with those sharks, and I had to take out my my spear, my shark spear, and fight those ugly brutes with that, right? And I don't want to live like that anymore. I think it's a horrible way to live. I think it made me incredibly paranoid. I think it fucked up my community, right? And made the, you know, just the whole atmosphere suck, right? So I don't want to do that anymore. But I swear to God, this cancel campaign keeps continuing, right? And these people can't move on. You're going to require me to get that spear back out, all right? You're going to pull me right back in if you're not careful, okay? Seriously, this is this is not a threat. This is, like, literally something I do not want to do. This is literally something I do not want to be part of, right? It's gross. It's gross, like, how fucking cutthroat that place is, okay? And, you know, that's not who I want to be going forward, but I swear to God, like, if I need to defend myself, I will, okay? You know, I guess I gotta say this. If you get DMs, doesn't matter from who, you know, send them to me, okay? I need to see that shit, I guess. Even if it's from a friend.
It is towards white people, certainly, okay? But that doesn't have the same hit as straight up fucking...
Because that's the thing, is right now it doesn't seem like... It seems like people think that are taking my kindness for weakness. And that's a mistake. That's a big mistake. I grew up in that environment. I know how to do this shit. I know how to operate like that. I choose not to. I'm trying to choose not to, but I feel like my hand's being forced at this point. And I would not fuck with that. I would recommend that no one fuck with that, right?
Racism.
Oh my God. I just want to fucking turn the page and move on. And I swear to God, if other people could do that, then that's what would happen, right?
It doesn't hit the same. Okay? Still mean. You're being mean. Okay? You are. When you say a white person is a cracker, you're being mean. You're being a big meanie bobini.
Super meanie butt.
Okay?
Super meanie butt.
Being a meanie.
Ultimate vegan pizza? Are you eating something? Damn it. You're making me hungry. Hungry. Like the wolf.
Quite a lot about LSF.
Hungry like the wolf.
I'm sure that'll change now that we fucking looked at the subreddit drama.
Don't tempt me to sing. Oh, I want to sing it now. I can't sing it. I can sing it on Twitch.
Oh, here it is. Oh, thread's been locked already. Yeah, this post is locked. Half the commenters here are trolling, insulting others, etc. That's not allowed here. Sorry, y'all. Oh, no. Dude, look at that, bro. So there is moderation involved when they're getting fucking brigaded. That's cool. I guess some subreddit can do that. That's interesting. Interesting experience. I thought I was gonna be, you know, the anti-Asian C-word, anti-Asian C-word.
But, you know, I mean, this should serve as a warning to anybody who's going to try to, like, you know, DM, you know, people about me behind the scenes. That stuff does get back to me, okay? That stuff has gotten back to me. You fucked up. And I know what you're doing. And I don't appreciate it. And I really don't want to have to go to war again.
The links here, Lamau saying was gonna get super heated before seeing the link. I thought it was cunt. At first I thought cunt, then raccoon, which is a shorter version of that. Now I think it's cracker. If it's actually cracker, oh my god, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed off.
And yes, this is somebody that, like, you know, like, if I need to, there's receipts. There's a lot of receipts and they don't look good.
Slur.
And I don't want to do this.
Dude, would you please not spell out the C word?
Please don't make me.
The kids use this site. Yeah, it's cracker, Lamau. Oh my god, the fragility of these dweebs. What? No spreading lies. It was cummies.
What the fuck are we even dealing with, chat? I'm like so fucked up from this whole drama. This is just like, what even, like, I can barely handle Twitter drama. This is like Reddit drama.
It's meant to be a slur for white people. I'd be more amused if someone called me a cracker than upset. There really isn't a good white person slur.
Vegan pizza? I know those words mean, but together they sound like ancient Greek.
Like, it's Meo sapiens.
Kant is a slur now?
Around, but that one's funny too. Why?
I know his politics were cringe, but that's a bit harsh.
And YT get around certain filters, but I don't view those as slurs either. Now, 60 years ago, if you call my grandfather Dago, what is that?
We've been at war since Gamer... Umar, please don't tell me that I can't get out of this shit, right? You know? I really want to believe that I can change the way that I live. I really want to believe that I can operate in a different way, in a different environment, with love at the center of everything. That is who I am, okay? And I've had to be a warrior, you know, before, and I know how to do it, but it's not a good life. It's not something that I want. You know, just the continuation of the fucking cancel campaign, right? It all started, you know, back in, like, so what happened was, okay, I got, you know, I went to war against a debate bro, and he just tried to cancel me, and he was massively successful because, like, our communities were overlapping, and I lost a huge amount of my community, right? And I was lied about, and I was hate streamed on, and mischaracterized, and harassed, and all this fucked up shit happened, right? And then I started to come back. Then I started to do numbers again. As soon as they saw that, the same people accused me of something that the person accusing me of is the one who did it. They accused me of harassing myself, which I've got receipts showing that that was something the trolls in my chat accused me of, right? So it's pretty clear who did it at this point, right? And, you know, so they just wouldn't, like, you know, when they see my channel start to come back, they're like, oh no, we can't have no comment chick. See, the problem is, if I come back, then I tell my story. And my story does not look good for Twitch politics. My story paints Twitch politics in a very bad light. And they're afraid of me getting a platform. They're afraid of me being able to tell my story. Because my story breaks the mythology of them being decent people. They're not. They're not, right? And even the lefties are serving right-wing agendas. They're so linked up. And I told you about this. There's a server, okay? There's a Discord server that has Lauren Southern in it as a political, as a what is it called? Like a community leader, right? She's got a high up role in that server, and there's a ton of lefties in that server. You should figure out, if you're in a server with Lauren Southern, that you fucked up, and you're on the left, you fucked up. You fucked up somewhere. You should figure that shit out, because that is a tower. Oh, and you know what the tower means in tarot, right? It means impending doom and disaster. Anything that's attached to that tower is subject to that doom and that disaster and that judgment. Anything that is attached to that tower of Twitch politics is subject to that. So if you're attached to that, it is time to let go. because it's way safer to be on your own, to stand up as your own person, than it is to go along with that clout gang. Like, you know, right? Safety in numbers up until the lemmings reach the cliff. And lemmings, you're approaching that cliff. I am predicting this, okay? I foresee terrible trouble for you if you don't get out of that server. If Lauren Southern's fucking in your Discord server, you joined the wrong Discord server. And that's the source of it. That is where the fucking NCC, you know, let's get rid of NCC effort came from, and it got reactivated over this fall, and it's been going. We at least got rid of the harassment because the person doing the harassment got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, right? And as soon as they did, the harassment stopped because they were scared, right? So at this point, you know, there are still people trying to enact this campaign, and some of them are lefties, yeah, and they're going to be exposed as having the connections that they have, as helping enact the agenda that they're helping to enact, if they don't fucking stop, right? Because people are getting DMs, like my community members are getting DMs. You're sure you want to be following No Comment? You know, she's like really bad. Here's 50 pages about, here's a 50-page anti-NCC manifesto, right? About how bad she is. So
I don't even know what that is, dude.
Yeah, and if you're doing that shit, you're in bed with Lauren Southern. You might not even realize it, but you are in bed with Lauren Southern. And I can demonstrate that, okay? And just because you wouldn't listen to me doesn't mean that that it's not gonna look bad when it comes out in public.
Dude, honestly, white people are so fucking good at doing racism. They really did fall off. Now white people are
exactly
crying about like being called cracker.
You're basically giving the right wing a way in. You're giving the right wing power on the left. That is so fucked up. Oh, good night, great night.
On the internet. Like back in the day, they were like, "Oh, are you Italian?"
I'm sorry, I'm just like
list of ethnic slurs against you. You know what I mean? And now they're like, "Oh, you call me
we're not
cracker." Oh no! Like,
well, yeah, including like how you know, the dangerous Miss Umbrellas, which you all saw the other day. You know, like that was part of the manifesto. There's just like they just threw everything against the wall to see what would stick, including Miss Umbrellas. Like literally everything that I do is somehow sus, right? Like, even my you know, ironic VTuber is you know, a reason to cancel me.
1,100 different examples of like fucking targeting you on the virtue of your ethnic background. You know what I mean? And then,
well, listen, the only threat to them at this point is that they keep on doing this stuff, right? And that's not a threat, that's a promise. Okay? I know how to operate like that. I'm trying to not have to do that. Because that shit is toxic, and I don't want any part of it. Don't let them enact their agenda through you, because I swear to God, you will go down with their ship.
You know, Italians became white, and then fucking Irish became white, Italians became white, Greeks became white, and now it's gone. That flavor is gone. Back then, they came up with shit like, bro, I mean, that's where, remember when we talked about the fucking Virginia court case that abolished like these insane blood groups that they had, like the term octoroon, which I had no idea what the fuck that was. Like that's like white people at their peak, okay? That's when they were literally at the top.
Miss Umbrellas disturbed you, okay?
Figuratively, all of that. When they were coming up with like
you thought the cat was talking? Oh my God!
Newer versions of racism, which means, by the way, for those who don't know, I think it means like 1/8.
I mean, this is literally a witch hunt, and I don't know if the people that are spreading this actually know that. But what the gist of the 50-page anti-NCC manifesto is an allegation that I'm responsible for literally all the harassment on Twitch over this summer. And if you know what happened on Twitch over this summer, you know that that shit is literally impossible. You know that somebody with a streaming schedule like mine could not have done that, right? It should be something that doesn't pass your logic test. But, you know, for whatever reason, whether it's like, you know, getting rid of the competition or I don't fucking know, you know, the lefties get or just that they hate my guts for some other reason. Lefties are passing this along and be like, oh, you know about no comment chick and the, you know, no comment chick, aka 23 centimeters. Yeah, that is some toxic shit right there, and that's easily disprovable, And if you hitch your train to that, you're going down. You're going down, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. Not even if I wanted to.
Black or something. Like, they literally had a specific term for someone who is 1/8 black. That was in the Virginia lexicon, okay? Because they used to document everyone.
Wait, you didn't see Miss Umbrellas?
And anyone that is in an interracial relationship within the state. That was in the lexicon until last year. Yeah.
Okay, I literally am not like paying attention to
So yeah, common antebellum word. Like that's when white people were at the top. Okay, that's when they were like, we are fucking, you know, we're up by 50 on the fucking fourth.
Okay, I feel like we need a what do you call it? It's a palette cleanser.
Oh my gosh! Hi, foxes! You want me to come say hi? You want me to come say hi? Yes? Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me.
Like, listen, I'm at my limit for betrayals for this year, okay? I came very close to being Joker-fied the other day.
Hi, Finnegan.
So this is my friend Finnegan Fox.
Hi, Dixie.
This is Save a Fox is the channel. Go subscribe to them. It's super wholesome, okay? This is a fox sanctuary, basically. They're fur farms that that basically raise foxes, you know, and these foxes came from there, and Save a Fox takes care of them. So these aren't foxes being taken out of the wild. You should never take a wild animal and make it a pet. That's not what's going on here. These are foxes that were raised in captivity to be fur, and they were rescued, and they live at Save a Fox.
Oh my gosh, hi, Finn.
My friend's chicken was eaten by a fox yesterday. Oh my god. I think these foxes are nice, though.
Dixie.
It's Finnegan and Dixie. Do you want to send a link? Look at those claws. Look at those claws. Finnegan Fox. Yeah, well, wait, so they farm foxes for their fur, right? At Fox Farms. And these foxes were rescued, I guess.
Oh, Dixie. Finnegan. He wants to go for a WALK.
So you can't say walk or else Finnegan will jump up and down. Wait, the black guy on stage, your last video didn't
Good
play?
morning, everybody. So I'm going to be passing out
No,
eggs
wait, what?
to all the foxes this morning. People often ask me if we hard boil the eggs or if they're raw. They are indeed raw. The foxes get a lot of raw meat in their diet. raw meat contains something called
Oh,
taurine,
XQC.
which is really important in a fox's diet.
Like the guy, the video I didn't play, that was XQC. The guy in the beard with the beard from the last video. Like the Hasan video?
Diet, so if a fox is not getting enough taurine, they at least need to be supplemented for it. As you see, the foxes know I have eggs and they're super excited about it. I'm coming! Hold on! Okay, Serafina, you have to sit. Sit!
He had a video he did not play with a black comedian who was made an excellent point about yeah, send me that link, or I think the mods can post links, so
sit. You're not getting it till you sit.
Oh yeah, but what I was trying to ask you, chat, before I got sidetracked, is this. Would you be interested in videos that are like, you know, more about like internet phenomenon, right? Like, that are more about like you know Garfield? Here's an example. Like, there's basically a video on the eldritch horror that is Garfield. Does that sound like a good stream? Or do you kind of want to stick to, like, you know, political stuff and the stuff, like, because in general...
A lot of people don't like my comedy.
Oh, no.
A lot of white people don't like my...
Oh my god, okay, that's not what I was trying... Oh my god, how did I... It just got taken over by, My chat just got taken over by the video. I don't know how this works. No. No. I don't get it. Oh, there it is. Oh no, I closed the whole window. Fuck me. Can I open chat back up? There it is. Okay, cool. Oh my god, I'm trying to open this link without... Oh god, there's no way to just like... You'll watch whatever I play, but yeah, okay, yeah, because I kind of wanted to move to more, like, I still want to do the political content, but, you know, I want to diversify a little bit, right? I want to do a little bit of, like, more pop culture, you know, kind of stuff, and then also maybe talk about, like, you know, things like relationship and dating advice. That seems to be something that people enjoy. I just want to be able to do more stuff than just like, I built my channel on debate analysis, and it's a little risky whenever you try to diversify what you're doing, because it's like you built the channel on debate analysis, so therefore you put something out on... Some people will just see a video and they're like, that's not debates. You know, I guess she's not doing debates anymore. Search for Amir Raham, Fear of the Blind. Oh, okay, I'll get that. Yeah. It's not a movie, Sing It, is it? Oh, here it is.
A lot of people don't like my comedy. A lot of white people don't...
Oh, yeah. I remember Hassan started to play this. I know what you're saying now. Okay. All right. First thing we have to do is this. Do that. Okay, let's try it.
Like my comedy. A lot of
Oh shit, yeah, the
white people say this to me. Hey, Amir. Hey. Get on stage.
It's been shared a million times.
You make your jokes about white people. You say white people this, white people that. What if I did something like that, huh?
Yeah.
What if I got on stage and I said, yeah, black people are like this, Muslims are like that. You'd probably call me a racist, wouldn't you? And I say, yeah, I would. Yeah, you should never do that. That's bad for your health. They're like, well, you do that, Amir. You do that. You get on stage, you make your jokes about white people. Don't you think that's a kind of racism? Don't you think that's dun dun dun?
Reverse? Reverse?
I said no. I don't think that's reverse racism. Not because I think reverse racism doesn't exist, right? If you ask some black and brown people, they'll tell you flat out there is no such thing as reverse racism. I don't agree with that. I think there is such a thing as reverse racism, and I could be a reverse racist if I wanted to. All I would need would be a time machine, right? And what I'd do is I'd get in my time machine, I'd go back in time to before Europe colonized the world, right? And I'd convince the leaders of Africa, Asia, the Middle East, Central and South America to invade and colonize Europe, right? Just occupy them, steal their land and resources, set up some kind of, like, I don't know, trans-Asian slave trade where we exported white people to work on giant rice plantations in China. Just ruin Europe over the course of a couple of centuries so all their descendants would want to migrate out and live in the places where black and brown people come from. But of course, in that time, I'd make sure I set up systems that privilege black and brown people at every conceivable social, political, and economic opportunity. White people would never have any hope of real self-determination. Just every couple of decades, make up some fake war as an excuse to go and bomb them back to the Stone Age and say it's for their own good because their culture's inferior, and then, just for kicks, subject white people to colored people's standards of beauty, and they end up hating the color of their own skin, eyes, and hair.
So yeah, this is everything that gets ignored. All the dynamics that get ignored when charges of reverse racism are made.
If, after hundreds...
If all this stuff wasn't, like, you know, it hadn't happened, then maybe there could be, like, you know...
And hundreds of years of that, I got on stage at a comedy show and said, hey, what's the deal with white people? Why can't they dance? That would be reverse racism.
Nice. Yeah, good video. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly the point. And it's really wild that we have to, like, explain this. I don't know. I mean, like, I guess we do have to explain it, right? And yeah, not everybody gets it. Not even everybody on the left, and it is a shame. I don't know what I'll take for this to get through. It feels like people just want to be purposely obtuse and ignore important dynamics, right? And all those dynamics that he just mentioned of, like, what would make it okay or what would make it not okay to say that, like, those are things that are getting ignored every time somebody makes that reverse racism accusation. You think it's a good idea? Okay, yeah. Because, like, honestly, there's not enough, like, you know, Twitch political and YouTube political and BreadTube stuff that I really want to... George Carlin stole yours. yeah, that I want to cover, that has like, because I don't cover, if you'll notice, I don't cover every drama. Some drama is just drama. Some drama is just interpersonal, it's just feeding the it's just feeding into, it's just a spectacle, and there's nothing more to it, right? And I don't want to give you that, right? You've seen enough of the spectacle. We've all seen enough of the spectacle. If there is something underlying it, though, I do cover it. I do try to bring it out. I do try to talk about that. But in general, when I have off days, like a lot of times that's what it is. It's just like there's nothing of substance to cover on that day. And that's when I'd like to do more like, kind of fun content, funny content, maybe even talking about like other aspects of life other than politics, talking about the personal instead of the political, although we know the personal is political and the political is personal, and it does kind of go both ways in that sense. Yeah, not betting everything on a debate lore seems to be a pretty good idea. Yeah, I feel like the bottom's gonna fall out of that. Like I've even seen the numbers like on Twitch, kind of go down from some of these big debate accounts, and I only cover them because they're relevant. I only cover them because a lot of people have these ideas, right? And so they need to be pushed back on, but I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case forever. And the discourse is always evolving, and changing things up a bit will be good for you. And we do some of that, like we did this, some of the like the relationship advice stuff, right? Was I mean, it's somewhat silly, but it's also somewhat serious. Still think you should do reactions to bullshito versus real martial arts fights. Yeah, that video that I did, okay, where I did some fight commentary. So like, oh my god, that video got like flagged. There was a lot of stuff in there that just like was that got claimed basically, and so it's a little hard to do because everybody when a fight comes out, it's like the people who put it on, they want the money. They come to me and they're saying, no comment, chick, you're making money off our intellectual property, and they take all my money. They act like everything that people were watching it just because I showed their content, and it's not true, but they get to take the money anyway because of how YouTube works. So that doesn't seem fair. Yeah, I gotta figure out a way to do it. The only thing I could think of doing is like other channels do sometimes, is cover stuff that's from Chinese social media. Sometimes it doesn't have that kind of copyright. Twitch would be better. Yeah, we can do it on Twitch, but then like I'd like to put it up on YouTube at some point too. Totally stomp the gamer gates into the obscurity. So they got those props. Yeah, it's not all bad. You would watch that content. Nice. Yeah, well, I would make that content. It sounds like fun, actually. And I want to do a lot more. I want to do a lot more prepared content for you too. I need to figure out a streaming schedule, like so that like I don't know, what would it be? What are we talking about? Like maybe 5 days a week doing the afternoon stream on YouTube, and then 2 days I don't, and I just kind of work on prepared content, and making videos that maybe might even reach a larger audience, right? Because this platform isn't exactly built for streamers. It's not built for streaming content, but there is I can do more than streaming content, and I have a large need to express myself creatively. And I think I could do that with YouTube videos. Does that sound good? Would you like, yeah, so that would be the idea maybe then, that like 4 or 5 days a week we do a stream, and then the other days of the week something would come out at 1 o'clock. There'd be a premiere, so there'd be something for you to watch, but I wouldn't be live. It would be like the premiere of a video or something like that. It might be some content for Twitch, or it might be something that I made just completely separate, right? That's an actual, like a video, like ContraPoints, like Philosophy Tube, like that. Well, except with much less production value. But hey, if you want to help me with that production value, I do have a Patreon link. I do have a join button, and if you can do that, that really helps me out. I would love to, by next year, be able to get a little bit better of a microphone. The microphone that you're listening to actually kind of sucks. It's not optimum. It's not really meant for, making YouTube videos. And then the camera, I mean, I can fix the camera with better lighting, but ideally I'd want to get a better camera too, to be able to just be like a real YouTuber who also does streams. So that is my goal, chat, to be a real YouTuber. and I'm gonna need to move around my schedule a little bit, right? And I feel like you're getting 4 to 5 streams every week anyway, so I guess it wouldn't be that much different in terms of the YouTube. I might have to scale back the Twitch stuff, but in terms of the YouTube stuff, it wouldn't be that different. I think a mix of streaming and prepared content would be good. I think it'd be good for the algorithm too, right? I think that, you know, bringing in some new people with videos and then bringing them into the audience for stream, like I think that's what I really need, because like I'm in a place where like, oh my god, chat, like this is what they like when I'm talking about the campaign against me. A lot of what it's done is like targeted other streamers, other content creators, and be like, you know, no comment chick is really bad. And it works, right? Because if you got like a whole bunch of people on a bandwagon, then people don't question it. They say, this many people, I trust these people, I like these people. They say no comment chick is not good, so therefore she must not be good. And they don't realize that, like, you know, what they're saying is that I did a gigantic harassment campaign on Twitch that I couldn't have possibly done. That there is a much likelier suspect for that has been exposed by DSD on Twitter. Really enjoy the interviews. Yeah, we want to do more interviews too. Yeah, we're gonna. Well, see, this makes it impossible to do that, right? They are literally, anytime that I work with somebody, like somebody gets in those DMs or, you know, the blah, 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 no comment. And if you don't know this about content creators, we're incredibly skittish. We're like deer. We're very easily scared off, because none of us want to do like a stream with somebody and then find out, oh yeah, you know, this person is like a groomer or something. You know, like, I mean, that's not what they're saying about me. Or this person is 23 centimeters or whatever. This person is doing a giant harassment campaign. Like, it's understandable on one hand, but it's just like they kind of default towards believing charges even when the charges are coming from the right wing, even when the charges are obviously motivated by something other than concern for the community. And so it makes it incredibly hard for me to work with other people. That is my big problem. I don't have any problem getting viewers. People like me. People want to hang out with me. People are interested in what I'm saying. But what I run into is just like, you know, working with somebody and then all of a sudden, like, I'm blocked. And I'm just like, there's no real way to get around that, right? Like, because like once they shut the door in your face, you can't really, like, I'm not the kind that's going to go around blocks to be like, excuse me, I think you made a mistake here, right? If somebody blocks me, that's it. You know, I don't try to contact them further. Although if they see this, you might want to try to contact me, and my door is open in that regard. And any questions you have about the 50-page hate screed against me, I will be happy to answer, because there is no real substance to that. Interview non-compete or Yara Zaid or Mexi's cool. Yeah. They won't buy into the BS. I hope so. Just like, I've been really disappointed by some people that I would think by some people who have been slandered themselves who ended up buying into the campaign. But yeah, that's for another day. But yeah, anyway, chat, I think that's all I got to show you today. What am I gonna do? Oh yeah, if you haven't already, join the Discord. Let me give you that link one more time. I might be hanging out there after this. There's the Discord, and either that or I don't know if I'm gonna do a Twitch stream tonight. If I do, it'll probably be a gaming stream. And content creators are terrified of guilt by association, but it only really works in certain cases if you think about it. Some content creators are too big to fail. Well, until I'm too big to fail. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. They will come crawling back to me at some point, right? Because I got something real, and they're going to want to be a part of that. I got something that doesn't come along every day, and I think you all recognize that. That's my big ego statement for the day. But I hope I'm not blowing too much smoke up my own ass in that regard. But I really think that I've got something to say, and I think that you all recognize that, and I think that more and more people will come to recognize that. And but yeah, like I said, you know, if you get anything in your DMs, feel free to send that to me. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. And sort of knowing, you know, the almost the epidemiology of this kind of witch hunt is actually very helpful, right? You know, how the rumors actually travel helps you kind of deconstruct them. And ideally, chat, helps me talk to people, you know, through back routes or behind the scenes, and you know, tell them what the actual truth is, show them the receipts, and you know, I don't know, like I said, like I am not in the mode of wanting to like bring this stuff into the public, because I feel like any kind of public oh my god, chat, and I've seen this, any kind of public dispute between leftists, the effect of that is to harm the left. And like, maybe you can't get beyond it. Maybe somebody's just dead set on that. And if they are, okay, we're at war, right? You asked for it, you're going to get it, right? But if they're not, you know, if they're reachable, then that is so much better if you can solve that behind the scenes instead of making a big mess. And chat, I do not want to contribute to leftist infighting. I just looked at a scary ass right-wing website, and some of you might know what it is. Don't say it, don't say it, don't say the name of it, okay? But you might know what I'm talking about. And they were talking about me, and they were talking about some other people, and every single bit of drama that I had with other lefties, they love it. They eat it up, chat. It feeds them. It sustains them. So we got to stop feeding them. We got to stop being feeders. We got to stop doing team kills. There's way too much of that shit on the left, and it's pissing me off. And you know, it's making it hard for me to trust anybody. In the 1800s, they thought blowing smoke up the ass cured diseases. Couldn't that be dangerous? Couldn't that, like, oh my god, that sounds bad for you. Yeah, see you on Discord. I will be hanging out there a little later tonight. Maybe even working on some content. Sometimes on Discord chat, you might see me putting together videos and stuff. And if you're interested in that sort of thing, if you're a content creator yourself and you'd like to know, how do you actually make a video, no comment chick? Well, I mean, I'm not the best at it, but I can definitely show you how I make a video. You know, maybe you can give me some ideas yourself. So Vosh's whole brand. Wait, what is Vosh's whole brand? Oh, punching lefties? Punching left? Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's you're not wrong. Keeping it in the dark doesn't help. Well, I mean, this is as light as I am comfortable with bringing it, chat, because if I talk about what's going on, it's going to lower your opinion of other leftist content creators. And even though they're perfectly willing to do that to me, I would rather not do that to them. I want to extend the benefit of the doubt that they never gave to me, and model, you know, conflict resolution. And you know, show a different way of interacting as the left, where we're not team killing, where we're not feeding, where we're not helping the right wing to do their job. How do you know when anyone is on Discord? Oh, well, in terms of the VC, you can see their little, like, it'll show the little, you know, the little avatars and stuff. It sucks because as leftists, you want to focus on the right wing, but there's so many blind spots, yeah, and unfortunately, chat, it does happen, and this is what I've noticed in the soft left. There's a lot of career-minded people trying to eliminate the competition, right? And they'll express that. It's like, oh no, I'm just like warning the community of this real danger, you know? And it's like, wait, what is the danger of Miss Umbrellas? What danger does Miss Umbrellas fucking pose? What danger does cheating at Amogus pose? You know what I mean? Like, do you really think that I am an alt-right Canadian streamer, or are you just trying to eliminate the competition? Because if you're doing that, you can go over on the right wing and eliminate competition over there. We don't need you on the left. You're not helping. You're hurting the cause. You need to have solidarity. There are comrades with solidarity. And going forward, that's who I'm going to work with, right? Because I've gone through a little bit of a, you know, filtering process to find out, you know, who does and doesn't have solidarity. And you know, who is and isn't a comrade. And there's a lot of people out there that talk a really good game, but when it comes down to it, they are vulnerable. They are vulnerable to right-wing attacks on other streamers, right? They're just would rather not like deal with the uncertainty of like, I don't know, maybe this shit's true. Maybe Irene is, you know, maybe Irene, in addition to having a crazy streaming schedule, maybe she also harassed literally every trans and POC streamer on Twitch over the summer. Maybe that happened. I don't know. And some of them, maybe they don't realize, like, you know, they're like, oh, well, you know, this document, it looks pretty bad. I didn't really read the whole thing, but I'm sure some of it is true. Yeah, I know some of it is fake, right? I know for a fact that because she's shown me, Irene has shown me that some of it is not true, but there's just so much here that some of it's got to be true. And you're doing harm, and you're making a huge mistake that is, you know, gonna cost us all in the long run. So stop. Right? Move on. Right? If you don't like me, keep my name out of your mouth. Right? And definitely stay out of the fucking DMs of my community. That's fucked up. That looks aggressive. That looks disingenuous. You know, do you know how that looks? Do you know how that would be perceived? Right? If it was made public? But I don't want to make it public, because every single time you make something like this public, then the right wing just feeds. They just descend on it. And I've seen it. I saw one of my own friends, right? You know, who kind of like, you know, turned on me and believed this stuff. And she ended up as a subject for right-wing hate because of it. She ended up getting linked on one of these forums. And as much harm as she's done to me, it breaks my heart to see that happen. And they cancel me, but rehab Lauren Southern. I know, right? What the fuck? No, that's a weird thing. There is a lot of hypocrisy there, right? You know, like No Comment Chick is not okay, but, you know, news outlets that have been openly transphobic in the past and have never apologized for said transphobia, right? They're okay, right? You know, No Comment Chick's bad, but shit libs are okay, right? No Comment Chick is bad, but people who fucking stream with Vosh are okay. I mean, it's just fucking ridiculous, right? It's just like, it defies belief in some ways. I'll stop and try to redeem Shoe on Head. See, that's a clout grab most of the time. Like, right, when lefties try to say, oh yeah, Shoe on Head's not that bad, she's doing good work, yeah, she's totally changed. What they're really doing is they want Shoe on Head to like them. They're like, pick me. They're like, pick me. Come on, Shoe on Head. Like, let me come on my stream, right? You know, let me get some of that clout, right? All it is because Shoe on Head is huge. That's the only reason that this shit happens, right? And it's really sad. The BBC, yeah, BBC, yeah. Oh my god. No, I mean, like, there's like lefty news outlet. I was talking about a lefty news outlet that you all might, like, I still have in my feed for some reason, and you know, like, I kind of grew up on, but I did always notice that the main force behind that network, that I can't say it, but that network, do you feel me? Don't say it, right, chat? That network, the main host on that network has disgusting transphobic takes that he has never apologized for. And I'm not trying to cancel anyone, but for fuck's sake, why are you trying to sweep that under the rug? Why are you trying to sweep that under the rug? And why would you work with a news outlet like that? There's one reason, and it's career. If you're here for career, you don't have solidarity. You're not showing solidarity. All right? And that's not something that I want to drag out into the public. It's not something I want to have to drag out into the public. But I am at my last straw at this point. This harassment, these lies, this slander against me needs to stop. They need the people on the right to debate. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. But yeah, also just like, you know, in general. So yeah, if anybody missed that, the network is like spelled like that. So I will say no more, right? But that's not a group that I would work with, okay? And you need to be a little bit suspicious of so-called leftist content creators who do, because that's horrible. And that really makes me question why you're even here. Anyway, Chat, it's been an awesome stream. I don't know why I'm typed like I love you so much, chat. I like don't want to say goodbye. Okay, I'll say goodbye now. If you want to hang out on the Discord, I'll be on there for a little while, working on oh, thing equals think. Oh, you said thing, but you meant think. Wait. Kind of red flags that tell who the word. Wait, what did I miss? Anyway, I will see you over there on Discord. I'm sorry, chat. I don't know how to end a stream. This is just like in real life. I always feel bad about telling people goodbye because it's kind of like I feel like but if you still, like I feel like I'm a meanie butt for being like, okay, goodbye, and they're like, I don't know. It's weird. But anyway, I'll see you over on. You don't have to say good. Anyway, I can't. Streamer brain. Anyway, I'll see you over on Discord if you want. Otherwise, see you either on Twitch or YouTube tomorrow. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. And love. You think Discord... Oh, it hates you? The sound is bad? Or the sound is tough? Yeah, sometimes it can be hard to get your noise... Anyway, I'm taking forever. Meow, 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 meow. Anyway, meow.